The Adams car down in 11th place at the moment. Number 10.
Pearson from Kenton Ward and the Wrigleys, that's the top three, with that'll be Andy Newell driving Red Sounders' car first. Spoke to Andy in the pit lane in the middle of the GT40 practice. That's he was out in, of course, the Josco concern, which is one of the partners. Has supplied a lot of GT40s in recent times.
That must be Dave Coyne, I would have said, in 189.
It looks to me that TSL have got the driver order ensconced in their system, and that would make sense. The Bryant Jag now only appears to have one Bryant in it on the timing screen.
That's different from qualifying, so it's presumably, yes, updated information there.
Yeah, this is Gary Pearson on the screen in the lead, and sliding through the complex at Beckett's now, through Chapel and onto the hangar straight. And a big spin for 55.
Martin Melling, isn't it?
Yep. Martin Melling goes round. He's safely back underway again. And the number 3 car, the Mark Russell Tony Jardine car, goes past that primrose yellow E-type with the boot lid just slightly propped, as often they were in period.
Mark Russell, therefore, if we go by the screen, then Mark Russell is in the car at the moment. And bringing up the rear is the only saloon Jaguar in the race, Benjit Desai, with his Mark 1 saloon.
That's right. Here's the tussle up front, and look at this. Yeah, it's Pearson, Kenton, Wrigley, by the looks of things, all together.
Yes.
And then we've got Dave Coyne coming up into 4th place. Indeed, it is. In the 189, ahead of the 52 car, the turquoise.
Andy Newell. Wonderful sound these cars make. It's like a symphony, isn't it? The Jaguar Symphony.
It is, and that straight 6 XK engine, which goes all the way back. He's waving to his pit to say he spun, which is quite interesting. It's Martin Melling.
Yeah, I don't think anyone could doubt that signal. I mean, sometimes you get a little mild twirl of the finger, but that was a complete hand wave.
He lost out to Russell when he spun. He got Russell back at club, then they changed places yet again. And
good battle going on there.
It is. It's good fun, and you see the two distinct shapes of E-type Jaguar there. The Roadster with the hood or bubble top, and then the fixed head coupe.
Well, if we could get to the battle for the lead then with Gary Pearson. If we're going by the order, then it is that's on the screen. It's Richard Kent at the wheel, not Chris Ward, with Matt Wrigley in 3rd place in the number 89 car. Dave Coyne coming up, but at the moment is 4.6 seconds behind Matt Wrigley. Well, the fastest lap, Gary Pearson, but I don't think Chris Ward can be in the 2nd place car. That must be Richard Kent.
Chris normally does the chasing, doesn't he?
Exactly.
He sets himself up for the chase.
Yeah.
And I spoke with Chris this morning, and it was he who put the car on pole position.
Yes.
And he was really happy with that. He said he thought there was more time in both him and the car, but we've got a change for 2nd. We've got Matt Wrigley now up into 2nd place. At the expense of Kent. And here you can see as they go down into the Vale, hopefully we'll pick up that eased approach to club, not using the tight chicane as we've become used to seeing.
So
I also spoke to to Guy Zisser.
Oh yes, Zisser, is it?
Zisser,
Right, okay, thank you.
Polish origin.
Right.
And he's sharing with Arif.
is Dave catching? Is Dave Coyne in 4th place, closing on the 3rd place car? As you say, they've swapped places for 2nd. So Matt Wrigley is now 2nd. Richard Kent is 3rd. Is he being caught by Dave Coyne? Based on the previous lap, yes, but Dave was half a second quicker.
Yeah, so Dave Coyne in the 189 on the screens. Along. He's been really quick in the late John Miles's Ford Mustang this year. Jonathan Miles, who sadly we lost towards the end of the summer. Real character.
They're the 3 leaders, and closing up, perhaps gradually edging towards them is Dave.
Yeah, that's right. And they're using this sort of traditional kind of wet line, aren't they? They're running round the outside of Luffield to get the power on as early as possible for the dash through Woodcote and up towards Copse.
Interestingly, we've got 3 different types of E-Type in the first 3 places.
I was about to make that exact point. You've got the low drag coupe in 2nd,
yes,
which is another of the bodyworks that was homologated in period. You were allowed to make changes to the standard thing. And that car there, the Cut 7 car,
fixed head coupe
with the traditional Perspex kind of plexiglass rear screen, the sort of Prothero style rear screen.
Well, is that a real Prothero car?
Or Cut 7, isn't it? It's a Cut 7 car.
Yeah. So we've got a Roadster leading from the low drag coupe and then the fixed head coupe. And a spin on the part of Andrew Moore in car 167, who is running 18th after his spin. So the first 3 cars then making their way through Stowe Corner and down into Vale. Then, as Marcus has been telling us, the gradual entry to the first part of the club, and then the right-handed element. The E-Types wagging their tail on this slippery surface. It's still Gary Pearson out front, but I think that Richard Kent is coming back at Matt Wrigley.
Yeah, it looks that way, and the chasers look to have made a little bit of ground towards Gary Pearson, the local ace in his Roadster here. You can see
the king of Whittlebury, isn't he?
Could well be. Not sure when the coronation was, but he's certainly been the top Jaguar man there for many a long year.
They go through the loop. Through Aintree onto the Wellington Straight.
Imagine the braking area for Brooklands, Ian, is going to be very tricky.
Here they come into it in a moment. And certainly Richard Kent keen to get his 2nd place back. Matt Wrigley doing a nice job of holding him off. I don't think Dave Coyne is going to catch them. I think it's now the battle for the lead, or for 2nd place certainly. It's going to be broken up by a pit stop fairly soon.
Yes, that's right. And we looked at those pit stops. It's between 20 and 40 minutes. Car stationary for 60 seconds minimum.
So still 7.5 minutes before the pit stop window opens. And what's going on lower down the order, just check on that. We've got Jamie Boot, who seemed a bit subdued in qualifying. He's making his way up the order now, up into 12th place, I notice. And the Mark Russell car's dropped down the order rather, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Down to 17th
That's
place.
That distinctive pale yellow car we saw earlier on.
Primrose yellow. So Gary Pearson still leads from there. You can see the low drag coupe. Most famously driven by Peter Lindner, who sadly lost his life in his car at Montlhéry in period.
Peter Lindner and Peter Knocker, weren't they?
Peter Knocker was his co-driver, yes. Peter Lindner was the German Jaguar importer.
Yeah. And another low drag coupe was the one that went to Le Mans with Peters, Lumsden and Sargent, wasn't it?
Yes, it was a different,
slightly different
shape, yes.
Oh, pulling off. His novice cross
spinning off,
on the back, spinning off.
That's number 10, isn't it? It's the Ben and Peter Adams. They're not novices. Mark Gordon there, number 9.
Yes, the omnipresent Mark Gordon, who's sort of out on an E-Type, or he's out on an XK 150 Jaguar, or he's out in a Lotus Elite in many races over a historic season.
'77 is Guy
Zisser.
As in Scissor, yeah. Who is running 14th up to 77. Anyway, you've got the leaders. That's another low drag coupe. It's not the leading.
That was the 84 one, wasn't it? That was the Canadian Reed Gom. And that was the Wilmot car.
Yeah.
That's 84 is the
right, back with the leaders, and back into second. Richard Kent has got back up into second place, we see, in the Prothero fixed head coupe.
Yes, a nice little battle, isn't it? On the back, you can see the diff cooler, the oil cooler for the differential, hanging under the rear right-hand corner of the Wrigley car. Common place to put them. But it's Gary Pearson just always looks so relaxed, doesn't he, at the wheel, Ian?
Yes, he does get out of the car these days looking a bit red-faced, though, but yes, he does look relaxed. He's been working hard. Yeah.
Yeah, so much experience, and not much he hasn't seen before on a racetrack, that's for sure. But he's under pressure now because it looks like the Kent car is moving up to mount a challenge. And in fact, it would seem that the Kenton Ward chase car can operate in a slightly wider envelope when it comes to lines. It seems to put its power down quite well, and it doesn't quite matter where he is on the circuit. He's making ground, that's for sure. Fastest lap of the race still with Gary Pearson earlier on, but now perhaps he'll respond and just put a quick lap in again.
I don't think Gary is playing games, though. I think
he's run wide. In cut 7.
Ahead of them is the Benjit Desai Mark 1 Jaguar Saloon.
It's only one saloon, which is
unusual.
In fact, at Castle Coombe recently, the Jaguar race was pretty much all Mark 1 and Mark 2 saloons.
Right. Yes, well, it looks as though for a moment it's leading the race, but actually it isn't. Of course, it's being lapped by the 3 leaders. And is that a new fastest lap? It is. It's a new fastest lap by Richard Kent, assuming it's him.
And that was with an excursion, wasn't it, at Stowe?
Indeed.
Just out over the curbs.
Yes, 2:47.316. Quicker than they did in qualifying, which was a 2:48.376 for pole position. And closing right up onto the tail of Gary Pearson then. As they come out of Aintree onto Wellington Straight, waiting for them to appear over the... There they are. And he's got the lead.
He has. So that pale blue nose, it's almost like the Cambridge blue, isn't it, of the Marinelli concessionaires, Ferraris of the period.
Gary is fighting back there, took a tighter line through Brooklands, now going into Luffield.
Yes, you can see it's the that is Richard Kent aboard. Chris Ward has a predominantly red crash helmet.
He's driving a good race here, isn't he, Richard Kent?
Yeah, he's doing very well. He's had a lot of experience in Jaguar-powered cars in recent times. Quick in a Lister as well.
Did he used to race in Formula Farmer Audi? I've got a memory of him racing single-seaters some years ago, 10, 15 years ago.
Coming down through Maggots. Now, getting the car organised for the flick-flack at Beckett's. Got the first element, then the left-handed middle element. You don't want to use too much road coming out of that, because it's all about getting through the exit onto Chapel and the Hangar Straight. That's so important, building that momentum for the longest run down. That's actually probably the Wellington Straight and the Hangar Straight, probably very similar.
Yes. Down into Stowe Corner then, and Richard Kent occupying the middle of the road. They're beginning to drop Matt Wrigley.
This is a really superb dice between this pair.
So into Club. There you are, Marcus. That was a view of the.
Oh, really wide is Kent. That's twice he's been off the circuit. Once at Stowe, once at Club.
I would say he's on the limit.
Yeah, it looks like the car is just dancing, isn't it?
It is. This, very lively.
Kind of greasy. Yes, I think that's what Gordon Shedden described the GT40 as this morning when he came there. That lively.
Lively.
Yeah.
The new. Yeah. Well, certainly Richard Kent, very impressive here, because as Marcus has been saying, Gary Pearson, a recognised master of driving around Silverstone in any historic car, but certainly in Jaguars and E-types in particular. And I think we're now in the pit stop window, aren't we? Yes, let me just check that this is what the message is telling us. Yeah, pit window open. So how will they split it? Half and half, or some come in soon?
Well, of course, Pearson doesn't have to worry about that. He can just jump straight back into it.
Yes.
Doesn't have to jump out, I guess, just has to continue, but he knows exactly what conditions are going to be like. Chris Ward won't be overly worried about conditions.
Exactly. I mean,
very few people have done more lap track at Silverstone than he has worked for 84 having a dive down the inside there, which is that is Reed Gong, the Canadian, and Andy Keith Lucas, son of Chris of CKL5. Oh, and that's the Bryant family.
Louis Bracey.
No, it's Lou Bracey. Similar car, similar coloured car.
Yeah.
Lou Bracey in the 100. Ex-saloon car racer.
Yes, Anglias and things.
Anglias
Cortinas.
Principally, and Lotus Cortinas.
We'd like to see what's going on at the front. I know we've got to show the other cars as well, but somebody's coming to the pits. 2 or 3 have come into the pits, actually. Wilmot is in, and so are Zisser, sorry, and
Zisser in.
The Finberg Golden car.
Here we go. 77 is the change there. That's yes, Arif out and Zisser in.
And meanwhile, back at the front of the field, we've got Richard Kent just holding off Gary Pearson. Now, has Matt Wrigley gone into the pits, or has he just dropped back? Anyway, through Club. No pit stop this time by either of them, because if they... Oh, a wonderful bit of opposite lock sliding there by Gary Pearson. Yes, Wrigley is still there, but he's dropped back, hasn't he? Richard Kent's enjoying this. I must say, I mean, you've seen more probably than I have. I've not seen Richard Kent go as well as that. See, he had a Lister, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah, well in that. But this is very impressive to see.
Really nice run.
See,
he'll want to maximise that, and then pop the secret weapon, Chris Ward, in.
Or perhaps prepare these days not so secret weapon.
Exactly. Another single-seater racer of yore.
Here they come then, down to Brooklands.
Yeah, really engaging tussle this.
it's very rarely that anybody beats Gary Pearson in an E-Type, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And back at the Silverstone Classic, of course, we had Ben Mitchell won in a fixed head, but then lost out due to some really bizarre pit stop. An infringement, wasn't there? And then there was the race was cut short and wound back a lap. So Ben Mitchell, who won it by rights, was reclassified. The race was awarded to John Minshaw, who I'd have thought would have been in this race, but I guess could well be racing at Portimao, the Algarve Classic this weekend.
Through Beckett's then, the fast S's. Is that Jason Minshaw now behind the wheel of that? 55.
55.
That we saw spinning earlier on. Apart from his running wide moments, I would say Richard Kent looks slightly less on the edge than Gary Pearson is. Gary is using all his skill and experience, driving that car absolutely on the limit.
Yeah, it's great to watch, isn't it? It really does. Oh, it just slides and twitches.
Spoke too soon,
again,
didn't I?
he's over the curb on the edge of exit of Stowe.
But Gary would, of course, see that about to happen and back off to make sure he didn't get entangled in that little moment there by Richard Kent in the lead. Coming through Club. Still no sign of them peeling off into the pits. And we don't really want them to. We'd like this to go on, but now that was a hand signal there, Marcus. You may have missed it, but there was a hand signal by Richard Kent as he came past the pits. Now, probably that means, yes, I see what you're telling me, I'll come in next time.
That's right, and I know that Lewis Beals, our co-commentator, is in the pit lane, and he's got Chris Ward standing beside him, waiting to get into that car, which is currently in the lead. The 88 fixed head coupe leading the 23 Roadster. This is kind of, I just remember a similar pairing of cars with John Quick and Warren Pierce back in the sort of early 70s in mod sports, as it was then.
Yeah, because Warren Pierce had the Roadster.
That's right.
And John Quick had WUU2.
WOO11.
WU11, that's
yeah,
right.
WU11. Which is still racing in historics, that car.
Wonderful. Well, there he is still. Richard Kent keeping Gary Pearson at bay. I suppose Gary could just sit there and wait and see what tactics then he'll follow them into the pits or give himself a clear lap.
I think Gary knows, of course, he's up against the very rapid Chris Ward in the latter stages. So perhaps he's just sort of girding his loins for the last half of the race.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of time in the window. We've got, there's another 13 minutes, I think. Because the race is still not quite halfway, 33 minutes to go from the original 1 hour. Knowing Gary, I reckon he's going to say at the end of this that he's had a really, really enjoyable race, because he's really on his mettle now. What have we got here? Number 7 is Mark Donner. All the cyclist Andrew Smith. Mark Donner went first in qualifying.
52 is still Andy Newell, if not to be believed. It's a black crash helmet, some yellow flashes on it, the Charlesco Motorsport boss. Right behind Newell is Mark Donner in the kind of Dubonnet coloured car, number 7. Ahead of them, Dave Coyne in the Farrell car. Now, the Minshaw-Melling car had an orange helmet in it, hasn't stopped, so one assumes that is actually Jason Minshaw in it. There's a wave.
They're both waving. Well, he didn't, although he waved last time, he hasn't come in at the end of that lap, so he's still out there waving again.
Just spotted somebody they knew on the pit wall.
Ah, right, okay.
They've got spare capacity, you see, these top guys.
Right.
This is building into a nice little battle as well. And this is the battle for 4th place, 4th, 5th and 6th on your shot.
So that's Dave Coyne in 4th place at the moment in 189. Andy Newell in 52. And we think in the red car, it's number 7 at the moment, being driven by Mark Donner. But we were hoping to get the details of start drivers. Sorry we haven't got them, but
I think what's happened is the start line list has gone to the timekeepers, which is as it should
right.
be. And so their screen reflects what we're seeing. Oh, and there's been a change. We had 23, Pearson back ahead, and he's going to hold it unless the 88 car can run round the outside of Richard Kent. He can't at Luffield. And
nice try.
Yeah, it was.
To retrieve the lead, but it is then Gary Pearson in front now as the cars come out of Woodcote onto the Heritage pit straight. And Richard Kent determined to get that place back if he can. He can't as they go into Copse Corner. So it's Gary Pearson then in front. At just about the halfway stage, 30 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Out of Copse into Maggots. And then right, left, right, before they reach Hanger Straight, where the fixed head coupe ought to be able to get back on terms.
I think the aero is much different between the two cars down the.
I would go for the fixed head coupe being the quicker car.
So you're probably right. It's quite interesting because the Roadsters tended to have a little flip in the boot, didn't they? A little slot, which would take cold air away or hot air away from the diff and the brakes, etc. You can see that little slot on the back. And pulling away, lonely race in 3rd for Matt Wrigley. Coming to the end of the 11th.
Into the pits.
Yes, has gone the 2nd place car, and in fact he then briefly shows us top of the chart, of course, because he's the timing screen is triggered from a point at the start of the pit entry, and as they come, you can see side by side on your screen. One on the track is leader Gary Pearson. Into the pits has come Kent. And that's also run by the Pearson's engineering guys.
So 60 seconds the guy has to be stationary for.
And you can see the figure of Chris Ward on the left in the green Malden Salt Racing Team suit.
It's a wonderful shape, the E-type shape, isn't it?
That's right.
It's just a great looking car.
Andy Brown at the front, designer of Formula 3000 Marches of yore. The clock is ticking there. They're obviously going to check that he stays stationary for that mandatory period, which is 60 seconds.
Meanwhile, back with the leader, Gary Pearson, of course, has to make a pit stop as well, and has to be stationary for a minute, even if there's no driver change.
It's interesting to see just how much correction the top drivers use in the corners to keep the cars progressing on the limit. And that heat haze coming off the engine bay as well.
Well, I think Chris Ward's in the race now. But we need another lap. The order's going to become jumbled up over the next few minutes, but Matt Wrigley has yet to stop either, has he? Dave Coyne hasn't stopped.
No, most of the front runners haven't
stopped. No.
It's only down towards the back end of the 20-car pack that we've got a bunch of stoppers.
But if you have a Chris Ward in your back pocket, you might as well play him at this earliest opportunity.
Yeah, it's still damp and a bit slippery.
Yeah. That's the Ollie Bryant. You think it says that Ollie Bryant only in that car? Yeah. So yes, it's a Class D car. Not as quick. Whee!
It's a lovely slide.
That was good, wasn't it? That's Ollie. Yeah.
He's pushing really hard.
So Gary Pearson leads, but up to second for the moment will be Matt Wrigley.
That's the Wilmot 184.
Which has been in, hasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, he's been in. Yes, the leading pit stopper, of course, is the number 88 car, which also has the fastest lap at 2:47.316. Gary Pearson, his best lap is a 2:47.572, so little to choose between them.
They're about a second and a half quicker, something like that, than they went in. No, about a second quicker than they went in qualifying.
The track being, it's still very treacherously slippery, but it's not as wet as it was when they were out qualifying earlier.
Maybe a little salt from Chris Ward's back, rather like red arrows, kick out their coloured exhaust. Maybe some salt in the exhaust will improve the track.
Yes. All right, so that was a great looking slide. That's Chris Ward in action now. Perfect opposite lock slide at Stowe Corner, now coming into club. That's number 77 we're seeing on the screen now, which is, that's changed, hasn't it, to Guy Zizza?
Yep, Guy Zizza now driving that car.
Here's Chris Ward. He's going to make some good pictures, I think, over the next few minutes.
Yeah, that's right, and he's just watching to see who was ahead of him on the track. Is that another low drag they're coming up to?
Yes, it's the other low drag car. It's not the Wrigley car, I don't think.
The 184 Wilmot car, maybe.
Of course, Chris was the senior instructor at Silverstone Drive Racing School until not so long ago.
Yeah, a few years now, because he's been kind of out of the fold for
That's right.
those 3 or 4 now, something like that, maybe more. Winner of the Spa 6 Hours down the way as well.
And he certainly knows his way around Silverstone.
That's right. 7 car. That's Donner and Smith, still in the hands of Mark Donner.
Yet to stop.
Yeah.
Running just behind 88, which
leader into the pits, and that's Gary Pearson then after 13 laps. So the second of our front runners to stop, this time from the lead. And there's the familiar Batman waving in the pit lane.
Now, those two are battling for position, but they've yet to make their stop. 189 Dave Coyne.
And they're both going together.
Oh, there we are. Right, and 7 coming in as well. Mark Donner.
So Matt Wrigley now the de facto leader in 89. So these cars they were battling, but they're into the pit lane, 2 of them together. Number 7 there, Mark Donner. And ahead of him is the Coyne and Farrell car. So they're running 3rd and 4th, or were. I didn't see the where the Newell Sauter car had got to. That had dropped back, but it's made it stop, hasn't it?
It's now made it stop, yes, so it's dropping back.
Driving it now. He's a great technician as well as being a very competent driver.
So the Wrigley's swapping over, son to father.
And you could see that Chris Ward was attacking the corner with relish, wasn't he? You could kind of see him working the wheel.
Well, I hope we can follow him for a lap, actually, because just watch him in action is a great sight. Turning into Abbey. Yeah, constant movement of the wheel. But all beautifully under control. Hope he's not going to blot his copybook. He does have the occasional moment, but very rarely.
And they have all stopped because William Paul, who was the last to go in
through
is in, and there's still 21 minutes and a half of the race to go, so there was a minute and a half to spare after William Paul became the last stopper.
Now heading down towards, do we get a speed trap speed? We don't actually, do we? But getting up to the maximum speed they do on the circuit, coming down Wellington Straight and coming into Brooklands now. And where will he be in relation to Gary Pearson is what we need to suss out. Going through Luffield.
That was interesting, wasn't it? That plexiglass rear cover with the fuel filler in one side of it.
There's Gary Pearson. So there we are. Together coming. Well, Gary's in the lead. Chris is second, going through Copse Corner now.
It's a few seconds, isn't it? But it's I think it will work its way out in the last 20 minutes. It's both of them have got 20 minutes to get their teeth into this.
Who would you put your money on, Marcus?
The foreshortening of the angle. Do you know, I think Chris Waugh's looking really quite menacing there.
Yeah, I agree.
He's looking more aggressive through the corners. He put it over the curb there very neatly. Slid the back end. Here they come. Out of
Chapel Curve onto Hanger Straight.
Is it half the length of the straight, something like that? I would think. We'll get a real sense next time they cross the timing line, which will be another 20 seconds, something like that.
And the rest of it are really out of it now. It's between these two, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. We'll compare their lap times this time round. Often easier to chase than be chased. Oh, and that's Rhea Sauter off the circuit at Copse Corner. And for 144, the Pochol car goes round as well.
It's getting to the point now, isn't it, where it's deceptively slippery still, because it dries out on the line.
So there's a couple of low drag coupes involved in this tussle. 89 there, which is Mike Wrigley. Been racing a very, very long time.
Yes, Formula Ford in its early days.
In an Image FF1.
Amongst other cars, yes, that's right.
Sure you saw him there.
Yeah. So 7 is now, we think, Andrew Smith, don't we?
Yep, that would be right. That car now, yes, they're 1, 2, 3 again. They're really, and that's Donald Smith up into third, and the Wrigley's down to fourth.
That's Mike.
Number 89. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the next one along will be the ex-Dave Coyne car, now being driven by Robert Farrell, its owner. He is 5th, and 6th is Ollie Bryant, number 111. 7th is William Paul, number 73. 8th is 52, Rhea Sauter. 9th, 144, Paul Pochol. And 10th is, now that's one to watch, 55, Jason Minshaw now in it. He should be making progress up the order.
We think it might have been slightly above Minshaw though, because it had an orange helmet in it before when it had.
Which could be Jason Minshaw.
It was Jason Minshaw, so I think it's now Martin Melling.
Right. Okay.
But I think we'll see on the times.
Yes.
Best to respect, Martin's not as quick as Jason.
Hanging the tail out there was Gary. I think Gary's doing a quicker lap times now. This is he last. Oh, we'll have to wait for the next lap to get their most recent lap times. The best lap of the race was by Richard Kent earlier on at 2:47.316.
Yeah, in the car we're watching, which is now with Chris Ward aboard, cut 7. Very shows wore the cut 7. He did exactly the same as Richard Kent did.
Yes.
It's understood a little bit wide at Stowe. And I wonder if he can think. I wonder if he actually thinks, Gary's just got the edge on me here, and is just squeaking a little bit further away.
But you can see the car's movement on its suspension. You can see he really is getting the maximum out of it as he gets nearly right off the track there.
Is that a new fastest lap?
Yes. Yeah, 2:47.294 then by Chris Ward. 5.75 seconds is the gap, and 16 minutes we have to go. Gary on the last lap did a 2:47.8. Chris a 2:47.2. So he pulled back half a second. That's not, I don't think, going to be enough, is it, in 16 minutes?
No, it looks on this rate of gain.
There's the Mark 1 Jaguar Saloon heading down towards Stowe Corner. Yeah, I think it was Jason Minchall who started in 55. Martin Melling not making progress. The Jaguar Desai, of course, is not on the pace of the E-types, but doing a good job of keeping out of the way of the cars that need to lap him.
Yeah, it's a shame there's a few more saloons around to play with.
We've got a few in the later race, though, haven't we? Got in the Coombs class.
Still good-looking cars, aren't they?
They're what, sorry?
Good-looking cars. From
those saloons?
60 years on.
Absolutely, yes. I'm old enough to remember that when there were regular cars to be seen on the road.
You probably went to school in one.
No, Headmaster had a Mark 7, but that wasn't the best looking car. But these are great looking cars, you're right.
And that amazing XK engine dates right back to 1948.
Yes.
Which is staggering.
Yeah, so the battles that we had in the British Saloon Car Championship in those days, Jack Sears, Mike Parks, David Hobbs, Bruce McLaren, John Surtees, all in those Mark II saloons. Oh, bit of a wobble there as he braked for Stowe.
What was so brilliant back then, Ian, was that the Grand Prix drivers also took part in a couple more races, maybe 2 or 3 races on the programme. A sports car race, a GT race, maybe a saloon race as well. 184 is in the pits, which is the Wilmot team. Jaguar E-Type.
Yeah, I was at Ilter Park the day that Jim Clark won 3 races. Although it wasn't the Grand Prix day, but nonetheless. I still like the story of Sterling Moss winning the Formula 3 race on the same day as he set the fastest lap in the Grand Prix. In the British Grand Prix.
These days, I mean, it's things like contracts get in the way, isn't
yeah,
it?
that ID.
That's the Mark Gordon car, isn't it?
Nick Finberg, yeah. Yes, it is.
Finberg and Gordon.
Gary Pearson once more on screen. The gap 5.3. It's come down slightly, but it's not coming down anything like enough at the current rate. So
5.7 the previous lap.
But you can see the 2 cars on the same shot as they come down Wellington Street straight into Brooklands. So Chris can see his prey, but his prey is going very quickly.
Prey's beyond the claws of Chris at the moment.
Yes, out of Luffield then for the 17th time. Yeah,
I bet Gary Pearson's never kept a log of how many laps he's done
I sometimes wonder
around
that.
Silverstone,
Yes.
but it must be tens of thousands.
Yes, yeah. But I bet if you asked him how many races he's won around Silverstone, he wouldn't remember. There's been so many.
He won one at Castle Combe a couple of years ago and said, this is the first time I've been here. I was quite surprised about.
Now going into Maggots then, the distinctive blue-nosed grey fixed-head coupe. I don't think it was this car, but Dick Prothero was on the list of favoured customers to receive early versions of the original E-Type when it first came out in March 1961, there was about a dozen who were given early production versions to hopefully race, and they did. And
he was Elmer Richard Prothero, wasn't he?
Elmer Richard Prothero, yes. Yeah. And he used to race an XK120, which he called the Ancient Egyptian, because he found it in Egypt when he was with the Air Force.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Into club. Love the way he flings the car in.
That's beautiful to watch, isn't it?
Yeah. A master at work, and over the timing line. That's 17 laps completed by those two. The gap's come down another few tenths, but it's only a few tenths. It's down to 5 seconds, 5.034 seconds. And we have 10.5 minutes remaining.
There's not much in the way of traffic to help or hinder, is there?
No, there isn't really, is there? It's such traffic that there is well-behaved traffic by the looks of things, what we've seen.
20 cars spread around a 3.6-mile circuit. Wellington Straight then, under the vehicle bridge, down towards Brooklands Corner, which is down the gearbox. Still see a little bit of moisture coming out of the surface. One or two dry lines beginning to emerge.
Oh!
It was a big slide, wasn't it?
But I call a touch of the Jerry Marshalls there. Those of you old enough to remember Jerry. Yeah, of course, this year, we haven't actually said it, we'll say it again, the 60th anniversary of the E-Type first appeared at the Geneva Motor Show in 1961, March 1961. First raced a month later at Alton Park, and won in the hands of Graham Hill. Not this car, but an E-Type Roadster.
Yes, those two kind of lightweights turned out, didn't they? Semi-lightweights, or whatever they were then, weren't they?
Oh, just specially prepared. They were basically road cars that.
And then they evolved into what the 72 looks like.
Yes, that's right.
To that sort of lightweight shape with a little lip on the boot. And
stood on the inside of Lodge Corner at Dalton and watched that race. Never to be forgotten.
Clearly.
Well, what's going on behind then? We've got the two leaders fighting it out, 5 seconds apart. The gap to third, it's amazing the way this gap's gone up. It's in third place, it's now number 7, which you think is Andrew Smith at the wheel now, and he's 57 seconds behind the leader. No, sorry, 57 seconds behind the second place guy. He's over a minute behind the leader.
And Andrew Smith's an extremely competent driver.
Exactly.
He's got a Lola T70 or something like that, or a GT40, and he's quick.
Fourth is
Edinburgh.
Fourth is the Wrigley car, number 89. Fifth is the ex-Dave Coyne, now Robert Farrell car, number 189. And then 6th is 111 Ollie Bryant. 7th is 73 William Paul. 8th is 52 Rhea Sauter now, ex-Andy Newell. 9th is 144 the Potchgill car, and 10th is ex-Jason Minshaw, now Martin Melling.
It looks like, in fact, in most of the cars, the quicker driver went first, with the exception of the Kenton Ward car, which runs in second, because Wards has managed to break Kent's fastest lap.
And new fastest
to Pearson.
Yes, Gary Pearson has now set the fastest lap, so obviously equal, or more than equal to the challenge. 2 minutes 47.193. And so the lead gap has gone up a little. It was just over 5 seconds. It's now just under 5.5 seconds. So it's a small difference.
Response was what, a 2:47.
6:09. Well, I think that has made Gary's point, hasn't it? Really, that he is going to win this race.
Looks like it.
Barring something unforeseen.
There was that tantalising glimpse of a potential scrap to the flag 4 or 5 laps ago.
That's
but
right.
As you say, Gary Pearson is the acknowledged maestro around here. He's showing that with his pace.
1516E registration number. Interesting, because that is a Staffordshire registration number, and when they reverse numbers, this is a very
tenuous
point, but it was one of the very earliest. The other one was H from Middlesex and E from Staffordshire, were the first reversed number plates. Total piece of trivia. Ollie Bryant's gained a place. He's up into 5th now, number 111. So Ollie Bryant ahead of Robert Farrell in his car, number 189. There's car 100, which is running around near the back. That's Louis Bracey down in 18th place. And we have 5.5 minutes of race time remaining. The race ending, of course, on the first time the leader crosses the line after the time has expired after the hour.
Looking up from Copse there towards Maggots, you can see that the circuit is still glistening in places. There's a bit more grip to be found in some of the corners. There's the 111, which is Ollie Bryant, recent winner of the Spa 6 Hours with James Cottingham of DK Engineering.
Looking much more traditional with its bumpers still fitted to it. In fact, that is a Class D car, I think, isn't it? Yeah.
You can see how low the sump hangs underneath the car, so you don't want to rattle over too many curbs.
I know, since there's one in the garage at home, which I haven't driven over the curbs too often. Well, Chris has responded. The gap is now under 5 seconds, but it's only slightly under 5 seconds. It's 4.9. And as Marcus has said, there isn't much traffic to cause problems, if any traffic to cause problems. So I don't see that Gary's going to have an untoward moment before the end, even if the gap does fluctuate slightly.
It's what amazes me always about watching these real stars at work in these cars is how much fingertip control they exhibit. Then occasionally there's sort of about 20 degrees of lock just thrown on, and it's all just so unflustered, really. Just reading what the car's doing on the circuit.
What's Chris up to these days? Now he's no longer at Silverstone or JD
He's
Classics.
He's involved in a team over in Essex, Malden way.
Right.
And that's how he's got involved with Steve Osborne, who is the Malden Salt and company which celebrates its 140th anniversary next year, I'm reliably informed.
Oh, right.
There we go, out of Chapel, on to the Hangar Straight. Gary Pearson looking quite imperious now. So well set up, the car doesn't seem to its trajectory, its demeanour doesn't really seem to alter.
No. Where's brother John got to? Because he often shares the car with Gary, doesn't he? Or they have one each.
Busy fitting tyres, I think.
Yeah, I think they actually have one each.
Yes, they do. Yeah, they have a Jaguar each for this sort of thing, and sometimes share.
Well, there's time for 2 more laps, I would say. 2 minutes and 32 seconds. No, there isn't time. This is the last lap. Yeah, this is the last lap that he's just started. And the gap over the line this time has gone up again to 5.3.
It's kind of hovered around that 5-second mark since they came out of the pits, really, hasn't it?
Yes. Just speculate on how it would have panned out had Chris driven all the way. This isn't just because Richard Kent did a great job.
Did a fantastic job.
But if it had been the same drive, you made the point earlier about how Gary knows what the state of the circuit is when he gets back into the car after the pit stop, or stays in the car.
It's only going to be one lap, isn't it? I think someone of Chris Ward's calibre will pick up exactly what he's doing pretty much straight away. Get a quick briefing from Richard Kent, who handed him the car.
think we're beginning to see bits of patches of dryness, aren't we, around the place?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And the sky is certainly nice and blue in places. Freddo put blue, as I like to call it.
William Paul, who's been in the car throughout, number 73 in 7th place, has just done his best lap. And 1 or 2 others are doing their best laps as well.
That may bear out your point very nicely. If drivers further down the order are improving now with just the last couple of minutes of the race to go, suggests they're more confident or can see wider, drier lines appearing.
Into Maggots and Beckett's.
It's great to see that heat haze from some of those in some of those views. Just glorious.
Well, an excellent way to start the weekend's racing, this race for these gorgeous E-Type Jaguars, the affordable supercar.
It was an affordable supercar maybe in 1961, Ian.
All right, they're a bit more now. Checker flag out to Gary Pearson. He wins then from Chris Ward, who of course was sharing his car with Richard Kent by 4 seconds. So the gap came down a little on the last lap, but probably because Gary was easing up slightly. 4.009 seconds was the gap. So Gary Pearson, the winner from the Richard Kent, then Chris Ward car. 23 from 88, third number 7, although we've got to wait before they arrive on the scene. But it will be the red E-Type of Mark Donner and Andrew Smith. These are some of the back markers being flagged in. But we should have, oh, there's 52, which is down in 8th place.
Yeah, that's Reyes Sauter. Crossing the line now.
But it's quite a way back that the 3rd place car will be.
And she's taken the flag on 20 laps, hasn't she?
Yeah.
That's 144, which is the Potriol family in 9th place.
There we are.
Here we go. Yep, the red and black car is just coming through. That's in 3rd place, number 7. Mark Donner, and finished by Andrew Robertson-Smith. Benjit Dassey there with the Soul Saloon. And then in 4th place is the Wrigleys, Matthew and Mike, who were in the battle earlier on when Matt started out. Instead, Mike got aboard. And we're just waiting for 2 more on the lead lap. And here is the Ollie Bryant car, 111 fixed head coupe, which came out a year or so ago, I seem to remember, had overheating issues. And they got that sorted now.
Whee! Ollie's celebrating by throwing the car sideways. That wasn't. He wasn't being caught out. He did that for show. Yeah.
Showboating, I think.
Oh yes, or grandstanding, showboating, whatever you want to call it. Absolutely, yes. So Ollie Bryant taking 5th place and 6th. Robert Farrell in the car, started by Dave Coyne.
Yes, that's not quite back yet.
No, it's a long lap. So here we are.
It's in the middle of this group here.
There's Jason Martin Melling into car. Yep. Jason Minshaw started number 55, finishing 12th.
There's Farrell home, but not very far ahead of William Paul. So Farrell and Paul, as opposed to Farrow and Ball, other paint suppliers are available, have just come through 1.1 seconds apart. And they are in 6th and 7th places. There's our victorious pair of winner and runner-up. Gary Pearson 23, 88, now with Chris Ward at the wheel.
Confirmation of the result then, you can see on the screen, Gary Pearson the winner by 4.9 seconds from Richard Kent and Chris Ward. In 3rd place, Mark Donner with Andrew Smith. In 4th place, father and son, Mike father, Matt son Wrigley. In 5th place, Ollie Bryant. In 6th place, Dave Coyne and Robert Farrell. In 7th place, William Paul. In 8th place, started by Andy Newell, number 52, and finishing the car Ria Sauter. In 9th place, another father and son pairing, number 144, George and Paul Potchgill. And in 10th place, who kept up from a 4-grid position, finishing in 10th place, 72, Jamie Boot. And the rest of the finishers then, in 11th place, number 77, the car driven by Guy Sisser and Will Arif. 12th after a couple of spins, number 55, the Martin Melling, Jason Minshaw car. In 13th place, number 3, Mark Russell and Tony Jardine. In 4th place, number 84, Reed Gom and Andrew Keith Lucas. In 15th place, another father and son pairing, Ben Adams and his father Peter. In 16th place, number 9, the Mark Gordon, Nick Finberg car. In 17th place, number 167, Andrew Moore. In 18th place, number 100, Louis Bracey. In 19th place, in the Jaguar Mark 1 Saloon, Benjit Desai. And in 20th place, number 184, Rick Wilmot. Fastest lap to Gary Pearson, 2 minutes 47.193 seconds.
That was a cracking race, Ian.
Very good start to the weekend, yes. I can never stop seeing enough E-types, so there's great cars.
You'll see some Alfa Romeos later, which will excite you
yes,
equally.
It's a delicious entry for these races. Just a shame that the GT40s have not come in large numbers, but everybody else has. So we should be having a chance to for Lewis Beals to speak to the winner, have a podium. Just the top 3 are there, aren't they? That's quite right. But it had to wait for the 3rd car because of the way in which the top 2 outpaced everybody else. Is that Ollie Bright who's coming and saying, "I've won my class, haven't I?" Which I think is right. Yes, he did win Class D.
That's for the earlier pre-63 cars, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think all but one of the cars actually took the checkered flag. All but the Wilmot 184. I can see
yes, it's in the
Gary Pearson and Chris Ward heading towards the podium. Yep, we're down in the pit lane. The winners should be with Lewis Beals.
Okay, thank you very, very much. And yep, here we go. 3, 2, 1. We're looking for our 3rd place driver at the moment. We're looking for Mark Donner. And here comes Mark. He's a bit slow, isn't he? Come along, Mark. Come on, Mark. He's supposed to be there. Look. Here we got. So at the moment we got George Bruce from our sponsors Ad Valorem, who's going to present the 3rd place prize to Mark Donner in car number 7. Congratulations, Mark. We'll have a chat with you later in a second. 2nd place, it's Paul Rains from Jaguar Classic, is going to present to Richard Kent and Chris Ward. Chris on the left and Richard on the right. And our race winner is going to have the trophy presented to him by Matt Bailey, again from Jaguar Classic. And many congratulations there to Gary Pearson. That's our 1, 2, 3. Thank you all. And if we'd like to, Mark, we'd like to just step over here. Yeah, it's a bit tricky. We need line of sight for the camera. Good race.
Fantastic race, thank you very much indeed, yes. Nice and slippy.
Yeah, I was going to say, what were conditions like?
Icy. It certainly felt like
got the sun out. Oh, that felt like it. It's so the Formula One tarmac is not conducive with water on it.
I don't know, I think it's better than I am, but it was a huge amount of fun out there, thank you very much indeed. And I'm delighted that the Pearson team got a third, well in fact a fourth, third, second and first, so congratulations to all of them.
Yeah, and you had to work your way through the field?
Honestly, I can't remember much about the race, so there were a couple of overtaking moves, but I just got into a zone and just kept driving.
Congratulations, and great to see you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, let's see if we can have a chat with our second and third placer. See if we can get Richard, come on, have a chat. Congratulations on second place. You were in the lead just before you came in, I believe. Your change with Chris.
Yes, I should have pitted a lap before, and then I could have been in the lead when I came in. But yeah, it was great fun. Really good race.
Well, yeah, come on, tell us a bit more about that. What conditions were? Well, I thought the conditions were tricky. What did you think?
Yeah, it was certainly greasy out there. Obviously, I didn't get a great start. Gary and then the silver car nipped past, and then it was just a great battle with the both of them during that first stint. But yeah, it was super slippery. Started to dry up a little bit, and then didn't seem to get any drier, even though the sun was coming out.
So why should you have pitted a lap before then?
Well, just as in I'd been given the inboard, but I made a mistake at the final corner and missed the pit lane. So.
Oh dear! Yeah. But if you hadn't admitted to it, no one would have known.
No, I know, true.
But yeah, it's great. It's a great car too, isn't it? With a lot of history.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's just great to be racing here in Cut 7 and being at the front as well. And great to be sharing with Chris, who always does a fantastic job and is more than a safe pair of hands.
Yeah, definitely. Did you set pool time, by the way?
Chris pipped me to that, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, great that he was able to do that and bring the car home in one piece.
Okay, thanks. Great. Chris, come along. There we go. Chris, congratulations, second place.
Thank you very much. It was a great race. Richard had a super start and was in and out of the lead with Gary, maintained good pace. And I jumped in, and the harder I tried, the slipperier it got. So it was a question of trying to ease off a little bit, but at the same time try and keep on Gary's toes. But he had that margin, and I just couldn't worry him. But it was a great race. Thank you to Richard for allowing me to drive with him, and great to be at Silverstone this late on in the year.
Yeah, I saw what you went purple there for a while you were trying to chase him, but just couldn't take enough time out of Gary.
No, not at all. I think if I'd have managed to, maybe, I don't know where we lost the time in the pits, whether it was a slow out lap for me or what, but I think if we'd have got closer to him, then we could have worried him a bit more. But because we were so far back, he just maintained that, and I tried harder and went slower, and it was just so greasy, and the conditions were changeable all the time, but really great to be out there.
Oh, Chris, great to see you. Thank you very much. Gary, so we talk to our winner of the Jaguar Classic Challenge. Gary, congratulations on victory.
Yeah, it's good. Nice skid around. It's a nice way to end October, isn't it? Nice way to end the year, really. It's fantastic.
Yeah, look, got the sun come out.
Yeah, good for the marshals as well, because the marshals at Silverstone are absolutely fantastic. You know, the flag marshalling was great during the race. You know, the back markers well behaved. They saw the flags well in time, so we could pick our way through without slowing us down. And yeah, miserable for them this morning, and they're all there waving away this afternoon. Yeah, it's great.
So what was the trick then, Gary, to your victory? A good start, and then just maintaining it. But Richard did sneak by for a bit.
Yeah, Richard was driving really well. We sort of went different ways gambled on setup. Richard went a bit softer. I stayed full dry. So I think that probably worked a bit to my advantage at the end. It never properly dried up, but it just got less wet, got incredibly greasy. So yeah, it was yin and yang, I think.
So 1-2 for yourself?
Yeah, and then Mark in another one of our cars was third. So yeah,
Hey, 1, 2, 3. I think he said you might have got fourth as well.
well, that'd be nice.
It's great to see you, and yeah, it's good. It's good that you know you've had a successful start to the weekend.
Yeah, good for Duncan for having the balls to hire the circuit for a whole weekend and put this on for us. It's great.
Yeah, got any more trips out the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, we got the Woodcut Stirling Moss straight after lunch. Got Lister Jaguar, so on the front row with Chris again. So hopefully that'll be another good battle. And then Capri tomorrow.
Oh yeah, gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, looking forward to that again with Chris in another Capri. So
I was having a look at it. I'd give it a little stroke. It's great, isn't it?
wonderful cars. No, we're looking forward to it.
Okay, thanks very much, Gary. Cheers. So there we go. That's the 1, 2, 3 in the Jaguar Classic Challenge, which rounds out this morning's action, shall I say, here at the Silverstone Grand Prix Circuit for motor racing's legends, and we have got the MRL RAC Woodcock trophies and still the Moss trophy starting at 5 minutes to 2.
So Jensen, we've done Q1, Q2 at Goodwood. You've done another race and a qualifying as well in the E-Type. But as for the Cobra, how are you getting on? Tell us about it.
So a lot of people said to me, be wary of the Cobra. It's a handful. It's unpredictable. And first,
I think I said grab it by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, you did. No, you said you'll love it. It's a lovely car to drive. But most people, pro racing drivers, say it's really tough. But absolutely loved it. Really loved it. I mean, it is crazy how much power it's got, and it just doesn't go into the corners exactly how you think it is, because it's on these skinny little tires that are made for a kart, I think. No, really good fun. There's not a lot of roll, which is good. I mean, it slides, but it's a drift rather than a roll, and I've always hated when a car rolls, and that's why I struggled with the E-Type in qualifying, because it was rolling. But this, it's just stable. You understand where the car's pretty much going to go. So really enjoyed it. Everything just works nicely. The gearbox is lovely. The pedal setup's really nice. It feels like a race car.
Good. And I have to say, we were all blown away in Q1 when we sent Alex out for 2 laps instead of reference laps. So on the V-Box you had a bit of data, and within 4, 5, 6 laps you were not only on the pace, but you'd gone past him. I mean, did you expect to go that quickly?
It's funny because as a racing driver, and obviously I've been in the top tier of motorsport for many years, you think everything else is easy, right? It's like you're racing in Formula 1, of course, everything else is easy, but it never is. And there are always experts in different categories. And cars are more difficult than you think to drive. And after driving the E-Type, I was like, this is going to be a really tough weekend. No, I knew that with this, I could build up to it and I could get quicker through the session. And I got to a point where I was like, well, I'm not actually getting much quicker. Let's cool down, let's take a breather, think about it a bit more, not overdrive it. And then I was doing 1 lap on, 1 lap off, and that's where I found the time. So, no, really happy with the time to be 3rd quickest.
So you're pumped for the race, starting from the front row of the grid. I mean, I couldn't have asked for anything better from you guys for our car. So I'm so pleased, so excited for tomorrow. But how about you? Are you excited?
Yeah, really
nervous?
excited. And Al did a tremendous job as well and kept us in 3rd place for the race. And starting on the outside, 2 Cobras on the right. Yeah, it's going to be great. And a lot of the drivers around me I know pretty well from racing. So yeah, TT's the big one this weekend. And starting on the front row, it's pretty awesome.
Good. And Goodwood itself, the atmosphere, the event, is it everything that you thought it would be? Is it more? Tell us what you think.
It's weird because it is like stepping back in time. And from the moment you enter the circuit, everything. I mean, there's the minute details are just fantastic here. So it's a lovely experience, it really is. And back to the days where we all used to dress up. I live in America and we wear t-shirts out to dinner. So I love dressing up. I'm a true British I don't know about gentlemen, but I tried
for this weekend only.
For this weekend. So no, it's a wonderful event and a pretty prestigious event when it comes to the racing. So.
Excellent. Well, look, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks for looking after the car so far.
Well, thank you for the car. It's a delight to drive.
Yeah, no, well, big shout out to the guys at Pursuit who've prepared it for us. And yeah, look, tomorrow, give it everything you've got. Look forward to a great result, and thanks very much.
Cheers. Thanks, man.
The three letters GT and O, Gran Turismo Omologato, adorn perhaps Ferrari's most famous and most coveted model, the 250 GTO. And this is the second generation, the 288, which was launched in 1984. At that point in time, most manufacturers were looking towards the Group B platform to showcase their most advanced vehicles of that period. And this was Ferrari's answer. 400 brake horsepower, 1100 kilos, twin turbos from a 3-litre V8, 0.8 bar of boost, creating a 0 to 60 time of 4.8 seconds and a top speed of 189 miles an hour, making it the fastest supercar of its day and perhaps the original supercar. In order to qualify for Group B regulations, Ferrari had to build at least 200 examples of the 288. In fact, official numbers show 272 were built. Our records show 285 plus. Such was the demand, it was extremely difficult to obtain one of these when they were new, and only the very VIP clients of Ferrari were capable of qualifying for one. However, for one particular family, left-hand drive, as they all were produced, red, and only having one, just didn't quite stack up, so they went an extra mile. From the very early days, it was the coach builder and not Ferrari themselves who you would turn to build something bespoke. And Pininfarina was one of those very avenues of design. From the 166 right up to most recently the famous Glickenhaus P45, a reclothed Enzo. According to noted historian Keith Blumel, this example is one of just 4 cars that was purchased by said family and sent to Pininfarina for a radical transformation. That transformation cost double the price of the car new at that point in time and involved totally rebuilding the car and reconfiguring it in right-hand drive. Each one of those 4 cars was painted a different colour. There was blue, grey, dark red, and this car finished in Nero. Owing to the humidity and the nature of the environment that the car has been living in for most of its life, it required a total restoration at only 1,800 kilometres from new in 2012. That was carried out by a Ferrari main dealer, and actually the technician that was responsible for that restoration is an employee of DK's at this moment in time. We've been lucky enough to handle a number of significant cars from that same collection over the years, and every single time we're always blown away by how forward-thinking their specification choice was at that point in time. And any of you who know who that family are will agree that they've had some of the best cars over the years, and of course, the largest collection in the world. Of the 5 F cars Ferrari have built to date, the 288, the F40, the F50, the Enzo and the LaFerrari, undoubtedly the 288 is the rarest and most sought after, but it also happens to be my favourite. It's the best A to B road car, it's got large profile tyres and can ride any bumps and undulations. The engine is basically the same as an F40 with a little bit less power, but narrower section tyres, making it much more exciting to drive, and the steering is the best of any Ferrari I've ever experienced. And this right-hand drive example is the only example to have escaped captivity. A real honour and privilege to have had a go at it today.
Christensen through. Tom's next target is going to be
Seeing as we find ourselves in almost the unique position of having not only a CLK GTR Coupe in our midst, but a CLK GTR Roadster, I thought I'd take this opportunity to explain some of the key differences, albeit subtle, between the two cars. So first of all, we've got the Coupe. The original production run of 25 was planned, but they struggled to sell all of them and only built 20 of them in the end, and 5 more plus 1 spare Roadster. So 26 cars in total, 20 coupes and 6 Roadsters. So on the Coupe here, the first and obvious difference between the two cars is this grille and the positioning of the badge. And this falls inside with where they were when they were building the Roadsters. It was slightly later on, it's towards the end of production, and it was as a result of where the road cars were going. They started to move the badges into the grille. So they reflected that in their race car for the road or their homologation special, and as you can see, this badge moved into the grille, and the grille's a slightly different design. But with that, the front is much more angular, and this grille is much smaller on the Coupe, and we've got these spot lamp driving lights which you don't see on the Roadster. And then finally, the biggest major difference is just these radiator exit slats on the side of the front bumper. On the Roadster it's totally open, and we've got this additional slat on the Coupe. The mirrors are slightly further forwards on the Coupe as compared to the Roadster, and I guess with the miles that people had done in the cars, people had said actually the mirrors would be better suited being further back. Then as we move to the back of the car, the next obvious change is of course no roof. And with the Roadster, that meant no windows. Now there weren't any opening windows on the Coupe, but for the Roadster they had these sculpted Perspex side screens, and that was it. So it's a no roof, complete Roadster, perhaps the fastest true Roadster ever built. And in order to take out the roof scoop and take off the roof, what they did was they had this curved top of windscreen and then these 2 roll hoops. So there's 2 big roll hoops bolted to the top of the carbon monocoque underneath these. It's designed so that it looks like the air comes in through behind the driver and the passenger's head, but that's not quite true. It actually comes in through the side here, And then when you look in the engine bay, that gives you a big difference, because the coupe has this huge carbon airbox that sits on top of the engine, and on the Roadster they've got two separate airboxes, one airbox for each bank of 6 on each side of the engine underneath this. So that gives you this really low and sleek look. The coupe has a cockpit and bubble behind it, with that coupe shape being dictated by the airbox that's underneath that, whereas the Roadster, the rear clam is really low. And then the last difference that's really noticeably, obviously different, is this rear wing, finished in raw carbon fibre and just 2 central mounts without the wraparound end plates following into the rear clamshell like the coupe. Then when we move around to the back, on the coupe we've got horizontal slats, whereas we've got mesh grille, again much more like the race cars, and the exhaust tips themselves are much bigger and more oval on the Roadster. Now this Roadster is in the middle of a big service, so if we come around this side you'll see that it's got its sills off, and this is when you see that it's a real race car. You've got this carbon fibre monocoque, big thick, 3 inches thick on the sidewalls, and now we've got this sill off. You can see all of the cooling pipes for the water and the oil running front to back, because the radiators are at the front of the car and obviously the engine's at the rear. We've got the water pump here for the cooling system, and then this here, this is our big, what some people would refer to as an air jack, but actually on this car it's hydraulically operated. And in the sill here you see the pump that operates that hydraulic system. That also powers the sequentially operated paddle shift gearbox. So all of that exposed here. Just behind here we've got this vertical dry sump oil tank, again made of carbon fibre, unlike aluminium that you might find on most race cars. And when I look through the front here, I can just see all of that suspension, all leading back to that central monocoque, which is a true race car. Absolutely same tub as a race car, just a slightly different, softer clothing setup for the road. So there we have it, the fundamental and major differences between the coupe and Roadster. And to answer your question that I'm sure you're all asking, which one would I have? I'd have to have both. (1964 and 1965 was a very trying couple of years for Enzo Ferrari and his relationship with the FIA. In 1964, they had already rejected the mid-engine 250LM for homologation purposes as a GT Ferrari. For the 65 season ahead, Enzo was fast running out of options, so he turned to his all-new 275 GTB. The 275 GTB was revolutionary. It had an all-new chassis, that the basis of which, the design, continued right through to the Daytona. It had a 3.3 litre V12, and it was the first Ferrari on the road to feature independent rear suspension. Added to this, it had a transaxle for the first time, which meant that it had the gearbox and the axle as one unit located at the rear of the car, which really helped it have near perfect weight distribution. The design of a 275 GTB was one of a classical Ferrari style. Soon after this model was released, the later models went in a slightly different direction, but it was a true soft design with covered headlights, sweeping curves, vents, and really was, for many people, the ultimate GT Ferrari of the 60s. While many road spec 275s were raced in period, such as 06653, the black short nose we sold in 2020, the factory also produced 3 categories of purpose-built competition 275s. Initially, 4 ultra-special Competizioni Speciales were built, but those 2 were swiftly rejected by the FIA, as they were viewed to be too far removed from the production car. Probably in hindsight, the right move, given the Écurie-Francorchamps example, finished 3rd overall at Le Mans that year, completing the podium lockout for the Prancing Horse in what would be their last overall win to date with the 250LM at Le Mans. Soon after the FIA's swift rejection of the Speciales, Enzo Ferrari authorised the production and manufacture of 10 very special cars, and this is just one of them. These have become commonly referred to these days as Series 1 GTBCs or 7000 series chassis number cars, but the official nomenclature at the time was Competizioni Clienti, and it was exactly that, a competition car for private clients of Ferrari. It was based on the short nose, but one really special feature that was unique to these 10 cars was the all aluminium bodywork. We know that later on long noses were available with aluminium coachwork, but it was only this 10 car series that featured that body. Externally, there are two big giveaways that this car is a GTBC Series 1 or a Competizioni Clienti car. One is the ducts or the vents in the rear wings that are very of the 250 GTO 64 series cars. And secondly is this outside fuel filler in the cell panel. Now this is a very important point because traditionally a 275 GTB would have the fuel tanks in the bottom of the boot at the back of the car. But these 10 cars had a one-off special fuel tank that was vertical behind the rear wheels and sat above the transaxle, which was key for weight distribution and an absolute hint towards its racing pedigree. This example is one of just 10 Series 1 alloy-bodied 275 GTBCs built. Originally supplied in Rosso Chiaro over Nero, we can see from the history file for the car that it was ordered new by Renzo Sinibaldi from the factory in May 1965. After testing was complete, the car was registered new in Rome and purchased by Sinibaldi's wife. The car made its competition debut in March the following year, and on its first outing finished 4th in class. For the next two events, it finished 1st in class on both occasions, and Sinibaldi finished 3rd in that year's Italian GT Championship. A fantastic number of photos offer a rare insight into the period competition of this car. The roads were lined with spectators, and this was clearly a well thought of GT Championship. For 1967, the car moved to its second keeper, who campaigned it extensively, as Sinibaldi had replaced his Series 1 car with a later Series 2 car. Evidently handy behind the wheel, the second owner rarely finished in anything other than 1st in class, with just a couple of lower positions, although still always very much on the podium. In 1968, the car retired from racing and was sold to the USA. Since then, it's seen contemporary race history in the early 2000s, being at the Le Mans Classic, Goodwood, and other events such as that. But today sits in largely as it would have left the factory trim, once again. When spending so much time with all these different cars that we have through our doors at DK, I'm often asked the question, if you could only have one, what would it be? And usually I struggle to answer that and answer, well, there's just too many to list and it depends what I'm doing and where I'm going. But if I had to answer that question, I think that one of these could be the answer. It's a true competition car, 1965 build dates are highly eligible, 5-speed gearbox, independent suspension all round, aluminium body, one of only 10 built, race history and period. This could probably be it. Some of you may remember the car, some of you may not recognise it because it's gone under a huge amount of change over the last 12 months. But this is the one and same white 275 GTB short nose that had received a number of modifications during its life to upgrade it and change it from its factory specification. But here we are. After 12 months of hard graft, the car has been returned to absolutely its factory specification. So we have removed the vents from the rear wheel arches, we've removed the spotlights, we've removed the power bulge from the front and from the bonnet, and we've put it back to exactly as it would have been the day it left the factory. We used a very original car to take templates from and to cross-check against, as so many short noses we see that have had a long nose put on them at some point, are returned to short nose specification and quite often don't look quite right. We are absolutely confident that this car will look absolutely 100% correct when it's finished, because we've used one of the best and most original short nose 275s out there as a comparison. Secondly, the original colour, Blu Scuro Metallizzato, an incredibly rare colour as it turns out, very difficult to find existing cars painted in this colour scheme, and very difficult to formulate, but with a lot of help from Ferrari Classiche, from our other contacts in the industry, we've been able to narrow it down and formulate the right colour, and we're absolutely confident this is correct. So Blu Scuro, which is a flat dark blue, is really easy to pull together. That's a formula that's regularly used and cars are painted in regularly. But in order to give it the metallic tint, it gave us a very difficult situation, because naturally you're adding silver and it lightens the color up very quickly. So with all the metallic that you have to add black as well. So it took hundreds, literally hundreds of different samples to get it absolutely right, because we were able to find one original swatch to compare to get it correct. We just didn't have the formula, but now it's done, and I'm sure you'll agree it's got this great presence of a very deep, dark blue, as blue scuro should be, but when it gets in the bright sunlight, it's got this very subtle metallic color, and coupled with its gray interior, which it's going to have, it's going to look super modern, super fresh, but again, it will be absolutely as it was when it left the factory. Now, whilst the car's been away, the guys have been meticulously working on all the parts and the individual components, the brakes, the suspension, the engine's been totally rebuilt, the gearbox has been rebuilt, all the individual components have been stripped and rebuilt. So now it's simply a reassembly process for us before we get the car ready for trim and it goes off to trim. Now at this stage, I just thought it'd be quite interesting to look at this short nose and to show you some of the key differences that you find between this and the very ultimate 4-cam series, because there were changes. So the obvious one is, of course, this short nose. This was changed to a long nose later on. I don't think I need to explain too much with regards to that. But the short nose also has this bonnet here with this wider bulge. When you go to the long nose 2-cam, it's just a flat bonnet. And then for the 4-cam, they have a narrow power bulge, which you see in the center, which is very distinctive. One of the biggest differences between these very early short noses and the very late 4-cams are the floors and bulkhead. On later cars, and for 330s and 365s thereafter, they have fiberglass floors and fiberglass bulkheads. But on these cars, they're steel, which at restoration presents an added complication, because they're not only steel, but they're sandwich panel with insulation between, which means if any moisture has got in there, in the middle, then you've got corrosion from the inside out. So that presents us with the problem that almost always on a short nose, we need to remove the floors completely and replace them with new panels because they're corroded from the inside out. The bulkhead's always in good condition. But that's one major thing, which to me, it sort of says that actually this car has probably got a bit more rigidity and stiffness to a later car. But for ease of manufacture, you can see that Ferrari were getting cleverer and wiser, and a fiberglass system was a lot easier to install at that time. Just whilst we're in the interior here, you can see that we've reinstalled the completely overhauled and restored and labelled up wiring loom, ready for it to be connected up to the dash and for everything at the terminating ends to be reconnected to the various components around the car that you may see. And in the centre here, we've got this wonderful open gear lever. Now, the 275 has a transaxle, so the gearbox and axle is one unit at the back. 5-speed, of course, which sets this car apart from the earlier 250 series. And so you just have this lovely cast remote tower here with the open gear shift gate with your reverse gear and 5 forward gears, and then this linkage through the back to the transaxle to change gear. Okay, moving to the back, the final major difference on a short nose, or the final two differences rather, the rear screen, much smaller, a much more beautiful design in my opinion. The later cars, the screen goes all the way to the top of the roof rail above the doors. It's a much bigger screen for better visibility, but I love this smaller window. It gives it more of a pure design, and often people look at a short nose 275 and do say, well, it's the pure original design, it's the way they were supposed to be. Of course, it was upgraded so that you could have more visibility out of the rear view mirror through the rear window if the screen was bigger. Of course, the nose was upgraded for high-speed stability, but I prefer these earlier cars personally. And then the final thing, which is very much reminiscent of the earlier competition cars, is this wonderful aluminium riveted fuel tank that sits in the center here. Now, this is only on the short noses. Soon after this, they went to 2, again, fiberglass saddle tanks that sat either side of this area, and the spare wheel went under the floor here. So, yes, the later design was better for space, but isn't this pretty? This polished aluminium riveted fuel tank. I love it. So that
Welcome back then. We will resume racing then with a slightly earlier start than anticipated because things were going so smoothly this morning. Let's make up for the time before any is lost. It's the RAC Woodcote and Stirling Moss Trophy races, 2 combined together. And if you have one of the digital programs, the page you ought to be looking at is page 4. And what we'll do, we'll quickly run through the start drivers so you know who's going to be in the cars. We've got the list. Marcus has done some beavering and he's come up with them. So going in the order that they appear in the programme, which isn't necessarily numerical order, the cars coming out onto the track now. Car 57 is Ben Adams going first. Car 99 is Richard McAlpine. Car 45, Mark Cole on his own. Not with Stuart Clark. Missing the ones who are soloists anyway. 21, Richard Bradley goes first, which will be worth watching. 26, Bernardo Hartogs goes first. Number 2 is Richard Hudson first. 41, Mark Donner is on his own, although he shared with Andrew Smith in the race we've just seen. It's going to be Mark on his own this time. 77 is Tarek Mahmood. 82 is Rob Smith. 116 is withdrawn. 39, Robbie Bernberg goes first. 81, John Clark goes first. 3, we understand, will be driven by Josh Ward, not Thomas Ward. 16, John Ure goes first. Number 10 is running actually as number 101, Christian Festorf. 53, Hannah Reid goes first. 20, Jonathan Abacassis is a non-starter. 76, Nicholas Harris. Nick Harris goes first. Number 100, Mike Thorne goes first. 450, Paul Mortimer goes first. 24 is not Josh Ward on his own, it's Steve Ward first and then Josh. 68, Mark Gordon. 84, Joe Wilmot. 111 is Nick Crudson. 5:45 is not the time it is, it's Gregor Fiskin. I'll explain about the numbering of that car. I did this morning, we can talk about it later on. Number 4, Chris Ball goes first. Number 9, Ben Eastick starts. Number 11, Mike Grant Peterkin goes first. And number 144, George Potchkill. Now this is going to be a rolling start for this race, so the cars won't stop on the grid. They'll be led round on this lap as they are being now. The pace car will peel off into the pit lane as it approaches Club Corner, and then the race will get underway. So the grid positions on the front row, we've got on pole position the number 82 car, Rob Smith at the wheel. Chris Ward would have put it there in qualifying this morning, and with him on the front row, the winner of the earlier race, Gary Pearson. So we've got Ward and Pearson, Marcus on the front row again.
Absolutely, and this morning I was standing down on the balcony of the wing as Chris Ward was thundering past in the in his Lister, or in Steve Osborne's Lister as it is, and it was fantastic with the noise of that straight 6 Jaguar engine reverberating off the wing building, and conditions were really treacherous, but it was fantastic to see, and a great time. He rung out of the car 2:46 in the circumstances, just to pip Gary Pearson by half a second. You saw how close they were in the Jaguar race earlier on, and the latter stages of this one. Hopefully there's more of the same to come.
But Richard Bradley in the Lotus 15 on the second row is going to be worth watching, isn't it? Because Richard is a quick modern driver. He was on the podium last weekend in Portimao in the last round of the European Le Mans Series. He's a very quick young driver.
Yes, and he was quickest a lot of the session. This is the car, it's ex-Graham Hill David Piper car. With long history, and it's owned by Michael Birch, and he's a real factor in this race at the start.
So he's on the second row, and with him alongside him is number 45, which is this lovely little Lotus 11 and Mark Cole.
Oh yes, the dinky toy, or corgi toy, yeah. And it looks just like the model of the period. That's how they liveried it. And Mark Cole, ex-Porsche champion, and very rapid driver in this car, which doesn't belong to him, it belongs to its preparer. And they have a lot of fun with it.
And the next row is quickly as the race is about to get underway. We've got number 11, which is Mike Grant Peterkin going first in the Cooper Jaguar, the T38 Cooper.
Yes, the Equipe Endeavour car.
And alongside him is 545. It's not Jaguar HWM, it's an HWM Jaguar. Gregor Fiskin goes first. Martin Stretton will take it over. That's the car that was driven by John Heath, in which he sadly lost his life in the Mille Miglia back in 1956. So the race is about to get underway. What a great sight this makes, Marcus. The two listed Jaguars running side by side. followed by the two little Lotus cars, the 15 and the 11, as they power their way, these great 50s sports cars. This race is essentially the Woodcote Trophy for cars built before 1956.
Yeah, that's right, and the pre-61 Stirling Moss cars, and it's a really topsy-turvy grid because qualifying was so treacherous. Coming up towards Abbey, and it's, look at that, the two listers, and it's Rob Smith just clinging to the inside line, going through there, around the outside. See the 545 going really well in the battle already. I think that's with the Cooper Jaguar alongside, but it's Gary Pearson who leads from Rob Smith, and down the inside out, locked up, and going straight off wide off the track.
Hello.
All over the grass is Richard Bradley.
Anyway, he recovered that moment quite well. But this is not just a spectacle, it's a sound as well. It really does sound gorgeous, these cars. Lots of the D-type. It's a spin by, that's Ben Easting, isn't it? I think I'm right in saying who's had the spin, or am I blaming the wrong D-type driver?
144 it is.
144, sorry, so it's not Ben Easting.
It's, is it the Pochol car?
George Pochol. So spinning is the family D-type. The cars all now making their way through up out of Brooklands through Luffield, and there's the HWM Jaguar, number 545, number it had when it ran in the Mille Miglia, because that was the time of the day when it started in the race. Here we go then, down past the Heritage pits, with just in front number 82, with Rob Smith at the wheel.
Yeah, it's amazing. This was super, isn't it? Smith and Pearson in those very similar looking Lister Nobblies, and then Richard Bradley tweaking the Lotus into the complex, and he tries to go around the outside of Pearson. Can he squeeze onto the apex of the next element? He does, and he's through the middle of this, fighting. You can see all that green tank tape all down the side of the carts where Gareth Burnett was attacked at Estoril recently.
Oh, okay, right. Well, the Jaguar power, of course, enables the Lister to get back ahead of the little Lotus as they come down Hanger Straight into Stowe Corner. So Rob Smith's leading, Gary Pearson second, biding his time, no doubt, and then the tank-taped Lotus 15 in third place. In what is a pretty close representation of Team Lotus Green of the period, I think. Anyway, through the left-handed part of Club into the right-handed part, coming up to the end of the first lap. It's the two Listers and the Lotus together. You wouldn't expect the little Lotus 11 to stay the pace.
Well, it's
so
not
on the drying track.
So it's
got Lotus 15. Sorry, I was talking about the other Lotus 11.
Yeah, this one's
this one
right
is a 15. Yeah, is absolutely up there with it. So the first three bunched together. In fourth place, we have Mike Grant Peterkin in the Cooper Jaguar.
Yeah, it's always a competitive car, this, the T38 Cooper Jag, owned by Fred Wakeman. 41, and there's a Lister Costin and a Lister Nobbley and Mark Cole hanging in there in Lotus 11.
So it's the trick for Richard Bradley, and obviously he knows this, is to make sure he leads across the line, but he won't be in the car at the finish, because of course they'll make the pit stop. The pit stop rule is the same as it was for the earlier race. In fact, it's the window is between 20 and 40 minutes with a minimum period stationary of 60 seconds. So it's the same as in the Jaguar race earlier. So it's Lister, Lotus, Lister at the moment as they go through Brooklands and up to Luffield. It's still just number 82, the Rob Smith car, just ahead of Richard Bradley. There, back to the shot of the pack, being sort of ushered along by the big Curtis 500S Corvette engine car just behind. Back with a similar sort of battle we've got here. We've got the Lister, and it's a Lola, not the Lotus, but the little Lola Mark 1 giving the Lister a hard time.
The Ben Adams car, isn't it? The car that won the very last race at Goodwood in 1966.
Oh, Dickie Metcalf.
Yeah, Dickie Lestrange Metcalf.
Yeah. So there's the Cooper Jaguar. And
here comes Bradley. He's got the lead. He's got the lead in the Lotus, coming down into Beckett's through Maggott's corner. He made a real run for it, dived out, and he's going to get eaten in the straight line.
I was just going to say that,
straight, isn't he?
He'll get on the Hanger Straight, and he's going to lose the lead again by the time he gets to Stowe. But he'll do what he can to open up the gap through Beckett's. Chapel Curve then, and onto Hanger Straight, and it's the Lotus leading the two Listers then. Very reminiscent of what it was like, because I was there in the 1950s watching this sort of racing.
And here comes Gary Pearson up the inside.
but not quite making it or not forcing the issue. So for the moment, tucking in behind Rob Smith.
His listers used to have a smaller frontal area, doesn't it, than the one in front of it?
Yeah, maybe it has slightly, yes.
It's got slightly lower rear wings, doesn't it? That's what does it. And anyway, Richard Bradley then tweaks the Lotus through Club Corner. This is absolutely super to see. Climax 4-cylinder engine. Look at this great battle with the Mike Thorne Healy. Another Healy in behind him. I think that's... pick up the number on it.
And there's the number 2, the white Lister with Richard Hudson at the wheel.
Yeah, 98, that is the Heelys. That's Nick Matthews in behind. And we've got, yes, Lister's D-type Jag in there as well. But the Heelys really having a good tussle. The closed car of Mike Thorne, the Bristolian, and behind him, the red car of Nick Matthews, the open car coming through.
There's a nice collection of Austin Healey 100s in this race. The Mike Thorne car 100M, which was the slightly modified for racing purposes Healey 100 of the day, and it's just ahead in that little battle at the moment. The number 9 D-type Jaguar, Ben Eastick, not the one that spun, he didn't, but the D-type holding off the number 26 Lotus 15 of Bernardo Hartogs. The Lotus 15s, very competitive cars, both in period against the Listers. The Aston Martin, we don't have an Aston Martin in this race, all too valuable, I think, probably, to go racing these days.
Yeah, sometimes we see DB3s running. We've seen them recently a couple of times.
That's the most, yes. So the Heelys running side by side into Brooklands, and not quite. Mike Thorne, I think, there's just about to hold on in front. But absolutely up there with him is the number 98 car, Nick Matthews, the red car. All right, back with the leaders, Marcus.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? These 3.8 litre Jaguar powered Listers charging through. And the Heelys still at it. There's 3 Heelys together here, and all that power behind them, but they're holding sway at the moment. And down into Stowe Corner, Gary Pearson manages to sneak through, goes round the outside of Rob Smith.
Yeah.
Rob Smith trying to come back underneath him, though, coming out of the corner. Here's the Thorne and Matthews tussle in the Healey 100s, that lovely shell-shaped radiator grille.
Yes.
Very, very pretty.
D-types running together just a little bit back from those two. We saw them coming into, there's the Heelys, and then pause, and we'll get the D-types.
And that's 26. That's having a big
That's
moment.
Hartogs,
Bernardo
Hartogs, yes.
Brazilian driver based in the UK.
But it was the D-types. Here we are, got the D-types now running together. Great sight they make, don't they? And you can see where the E-type came from. So Hartogs gets going again. And we've got a Lister, a D-type, and I think we've got another Lister behind that D-type. So the Heelys now side by Mike Thorne, just about hanging on the head of Nick Matthews there as they turn into Club Corner. They are running second and third respectively in the Woodcote Trophy Class 3A, which is headed by the number 76 car, which is started by Nick Harris.
Yeah, Harris, who's just ahead of those other 2 Heelys we saw. Down into Brooklands, Ben Adams in the Lola Mark 1. Car that's been rebuilt by Nick Finberg's team, Classic Auto, since had a big shunt at the Donington race at the start of the season. Banana the chassis.
Very pretty car. It's sensible, but it doesn't help the car's lines to have that great big rollover hoop behind the driver. Because the Lola Mark 1, a very pretty car.
And they made about 30 of them, didn't they? Really successful little cars. Beautiful handling.
Yeah.
That really established the Lola Mark.
There's the number 41. Lister Costin of Mark Donner. Back with the Heelys. having a great scrap, even if the class leader is a few seconds up the road.
Yeah, they're having a whale of a time, aren't they?
Fastest lap incidentally last time around set by Richard Bradley, 2 minutes 33.470. As he builds on his lead now. Last time around he was leading by 1.7 seconds, which is not a lot, but it's
12.5 seconds quicker than the pole time this morning in damp conditions.
Yeah, conditions vastly better now.
The thundering Curtis coming along. Curtis Chevrolet, made by Frank Curtis in the States.
A big silver shark about to gobble up the cars ahead of it.
He's just got all those teeth in the front. Oh,
yeah,
and
that's right.
In has come Gary Pearson.
Yeah.
And that's before the pit window.
Yeah, well before the window. It's a problem with the car.
And he's
step forward, Lewis. Find out or solve the problem. Well, Gary Pearson has climbed out. His pit crew are grovelling around underneath the back end of the car, but Gary's taking his gloves and now his helmet off, and our man Beals is down there to ask the questions.
Is that Lex Beals?
Meanwhile, up in the lead, Richard Bradley. Shame about the damage. It's good that it's being repaired. The car's out there, but it's a great little car, this Lotus 15. Ran with 1500cc 2-litre and 2.5-litre engines. Graham Hill used to race one for Team Lotus, the factory team. So on his own now in second place is Rob Smith.
The lead car actually is a Graham Hill car. It was the Graham Hill Works car for a season.
Yes.
And then David Piper had it.
Dorchester Service Station.
Indeed.
Robert Bodle. There's Sam Tordoff.
Tordoff, isn't it?
Yeah, just behind in the Porsche.
With that little green bib around the front.
With a JCT registration number, I see.
It's like a frog, isn't it? With that green front and the big eyes. And Gary Pearson had a win this morning, but out of luck this time round.
Yeah. There's the Mercedes, the car of Christian Festorff, number 101. Actually running. Oh, I see. It's now called number 10, so it's gone back to being number 10 as per program on the timing screen, and is running in 16th. No, sorry, not 16th. In 21st place. What about the Hartogs 15, Marcus? What's the history of that one?
I'm not actually sure. It's a car that he's had for a year or so. We've got a belching of flame out of the Mercedes, just distracting our attention there. But he's been running in a Grand Prix Lotus, he's sports car Lotus, a GT40, Alpha GTA as well. He's got plenty of cars.
Got a few cars, yes.
And a delightful guy.
So Richard Hudson then in the white Lister Jaguar there.
And
sorry, it's the Chevrolet, isn't it?
It's the Chevy, yeah. 144, which is the Pochol number, D-type, charging past one of the Listers.
So the D-type, very wide through club, but that's okay. And we are just about a quarter of the way through the race. There's the Cooper Bristol, the ex-Tony Crook car, is always driven. It's John Yore at the wheel of the car at the moment. The Cooper Bristol.
Yeah, it's owned by Peter Mann. It's a Type 24-25, so it's like the 2-litre Grand Prix cars that raced in 1952 and 53, isn't it? But with a slightly offset driving position and those cycle wings. Tony Crook, who ran Bristol.
Great character.
Oh, and 545 is out of the race for looks of things as well. And that's the HWM Jaguar of Gregor Fiskin, unfortunately. Martin Stretton was due to drive later. Had brake issues in qualifying this morning.
Back with the Healy, but we've got the Cooper Bristol just ahead of it. John Ure just ahead of the Austin Healy. Had a very big accident at Monaco Historics with that car, not his fault, a few years ago, and it's been restored to a better condition. It's more pristine than perhaps it was when Tony Crook raced it. It was very much a working and very successful car. .117, that's Ian Dalgleish with the Lotus 17, the successor to the 11 really, but it wasn't as successful. It had to compete against the Lola Mark 1s. The late Keith Green was probably the most successful driver of Lotus 17.
With the Gilby engineering car.
Yeah, but it wasn't a match for the Lolas really. But
had bizarre suspension, had the Chapman Strutt suspension, just didn't really work on that car, so they put them back to kind of Lotus 11 style front suspension on some of them.
But that was out of period. Anyway, the battle continues between Thorne and Matthews. Mike Thorne still ahead of Nick Matthews, but oops, a slight wobble on the curb there by Matthews in the open car. Now they're going to be side by side as they come through Chapel Curve onto Hanger Straight. Who's going to get into Stowe first?
You should test your powers of aerodynamics, shouldn't it? And Matthews comes down. He's got it. He's moved ahead in the open car with its indicator blinking.
Right, well, I think that's the first time we've seen him ahead, properly ahead. Can he hang on to that? Ready to hand over to his wife, Sarah. Yes, he's actually pulling away from Mike Thorne a little bit now. So just to run down the order, in the lead is the number 21 Lotus 15 Richard Bradley. Second is 82 Rob Smith in the Lister. Third is Mark Cole in the little Lotus 11, which we have the corgi toy that we haven't seen that much of. Some of you will remember having a corgi toy Lotus 11 probably. Marcus probably had one.
I used to.
Yeah.
not in pristine condition.
No, I would imagine not.
It was well raced.
Exactly, yeah. So in fourth place is Mike Grant Peterkin in the number 11, the Cooper Jaguar T38. In fifth place is 57, which is the Ben Adams at the moment, Lola Mark 1. In sixth place, Peter Ratcliffe, the number 170 Lister Jaguar. In seventh place, number 41 is the Costa Lister of Mark Donner, Jaguar engine 1. And in eighth place is 99, the Curtis Chevrolet, Richard McAlpine at the moment. And 10th is number 144, the D-type that spoke earlier on at the hands of George Pochkiol.
The new fastest lap. That's the Turner Arden, isn't it? Which is and that's a 450 going round.
Paul Mortimer.
Yeah, Paul Mortimer, touch from I suspect from the Turner Arden there.
Is that unique, the Turner Arden? It probably is, isn't it?
You would think so. It raced at Goodwood, I think, once in period, and it was back at Thruxton this year. It didn't last very long.
Right. But it's great to see these cars coming out of the woodwork. So number 99 then, Richard McAlpine, the Curtis. There's another of the Lister Jaguars, number 170. One of the Nobblies. This is Peter Ratcliffe's car. Last time around, Richard Bradley set the new fastest lap at 2:31.306. So that's 15 seconds quicker.
And that was while lapping the Healey's.
Let's go to Lewis. Lewis has somebody with him.
Well, here we are down in the pits with Gregor Fiskin. Gregor, sadly you had to bring the 545 Jaguar HWM in. What was the problem?
A really strange thing. On the steering wheel, the left spoke actually sheared. I mean, when you're driving these cars, you're giving them a lot of steering input, and I just noticed the steering went a bit wobbly in my hand, and it's got a 3-spoke steering wheel, and one of the third spokes is broken, so it just wasn't safe to carry on, unfortunately.
Well, obviously it's not safe, and a real shame to see, because the car is such a very well prepared and presented. It's a beautiful car.
Well, thank you. I mean, 545 is its milli start number from 1956, and I'm just thinking Mike Hawthorne used to like a 4-spoke steering wheel, so it's a shame Mike Hawthorne hadn't driven it in period, because we would have been carrying on today.
Yeah, if I may, we'll just have a little look. There we go. There we go. We can see the offending iron. Anyway, sad to say, but at least you're okay and the car's okay.
Yeah, okay. We'll live to fight another day, and it's a great race and wonderful to be at Silverstone.
Thank you very much, Gregor. Thank you. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. Yes, just wondering whether he would want to fit a 4-spoke steering wheel to. Is that the original wheel? I don't suppose so.
Want to make a new one in unobtainium. That sorts it out.
That's right. Yeah. Right, there's the Lola on the screen. So coming down.
Yeah, it's a fabulous little car, and so it's been beautifully put together since its shunt at Donington earlier in the year, and it's going really nicely into the pits, and Nick Finberg, who's prepared it, will take it over.
Are we in the window?
Yes, we should be.
Yes, we are just.
38 minutes to go,
yeah. Meanwhile, Richard Bradley is just going quicker and quicker and quicker. Built up a lead of 8 seconds now, 8.16 seconds. His last lap was a 2:30.247. On the basis that Michael Birch won't be as quick as Richard. That car is by no means a certain winner yet. The white Lister, the Lister Chevrolet. There. Which is running in 21st place, pursued by the Gullwing Mercedes.
Yeah, that's first off, isn't it? That superb Carrera Panamericana livery.
Is it a genuine Carrera Panamericana car?
I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if it hasn't done some of the reruns of it recently.
Well, yeah, it has to be a rerun car, because there wasn't one in 1955. The last Carrera Panamericana proper was 1954. So it's too new to have been actually in the original race.
Flamethrowers working overtime coming out of the sills. Chased by Robbie Bernberg in the little camtail Cooper, the Cooper Type 39. Oh, and the 98, Healy's been thrown inside the Jaguar. The Jaguar D-Type's got more torque and is able to snort back ahead.
That's Nick Matthews, who was playing with Mike Thorne earlier on. He vanquished him, now he's going to conquer a D-Type.
And that's the Benny Stick Carl Jones car.
Yeah, Benny Stick in it at the moment.
That is Gordy Much getting into the little Cooper.
Yes, Gordy Much, for those who perhaps don't follow more modern racing, has been a bit of a star in the Ginetta GT5 series over the last few years. Regular winner in that. Comes from Dunblane in Scotland. John Clark is the almost sugar daddy for a lot of Scottish racing drivers. He helps them out in their early days.
Yep, mentor and guide. John Clark, the Scottish motor baron. Been racing for a very long time, hasn't he? And all kinds of things up to the British Touring Car Championship.
That's right, for BMW, in the BMW.
The Jaguar XK in the background was exploring the wet part of the track.
That's right. Look after its tyres. That's the Mark Gordon Reed Gom car, I think it must be. Back with the Curtis, number 99, which is in 7th place. Richard McAlpine at the wheel of it. One of the cars in which you really can see the driver at work.
I remember, you know, when Don Shedd, one of our greatest powerboat builders and drivers, had that car, and he bought a period Chevrolet road car in the States to get the right age of engine to go in it. He put the engine in, and its run-in was from Andover to Exeter and back twice in a day down the A303, which is marvellous.
Excellent. Well, we've got 2 Lister Jaguars ahead of the Curtis at the moment. One of each type. A Knobley ahead of a Costin bodied car. Costin because the body was designed by Frank Costin. Knobley was a retro label given to the Knobley cars because they look Knobley by comparison with the Costin. And there was no Mr. Knobley who designed it.
And Sterling Moss had that wonderful term for it, described it as pugnacious.
Yes, good word.
Pugnacious, old boy.
Right, we're not quite at half time yet. Richard Bradley, I suspect, running to the end of the window.
This is this great battle between 170, which is Ratters, the ex-Caterham racer, Peter Ratcliffe, and Mark Donnell in that smoother, longer-tailed, longer-nosed Costin car. So that the sleeker car should be quicker in a straight line with the same power. There's half a gull wing.
Yes, there you are. That's why it's called the gull wing.
So it wasn't Tesla's idea after all.
Absolutely not, no. Right, these 2 Listers still at it. Hammer and tongs, with the Curtis just behind, coming to the end of the 10th lap. Peter Ratcliffe in 5th place, Mark Donner 6th, and Richard McAlpine in the Curtis in 7th place.
Got a look at the Aston Martin there, the DB2, which is Hannah Reid in her father's car. 007 MH, which was the works number plate.
The trade plate.
Yes, on several of the cars, wasn't it? That car was owned by the Kramer family for quite a while. Poor old Gabriel Kramer passed away recently, and a lovely character who raced in his youth in Africa, and then came back many decades
raced to Morgan,
later.
didn't he?
Morgan and Elva. Did Formula Ford race at Dijon, I recall as well. Lovely guy, much missed.
Right, so there we have Ben Eastick, and up behind him is the race leader coming up to lap him in the Lotus 15. The D-Type, very much a car designed to succeed at Le Mans in particular. Well, they didn't do badly at Silverstone, but Le Mans was its happiest hunting ground. But the Lotus 15, very much a car that's suited to the shorter British circuit. It's a spin. We saw lots of it going in the right direction. Now we've got Richard Hudson spinning the Lister Chevrolet.
It looks like the old Mark Lewis Lister Chevrolet.
What, number 2?
Yeah, the white car that was based locally to here for a while. Oh, and
where's the
Curtis has
exit
gone really
stage
wide.
right? Yeah, oh, there it is. Just come back. Yeah.
Need a lot of road in Curtis by the looks of things.
And 41, the Costin body car, Mark Donner. And the order doesn't really change, which isn't to say that the drivers in the second and third place of the group aren't trying hard to find a way through. Right, we've got 26 Lotus 15 in the pit lane. That's the one that spun earlier on. Bernardo Hartogs to hand over to Chris Helliwell.
Clark Kent, as he's known.
Because he's Superman.
Just reminds us of Clark Kent. He's raced quite a bit. He has a little Formula 2 Cooper, which he races, 1 litre Formula 2 Cooper. Races with the HGPCA. And there's Chris Ward now in the 82 car, which has come in at 11 laps. So Richard Bradley continues in that X-Works Lotus 15. And Michael Birch, Barry to his friends, is waiting in the wings to climb in.
Well, look, I know it's slightly artificial. The lead that Richard Bradley had when Chris Ward came into or Rob Smith came into the pits was 17.9 seconds, but that's probably a little artificial. It was certainly heading towards 10 seconds.
And there's the Curtis. Chris Keane getting strapped aboard, based in Hampshire. What a tool that is.
I know.
Sort of really kind of.
Who brought it to the UK in the first place? Do you know?
I think it may have come in with
Don Shed.
But with Don Shed, yeah.
Richard Bradley carries on, but he can by no means be assured of victory. Car number 4, one of the D-types, that's the Chris Ball, Nick Ball car. Has that been in yet? No, so it'll be Chris Ball at the moment. Very much the 1954 look about that car, no rear fin.
Yeah, and the short nose.
Yeah, short nose.
Sort of 3.4 era. I actually really like a short nose D-type. I think they look prettier than the long
Do you?
ones. All subjective.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we've got a Lotus 1-2 at the moment. Actually, we've got the Corgi toy in second place. And we can go to Lewis because he's in the pits to talk to somebody for us. Lewis.
So we're back on the circuit. Lewis Beals was with Rob Smith, who'd driven that opening stint in the Malden Salt Lister Jag. And meanwhile, 2 more listers here. 170, Peter Ratcliffe, still under pressure from 41, Mark Donner. They've been fighting for a few laps now. Shows no sign of abating this battle.
So great camera shots here we're getting, aren't we? Here's Sam Tordott coming down into Brooklands, running in 17th place.
Yeah, up into 3rd place has come Mike.
Sorry, Rob. Bit of a technical issue there. Hang on. Sorry.
So Lewis, you're with Rob Smith in the pit lane.
Place car. What are the conditions like out there?
Looks bone dry, looks absolutely beautiful out there, but it's greasy at 4 or 5 places on the circuit. And I think the start of the race that allowed the Lotus just to get a bit of a gap, but the more it dries, the quicker we go. And we're slowly reeling him in. Chris Ward's in the car now, and I think by the end we're going to be absolutely right on them, and I think this race is for the taking.
Yeah, so you decided about half distance to swap drivers. Was that a preordained decision?
I think it was just how quick or fast or slow I was, and either get me in or get me out. But no, I think everyone waits for a safety car. Everyone tries to leave it as late as they can. But we normally split the driving 50-50, and the real professional, Chris Ward's in now. So let's see how he does to the end.
Yeah, because the Lotus obviously started their professional driver first, so
yep.
You're on for this, aren't you?
I think we are on for this, and the 3 of us went into turn 1 absolutely side by side, and I took the lead for a lap, and just can't wait to see what happens.
Okay, Rob, good to see you, and we may see you on the podium later.
Hope so.
Thanks very much. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. Yeah, there's a good chance of that happening. That I would have thought the odds are probably not knowing exactly how much difference in performance will be, but there's no doubt that Richard Bradley is the quickest, probably the quickest driver, one of the quickest drivers in the race.
And now 2nd and 3rd have both come in. Mark Cole in the number 45, the Corgi Toy Lotus and 11. And Carl Jones has got a problem in the number 9 D-type. It's not picking up on the hang of straight.
He's coasting down towards Stoke Corner, hoping he can limp the car to a safe place, but it is having problems. Is that smoke coming out the back?
It doesn't appear to be.
Exhaust type smoke, but it can't be spray at that speed.
But he's got it. He's nursed it to Stowe.
He wants to save himself a walk.
Yeah, he's pulling off. Nice and neatly.
Yeah.
The Welshman Carl Jones, former champion of brands
in Formula Ford.
In Formula Ford.
Yes. That's a very much raced car, and it rarely has problems. Ben Easting has had this car for a long, long time, built from original parts, but not in period.
Yeah.
But it is a fully legal car. It doesn't pretend to be something that was built in 1955. There's a view of car 100, which has probably been in now, hasn't it?
Here's Richard Bradley then.
Yes.
In the pits. He's just completed 14th lap.
He's not getting out.
No, he's not getting out.
So he's going to stay in the car. They've got a chance of winning the race, so they're going to leave Richard in it by the looks of things.
That's interesting. So Michael Birch. You're not going to see Rubens Barrichello look-alike Michael Birch.
Yes, he is a bit, isn't he? Yeah.
Well, he's got a Barrichello helmet. And here we go. The Lotus, that's the 117, which is the Canadian.
17, yeah.
In 117, yeah. Ian Dalgleish, the Canadian. One of a couple of Canadians here this weekend. We've got Reid Gom in Jaguars.
Yes, so the Lotus 17, designed by Len Terry, one of the many cars he designed. This is one of the earlier ones, one of the earliest designs. There's 144, that's probably been in.
That's the Potchol car.
Yes, it has. In fact, hardly a car has. The Harris Healy number 76 has yet to stop, but otherwise everybody has been in.
That's up in the remarkable 7th place. But there's a car off there. That is the Bernberg Ugo Cooper T39 that's pulled off the side of the track. He's trying to get it going again. It's going. Little single cam Climax engine in the back. Centre seat sports car of the period. And look at that, it's a minute and 29, is it, between first and second? That's forward now, but that's of course not taking into account the stop.
It'll narrow considerably.
It will.
But by how much is what we're waiting to find out.
But with Bradley staying in that lead Lotus, we could be in for a treat of a finish.
Yes, it's going to be Richard Bradley in the Lotus 15 against Chris Ward in the Lister Jaguar.
Chris Ward was the bridesmaid earlier on, wasn't he?
Yes.
Won't want to be a bridesmaid again.
Yor and Wigley, Nick Wigley, they're a very well-matched pair of drivers, those two. That Cooper Bristol currently in 13th place, second in its class, the Woodcote Trophy Class 2.
Here's the Mark Cole 45.
With matching helmet almost. The same shade of blue, isn't it?
It is.
And that Lotus 11, Mark Cole, he stayed in the car, of course. Originally he was going to be sharing it, but Mark Cole on his own, running in third place. Well, next time around, I think we should get a better impression of what the gap is between the two leading cars. There's 77. That's the Mahmoud Lister Jaguar. Started by Tarek, now driven by Galal.
There we go. There's our answer. It's 15.5 seconds between first and second in reality.
I think the bridesmaid is going to remain the bridesmaid. I think that's too much.
We've got 20 minutes to go, though. Still got a third of the race. Here's Mark Cole tucking in behind the subs. Oh, and the Turner Arden has spun. Driven in period by Reg Croysdale.
Don't remember him.
Well,
I believe you, but I don't remember him.
There's a VSCC race, wasn't it? Andrew Croysdale, I think.
Anyway, it's on its way again. Yes, 15.6 seconds the gap first to second. Mark Cole in the Lotus 11 is another 27 seconds adrift of the Lister. So here is the second place Lister. Chris Ward at the wheel.
That Turner Arden we saw, of course, has the Ford engine with the Arden heads.
Yeah.
Zora Arcus Duntov, the Arden head man who
Yes.
designed the Chevrolet Corvette.
Now the track is much drier than it was when we were watching Chris earlier on in the E-Type on a slippery surface. He's not quite as spectacular.
Little and large up ahead. David and Goliath. And David's going around the outside of Goliath with his little pea shooter at the party. Shot past Chris Keane in the mighty Curtis.
A little Lotus ahead of the pair of them at the moment, about to be gobbled up by certainly Chris Ward.
Comes the Curtis.
Yeah, that battle between the Curtis and the Lotus 17 is for 8th and 9th places.
We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that the Woodcote Trophy cars, the earlier original cars, that section being led by Patrick Blakeney Edwards in the Cooper T38, started so well by Michael Grant Peterkin.
Yeah.
Of course, they lost the HWM Jag, one of their principal rivals, very early in the race when Gregor Fiskin had that steering wheel failure.
Well, Chris Ward has just done the fastest lap of the race, 2:28.062, which contrasts with the fastest lap that Richard Bradley did earlier on. We've got a Healy slowing down, haven't we? Of 2:28.443. And the number 70, that was Nick Harris, or Oliver Harris now, driving it.
That was the Healy that was absolutely flying, wasn't it?
Well,
it's flying no more.
It's not
so much fly as plummet.
Aye.
It's pulling off at Stowe.
Right, so Chris Ward, there we are on screen, 15.29 seconds to find in little more than 15.29 minutes.
Yeah, good analogy, that.
But as for what's going on behind, well, we've got the Mark Cole Lotus in third place, number 45.
And Richard Birch just threw the Lotus around the outside of it's now Peter Snowden in the Aston Martin DB2 that Hannah Reid started. And they're up behind the GOM Special, which has a Aston Martin kind of tail.
Yes, yes.
And a sort of a cheese grater grille. And Jag engine, I think, under the bonnet. Down into Stowe then. Lotus has sailed past in a straight line.
Yeah, Richard was, his father was based as a lawyer based with one of the big firms in Asia, and he began his racing career in karting in the Far East. Then came over to race in the UK, then went to Japan. was a front runner in the Japanese Formula 3 Championship.
And he shares a pre-war Aston Martin with
his father Edward. Yes.
Yeah. That tussle between Ratters and the Jaguar of Mark Donner continues, and the Adams family, cue the theme tune, Lola has come up behind. Festorf's there as well in the big Merc.
Yeah, he's in 17th place, the Mercedes.
That's
now, what did I say the gap was?
it was 15 odd seconds.
Okay, well, it's down to 12.8.
Okay.
To 14 and a half minutes to go. So Chris Ward is certainly showing how quick he is around Silverstone.
He wants to be the blushing bride, not the bridesmaid again. Yeah, it's interesting because, of course, Bradley was slightly inconvenienced by some back markers.
Yeah.
Slower cars, not really back markers, but that always happens around here. And now it's going to be Chris Ward's turn to go past the Aston Martin DB2. Mark Cole's hanging in there well in third place, but he's still a chunk ahead, a long way ahead of Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the ex-Equipe Endeavour Cooper Jaguar. Down at Stowe, meanwhile, the leader has just overtaken that Cooper, which you saw off the track a few laps ago. It's about the length of, probably about the length of Hanger Straight, I would say,
yes,
between first and second. Here's the second place driver, Chris Ward in 82, Steve Osborne's Lister Jag. It's a fairly recent sanctioned car, and started by Robert Smith for the Molten Salt team. You can still see how
so he was going
damp the track is.
So yeah, it is going past the pits on Hamilton Straight.
It's sort of in the lee of the wind, isn't it? You don't really get that. There's the Cooper bobtail, for obvious reasons. How's that gap coming down here? 10 point something?
Yeah, another fastest lap to Chris, 2:26.933. So we're focusing quite rightly on the two leaders. There he is again. Chris Ward really is pushing. In third place, Mark Curran, the Lotus 11. In fourth place, it's now Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the number 11 Cooper Jaguar. In fifth place is number 170 Peter Ratcliffe's Lister Jaguar. In sixth place, number 41 Mark Donner's Costin Lister Jaguar. In seventh place is 117 Ian Dalgleish with the Lotus 17. In eighth place, number 99 Chris Keane, now in the Curtis Corvette, the Curtis 500S Corvette. In ninth place, number 2, which is the Lister Chevrolet, now being driven by Stuart Morley. And in 10th place, number 144, the D-Type Jaguar, now being driven by Father Potchkill Paul.
That's a change for Stuart Morley, isn't it, from a vintage Bentley
yes,
to a Lister Chevrolet.
So 10.9 seconds, 11.5 minutes to go. It could be a Silverstone type finish.
I do declare. And Bradley tweaking the Lotus. It does have quite a big steering wheel, doesn't it? In there. Where is the Lister? There it is. And you can see it's sort of dived across that
yes,
hard backdrop there.
And it is. Where have all the Cooper Monacos gone? Because normally we'd have a Cooper Monaco or two in there.
It's bizarre, isn't it? Sometimes you see 4 or 5 of them.
Oh, right.
And then you don't see any at all.
Yeah.
So there may well be some in Portugal this weekend.
Because they'd be a match for the Lotus 15, of course, so they were in period.
Yes, a couple of them, I think, had breakages at Goodwood recently.
Right.
Whoa, that was a little bit sort of sideways, and reflex opposite lock from Chris Ward. Doesn't think about it, just kind of the tail of the car wags, yeah, and is his right arm comes rushing up, crosses over on the left one.
Another new fastest lap by Chris, 2:26.792. The gap is down to less than 10 seconds now. It's 9.894. It's great to be able to see the driver working away at the wheel. The way they caught sight of just then. There's the XK120 Jaguar, number 24. Now Josh Ward at the wheel of that. The car once raced in the Curie-Cost colour. Well, it is in the Curie-Cost livery now.
And the Turner Arden there still going really well.
It
now,
is, isn't it?
At Thruxton, when I first saw it, it was struggling to complete a lap.
Right.
So they've done a lot of work on it, clearly. And there's the lovely Porsche on the outside. Toured off Team Porsche JCT 600.
In 21st place it is.
Jack toured off, was a great rally driver, wasn't he?
Indeed.
Sam's...
and had the registration plate JCT 600, and it was then the name of the business he started.
Exactly.
If you drive through that part of Bradford, it's almost like JCT 600 Village, because every dealership in the whole street are versions of JCT 600. Well, Richard Bradley has just done his personal best lap last time around, so he's making sure he's not going to get caught. It's not as quick as Chris Ward's fastest lap, but it's still an impressive time, 2:27.886. As against Chris doing a 2:26.792. Just over a second in it.
Making a real good move is Morley in the
number 2.
In the number 2, he's up into 8th place. He's gone past McAlpine and Keane. He's gone past the Potchols, and Gordy Much is pushing on as well in the 81. He's in 11th place, ahead of the Hartogs and Chris Halliwell, Lotus 15.
Well, if he carries on at this rate, Morley is going to catch Dalgleish in the Lotus 17, who at the moment is running 17 seconds ahead of him, but he's lapping 5 seconds slower than the Lotus.
So 20 laps down, the gap is down. Another fastest lap in.
2:26.413, so it's about a second a lap. Are we going to get 8 more laps in? 8.127 is the gap. That analogy I made with the time of remaining and the lap time, it continues, because it's 7.2928 minutes remain.
Yep, it's about 3 laps worth of time. So at this rate, it probably won't quite happen.
No.
But nonetheless, it won't be through lack of trying.
And traffic could always play a part. Traffic could always play a part one way or another. So 8.1 seconds, first to second. Richard Bradley. Of course, posterity is going to have the results showing Birch and Bradley, but
yep,
it has definitely only been Richard Bradley driving.
We saw him sit in the car in the pit stop, so you know that's true. And of course, Michael Birch is out in the GT40 race later.
Mark Cole has just done his personal best lap in the Lotus 11 in 3rd place at 2:30.719. Which is a pretty impressive stuff. And I know it's got a 1500 engine. It's not. It would have been originally an 1100 engine, wouldn't it, in that car?
Well, there are lots of different engines. They ran 750s at Le Mans.
At Le Mans,
yeah. To beat the blue cars.
Well, the French wouldn't want to do a thing like that, would they? Well, when there was a lot of money available for the index of performance, you would.
The index of thermal efficiency was another one, wasn't it?
That was another one that came along. Yes.
Yeah. Woodcote Trophy still led by Blakeney Edwards in that Cooper Jaguar,
and I think he's got that secure, because the next Woodcote Trophy car,
it's Clark and Much, isn't it?
Is Gordy Much, in John Clark's Cooper, in 10th place,
and then the Potjol D-Type, I think. So they've just gone through past the little Fraser Nash Le Mans rep, and the leaders up behind them as well. This is getting busy up into Abbey. Oh, has the leader been seen?
And another new fastest lap for Chris Ward, 2:25.578, and the gap is 6.2 seconds. It now looks as though it could be on again. We've got 5.5 minutes just under to go. Richard Bradley in the thick of traffic. Of course, traffic that will also have to be negotiated. There's Chris Ward.
And the time's come down to what you said, 2:20?
2:25.578 is the new fastest lap by Chris Ward. The gap 6.2 seconds.
That's really impressive. What a great drive this is.
5 minutes to go. The race ends, of course, the first time the leader crosses the line after the 60 minutes.
Oh, and there in the background is
Yes.
Chris Ward.
Richard Bradley looking totally cool and calm and collected behind the wheel of the Lotus as he turns through Luffield. Here he is then onto the Heritage Pit Straight, and at the back of that group is Chris Ward. Now they'll get to the end of this lap in a minute and a half. 4 minutes. There's time for certainly two more laps.
2 more laps in this race, yeah.
After this one.
Yeah. It has a very good poise, doesn't it, the Lotus 15?
Yes.
Well balanced, beautifully driven, which helps.
Yes, it's a very considerable contrast with what he was driving last week.
Yeah, and this car was racing at Estoril a couple of weekends ago. Doing really well.
He's got...
That's Ratcliffe popping out of the slipstream of one of the Heelys.
But Chris is going to outbrake him coming into Stowe Corner. He gets
clear
through.
sight of the leader, isn't he?
Yes, unless the leader's found somebody else to lap. It hasn't quite. I think it's the Keith Arden that it may be lurking up the road ahead of the leaders. Right, we're going to get another lap time here. Chris Ward's had to negotiate traffic on that lap. And neither of them improved on that time, on that lap. The gap is down though, 4.2 seconds. 4.2 seconds, we reckon there's 2 laps in the race.
Well, Rob Smith's prophecy was bang on the money, wasn't it?
A Silverstone type finish is definitely on the cards here. Even the sun's come out to have a look.
A quick look there at Nick Finberg in the little Lola Mark 1.
There's the Cooper Crystal. There are the headlights on the Lotus. Lots of blue flagging from the marshals. There's the Lister.
Hang straight last lap, Ian, would you say?
What? A Nigel Nelson, you mean? Type of thing. And very wide there. That's through Luffield.
High, wide and handsome into Luffield, but that was possibly to just make a line round the slower car that was there.
Yes, could be.
Yeah, so it was the Cooper Bristol, wasn't it? And that's Nick Wigley.
Nick Wigley now,
of classic Silverstone fame.
Through Copse Corner. And we know that the Jaguar engine in the list has got the power to overtake down, as you suggested, Marcus, Hanger Straight. But he's not got there, not caught it yet. Right, through Chapel Curve onto Hanger Straight. It's going down and down. Certainly that gap, considering what it was when we started talking about it, it is drastically reduced.
It's about a third of the length of the straight now, if that. And Richard Bradley can see that red helmeted figure of Chris Ward in his mirrors as the 82 Lister Jag.
There's one more lap.
Eyes round Stowe.
There's less than a lap time left on the clock, so they'll be starting their last lap in just a moment.
And he's going to want every slower car between him and his pursuer, Richard Bradley, there. So here's Richard, and there is Chris Ward. It's touch and go. They are, what, a couple of seconds apart?
Come on, screen, update yourself. They're a lap apart according to the TV screen. That's wrong. So we haven't yet. had an update of the timing screen. It's a little bit lagging, a little bit high. Richard Bradley has just done his personal best lap, I can tell you that much, at 2:26.624. It's not as fast as Chris Ward has gone, but for some reason the timing system has...
Well, we can see them on
yeah.
the cameras anyway. Where are they? We're waiting down at... Yes, here they come. And here we go. This is down into Brooklands. A lock-up for Richard Bradley.
Into Luffield. Not the high wide line that time, but not as tight a line as the lead as his pursuer took.
A little slide.
It was 1.7 seconds, and Chris Ward did another new fastest lap. It's come up at the screen at last at 2:24.107. When we started monitoring this, he was in the 2:26s, wasn't he?
He was, absolutely.
And he's now in the very low 24s. He led, Richard Bradley led onto the lap by 1.7 seconds.
All about the gap that Bradley can take out, and Bradley's broken. Bradley's broken. His hands up out of the cockpit. The lead car is off, and well, it's going to be left to Chris Ward to rub molten salt into the wound.
He's keeping going. So Richard Bradley, as Marcus said, had his hand high in the air to show there was a problem. He's cruising. So whatever the problem is, it's prevented him from holding out right to the end, and so Chris Ward comes down into the final few corners, a secure leader, and he can ease off. But it was a very, very impressive drive by both of them into and through club corner and up to the checkered flag. So the flag waved at Chris Ward, who with Rob Smith wins the MRL RAC Woodcote Trophy.
Lotus is crawling down towards Stowe. How cruel is this? Not out of fuel, is it, I wonder?
Well, I was wondering whether it's out of fuel, but well, he's going to lose second place, isn't he?
Yeah, Mark Cole's going to grab second. A distant but gallant second in the little blue and red Lotus. And no, Richard Bradley's given up the ghost. The car will go no further, and he's abandoning ship.
Now, back in the day, people would have pushed the car to the finish, but you can't do that anymore.
No. So we're waiting now then for a change, and in second place it will be Mark Cole, and third, remarkably, will be the Grant Peterkin Blakeney Edwards Cooper Jaguar T38, winner of the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy section. So where is Cole? He was a long way adrift. Ratcliffe has come through, shown as 5th. Donner 6th. Oh, and he's annoyed. It was all pumped up, and there is that was Mark Cole popping out of the slipstream of the little Cooper and almost getting collected by a Lister Chevrolet,
which was a lap down, surely, lap behind. So I'm not quite sure why it was so fraught there.
No, so Cole. Cole is second overall.
Yes.
Third overall is going to be the car 11. Grant Peterkin and Blakeney Edwards, but with Fred Wakeman's Cooper Jag.
They could classify the Richard Bradley on the number of laps he covered.
May be classified in 4th because, of course, Ratcliffe and Donner have had the flag. And they,
that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, I think 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, I think we'll see that Grant Peterkin and Blakeney Edwards just about get through.
You're right. Yeah. Well, a dramatic race. It's a shame in a way that one car has to have a problem right at the end, because it would have been fascinating to see whether they would have crossed the line side by side.
This is Cooper Jaguar coming up to the line now.
Yep.
And Pat Blakeney Edwards, 3rd place, winner of the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy section. It hasn't updated yet on our screens, but that should be fine. And then, yes, Bradley will therefore, on distance, be fourth. Whether he's classified or not is another matter. And then Ratcliffe and Donner, Hudson and Morley, Dalgleish in 8th, 9th, Clark and Much, and who were second of the Woodcoteers, and Hartogs and Helliwell third. Hartogs and Helliwell next through in 10th, McAlpine and Keane 11th, and Hochschild in 12th.
Shot there of Richard Bradley. Seemed to have a bit of a smile on his face anyway. Well then, the win goes to Chris Ward. Doesn't have to be the bridesmaid this time. Chris Ward with Rob Smith in the knobbly Lister Jaguar. A continuation car, not one that was built in period, but built to the period specification, of course, to be eligible for the Stirling Moss Trophy. In second place, splendid effort that by Mark Cole in the Lotus 11 to take second in car 45, and third, number 11, the Cooper T38, the Jaguar powered Cooper.
And you know why the winning car is number 82, don't you? Have to hurry you.
Yeah.
Because Malden Salt was founded in 1882.
No, sorry, I didn't know that. As a fact that escaped me until now. Thank you, Marcus.
I didn't know until this morning.
Oh, right, okay. So third is the Cooper of Mike Grant, Peterkin and Pat Blakeney Edwards, and then classified, I think it will be classified fourth on distance covered, the only in the end Richard Bradley. Michael Birch didn't take it over from him at the pit stop. Lotus 15 in fifth place, the number 170 knobbly Lister Jaguar of Peter Ratcliffe in sixth place, the number 41 Costin Lister Jaguar of Mark Donner in seventh place, the Lister Chevrolet number 2. That came on strongly, didn't it, towards the end, and Richard Hudson and Stuart Morley, the Chevrolet powered Lister, finishing in seventh place. In eighth place, number 117 Ian Dalgleish with his Lotus 17, and in ninth place, number 81 John Clark at Gaudy Much with the Cooper T39, number 81, and 10th, number 26, Bernardo Hartogs in the number 26 Lotus 15, which had quite an eventful race, I think, but got to the flag with Chris Helliwell sharing the driving. In most of those cars in the top 10 running in the Stirling Moss Trophy, second of the Woodcote Trophy cars, the winning of that section of the race was the Grant Peterkin Blakeney Edwards Cooper Jaguar. Second was the John Clark Gaudy Much Cooper, and third of the Woodcote Trophy cars in 12th place, the D-Type Jaguar number 144 of Paul and George Pochol. Well, we'll shortly have the opportunity to hear from those drivers, I hope. But before then, we'll take a short break. Okay, we'll hopefully have a chance to speak with the drivers, or it may just be a podium coverage that we'll have time for before the cars come out for the next race. There's not too many cars to be collected from around the circuit. Disappointingly, from Richard Bradley's point of view, one of them is his Lotus 15. But I think we are ready in a moment to go to the pit lane, but where the podium is, or in the paddock just behind the pit lane. But happiness from the drivers down there who did well, and I'm sure Richard Bradley, being the good sort of bloke that he is, will be, if he ever got down there, smiling as well. Really will get down there in the end. But Chris Ward not in the group yet. But yeah, Rob Smith thought, as he was interviewed by Lewis partway through the race, it was going to be a close finish. They could do it, perhaps not realising that in the end they'd win with their rival falling by the wayside right at the end. Next up will be the HRDC Jack Sears Trophy for touring cars from 1958 to 1966. A monumental entry has been attracted to that.
They don't seem to know that I was 4th or 3rd, so I'm not quite sure.
And I can overhear discussions taking place about who was 4th or who was 3rd. Well, according to the timing screen, 3rd place goes to Michael Grant Peterkin and Pat Blakely Edwards. But we've got the two separate. The first three in the Sterling Moss Trophy were, of course, you have to discount the Woodcote Trophy car of Mike Grant Peterkin and Pat Blakely Edwards. So 3rd of the Sterling Moss Trophy was Richard Bradley.
Gentlemen, if we could have you please to present the prizes. We're going to start off with the Woodcote Trophy, and first is Mike Grant Peterkin. Sorry, what am I doing? I'm not doing first, I'm doing 3rd backwards, aren't I? So sorry, 3rd on the bottom step of the podium, please. Could we have John Clark and Gordon Munch, please? Wherever they are. Gordon, John? Oh, they were 2nd. You sure? We're just checking, guys, just checking.
No, they were 3rd, they're 2nd.
Oh, sorry, who's?
They're 2nd, they're 3rd.
Oh, who's 3rd then?
Potchell.
Pardon?
Paul Potchell and
Paul Potchell and George Potchell. Hey, you've got to swap over, guys. I'm sorry, I looked at the timing screen a little bit too. So 3rd place is Paul and George. Many congratulations on a excellent. Typical, isn't it? When I leave the timing screen, it changes. 2nd place, sorry, I got that wrong, is Gordon Munch and John Clark. My apologies. And the winners of the Woodcote Trophy is Mike Grant Peterkin and Patrick Blakely Edwards. If you'd like to step forward, guys. Thank you very much.
Made a mistake in the last.
And just to cap it, they're also 3rd overall. Absolutely fabulous drive there from Mike and Patrick. So there we go. There we got the 1, 2, 3. So just before the next race starts, can we quickly vacate the podium, guys? Because we've now got to do the Sterling Moss trophies. Okay, we've just had confirmation that Peter Ratcliffe is 3rd. Yes, come on, Peter. A little bit different to your Caterham. Well done, congratulations to Peter. 2nd place, Mark Cool. Congratulations, Mark. 2nd place there. And they're getting the trophy from Duncan. And our winners are Rob Smith and Chris Ward. Congratulations, guys. So a big hand there for our Sterling Moss Trophy winners. And just before the next race start, let's have a take all the photos. There we go. And more photos. Look. Rob, Chris, would you like to just dip down here, please? There we go. We've spoke to Rob earlier in the event. Rob, well, you kind of predicted you were going to win it, but it did take the Lotus to break down, I think.
I think he was going to have him anyway. I had full faith in Chris. He hunted him down, and wow, what a last lap. As predicted, and the Lotus did a fantastic job, and I think a little bit unlucky, but Chris kept the pressure on all race and brought it home for ADP and Morden Salt Racing.
Yeah, magic. Come along here, Chris. Yeah, Rob thinks you'd have got him. Yeah, you do too, don't you?
For sure, I could see him just pushing himself and outbraking himself on the corners ahead of me, and I knew I was on for it. Down the hanger straight, I think, is where it would have happened.
You were putting fastest laps in, the purple sectors were coming up almost every lap. You were going quicker and quicker.
Yeah, the track was drying out. There was still a few damp patches. The final corner at Club was really sketchy, and there was a few patches everywhere. But the boys at ADP have done a fantastic job with the car. Excuse me, and thank you for Steve at Morden Salt Racing for doing a great job giving us the car to be able to do this.
Absolutely fantastic looking car, isn't it?
It's superb.
Okay, we'll have a quick word. Where's Mark Cole? Is Mark about? Mark? Is Mark about? We were speaking to Mark earlier, no? So we'll have a quick word with Peter Ratcliffe, third overall. Peter, hello, good to see you. And we've got history, haven't we?
We have got history, only about 20 years, isn't it? But yeah, my world of caterhams is very different from this, all this slippy slidiness that these top guys, I mean, following people like Chris Ward and his partner there, it's just astonishing how good they are. So yeah, I was a bit of a struggle, to be fair, and I was having some fantastic dicing, especially in the second half. No idea who with, but there was loads of dicing going on. I'm just absolutely loving it. It was fantastic, yeah.
You had no idea where you were, did you?
None whatsoever, no. I couldn't see my board. The guys at Team Leo's done a fantastic job getting the car tip-top, but I couldn't see the board, so it didn't really matter. Just crack on and do what I can, really.
Yeah, well, congratulations. We hope to see more of you.
Thanks very much indeed. I hope to be back.
Thank you very much, Peter. Okay, and that's back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. So we now move on to saloon cars, the HRDC Jack Sears Trophy, for which there is a very large entry indeed. If you have access to the digital program, you'll find the entry on page 5, and we can, as I see the cars making their way down the pit lane. Of course, this is going to be an interesting race because the qualifying took place obviously this morning on a still pretty wet circuit, which gave the advantage in a way, or it overcame their lack of power, to the smaller engine cars. So there were minis up near the front, but whether they'll stay that way once the race gets underway on what is now a much drier circuit is going to be answered, that question, very shortly. The race of 45-minute duration, and there is a mandatory stop which has to take place between the 15th and the 30th minute. So they have to stop between the 15th and the 30th minute, but there is no minimum stationary time. Unlike the minute that applied in the previous two races, it's simply as quick as they can get one out of the car and the other one in, assuming that it's a two-driver car. If it's a single-driver car, I assume they just simply stop and start again. They're not I'm aware of, they have to get out of the car and run around it, or does that? Single drivers, yes they do. Single drivers have to get out of the car, close the door, stand clear, raise the arm, and then get back in. So they don't have to run around the car, they have to get out of it and then raise their arm. So let's have a look at the grid. On pole position is one of the Lotus Cortinas. He achieved it at the very end of the session. Sorry, because this is a standing start, pole position moves from the right-hand side of the track looking towards Abbey to the left-hand side. So pole position actually is occupied by a Mini. It's the number 34 car, shared between Tom Bell and Joe Ferguson, which pinched the pole position right at the end. And on the front row with the Mini is the Lotus Cortina number 44 of David Dickinson. So 34 and 44 is the front row. The second row, number 37, an exciting prospect this, not only because Mike Gardner's driving it, the Lotus Cortina, but also because fresh from his success at Brands Hatch last weekend in the British Touring Car Championship is Josh Cook. So whether he started, we'll soon find out by the pace at which, not that Mike Gardner's slow, but obviously Josh Cook, extremely quick, modern, young professional driver. 171 and 37 then is the second row. The third row has on it Patrick Watts with his daughter, Amy Watts, and it'll be Patrick Watts, I assume, going first, number 103. And we've got another father and son, actually, rather than father and daughter, pairing on the same row, which is number 77. Mike Jordan and his son, Andrew Jordan, former British touring car champion, with what they call the Austin G40, which is based on an Austin A40, GT40, based on an Austin A40. So the third row, 103 and 77. The fourth row has on it the man behind the Fortec single-seater team, Richard Dutton, in his Lotus Cortina, and he has alongside him number 53, which is the Cooper S of Phil Bullin Brown. 3 and 53, row 4. And Marcus has managed to elicit the start drivers. Well done. So just going back to the front row, 34 will be started by Tom Bell. On the second row, Mike Gardner, not Josh Cook, will go first in number 37. On the third row, Patrick Watts goes first in number 103. Mike Jordan goes first in number 77. The fourth row is 2 single drivers, Richard Dutton and Phil Bullin Brown. The fifth row, number 35, that'll be started by Mark Burton, Ford Mustang, then handed over to Jason Minshaw. And beside it is number 168, Michael Cullen, and Paddy Shovlin, who's become misprinted in the programme as Showlin, but it's Michael Cullen going first. Paddy Shovlin takes it over. 35 and 168, row 5. Row 6, 2 soloists, number 71 Lawrence War with a Mini, and number 65 Alex Thistlethwaite with a Mustang. 71 and 65, row 6. Row 7, number 2 Neil Brown, Lotus Cortina, and 27 is going to be started by Richard Postins. He shares with former touring car star, now sadly out of in retirement most of the time, Matt Jackson, very quick driver for many years in the BTCC. So 2 and 27, row 7. The cars now coming up to just give you a couple more rows. Row 8, we've got number 92, which is the Ford Galaxy of Bill and Fred Shepherd, which will be started by Bill Shepherd, father of Fred. Peter Holford alongside him in his Mustang. And on the row behind, we've got number 68 Mark Gordon in the Jaguar XK150S GT car, really, and 711, which is Peter Smith, showing with his son, no, on his own actually, not with Guy Smith, Peter Smith on his own in the Lotus Cortina. And a very varied grid it is, as you gather from that, because of the fact that qualifying took place on a still wet circuit. Very smart looking Ford Anglia there, the maroon livery of Super Speed, who for Mike Young, Chris Craft and others ran cars in the British Saloon Car Championship in the 1960s. Still they come. I think they're going to stretch. In fact, they're all together 24 and a half rows of this grid. Right at the back, we've got the very rarely seen as a racing saloon. I think what's happened here is James Colburn was going to be driving number 18. That's the Standard Vanguard 6, which is the red machine. And at the back is his brother Ben Colburn in the number 105 Mini, starting at the very back. And still they're being sorted into position. I'm assuming that the lap they've done will be counted as the green flag lap, so we'll be straight into the race once all the cars are in position. Spot there on the bottom right hand corner of the screen the Volvo Amazon, the Volvo 122 Amazon, a car which raced with some success in the 1960s in the hands of the likes of Les Leston, Jonathan Horsfield, Frank Horsfield sharing that car. Still having to nurdle cars into position. And we're more or less then, oh no, they're still coming round the last part of club. I think, oh yeah, here we are. Thank you. As number 24, which is the MG Magnet of Mike Lamplow, a ZA Magnet. And oh, good to see Chris Rea is there. Chris Rea in the Panda car, the Morris Minor. Doesn't have a blue light on its roof these days. In fact, I'm not convinced this car was actually an ex-police car, but there used to be lots of them populating the streets of the cities, except for Liverpool, where we had Cooper S's, not Panda cars. But that is a recreation of a police Panda car.
Probably don't remember the custom car magazine competition designed a livery on Austin Allegro, and someone did a Panda car livery with burglar written down the side of it.
Very good. Very good idea. I think we've got them all there now, so away we go, and it's the Mini from pole position that takes the lead, so it's Tom Bell, but Mustang's on the grass to gain places, and as they turn into Abbey for the first time, it is the Mini of Tom Bell ahead of David Dickinson in the Lotus Cortina.
Yeah, I suspect we may see 1 or 2 gyrations during this first couple of laps. It's a bit fraught, isn't it? Certainly out there, and you can hear the squeal of Dunlop tyres as they go through Village. There was a car on the inside curb leaping into the way of another there. Absolute plethora of minis. Good old Shelby Mustang in the middle of it all. Number 11. Quick Jag, 331. Going nicely.
That's Glenn Pearson, yeah, but with Peter Dorlin. But also worth watching should be Grant Williams, because you've seen him at Goodwood, haven't you, many times?
He's massively quick, isn't he? A real showman too. The Welsh tyre dealer.
Well, 37 there in third place is the Lotus Cortina of Mike Gardner. It's the one with the blue flashes down the side, whereas normally they'd have green flashes down the side, Lotus green. Right, so Tom Bell got away really well, but he hasn't got the power to stay in front of the Cortinas. I wouldn't have thought a well-driven Cortina. Lots of squeals going on.
68, the turquoise Cortina there in the middle of it. The green and gold one's gone the other side of the track. This is amazing. They're switching sides left, right and centre down through maggots. The Mustang looking strong though. There's not much room for manoeuvre in the pack.
That's Mark Burton. Is it number 35, that Mustang? It is Mark Burton, yes.
Yeah. Peter Holford, the yellow Mustang we've seen there. Thistlethwaite is in the dark blue one. Scrap Junior, whose grandfather did Le Mans in 1926 in a Bentley.
Thank you. So the car's pouring through the Beckett's S's, and the leaders. Yes, there's been a change of lead. So now to the front, it's Mike Gardner who's got the. Is it Mike Gardner who's got the lead? I think.
Yeah, the purple and white and purple Cortina looks like Gardner.
As they head into.
It's not Gardner, is it?
It's number 3
car. Oh, it's pogoing through and came precious close to being hit by Bell, who was making greater.
It's Richard Dutton.
It is Richard Dutton himself.
Richard Dutton, yeah, the man himself there, showing all his single-seater young lads who drive for the Fortec team how to do the job in a touring car. So he goes through Abbey, leading the way. Richard, in his racing days, was a front runner in Formula Ford 2000 particularly. There we've got number 77, which is Mike Jordan at the wheel of the Austin GT40 at the moment.
I saw one of Richard Dutton's old Formula Ford 2000 mechanics working on a GT40 this morning, Martin Angeloni, who ran the Fleetray Formula 3000 car for Mark Blundell.
There's the A40 of Richard Postins. In fact, 2 A40s locking horns here, Mike Jordan in the other one. And for the second time down into Brooklands, it's Richard Dutton leading, having started on the 4th row. And the cars all pouring through. There's the Plymouth Barracuda.
That's Duncan Pittaway, a beast of Turin fame.
Triumph 2000, you don't see many of those racing. Although Bill Bradley did race one in period in the British Salute Car Championship from time to time.
Was it pale blue? Probably works colours?
Of course, well, Bill Bradley colours pale blue.
Bill Bradley GmbH.
Indeed,
he was.
His German Porsche offshoot.
Yep.
Yeah. Right, so...
a big Galaxy in the middle of all that, reminiscent of the one that Jack Sears drove in 1958, 63 to the his second British Saloon Car Championship.
What we can see, Mark, is I think the track is so dry now that it should be to the benefit of the big cars. The Mustangs should be able to work their way through over the course of the race. Of course, it's not a 5-minute race, it's going to go on for 45 minutes, of which 40 minutes remain. And Mark Burton picking up places as he powers the Mustang down the straight. This is a proper Alaman car, isn't it? It's an Alaman livery.
It's certainly an Alaman livery car, but it's one that Alaman Racing built later, because they did build several. I'm not sure, but it's right spec, 4.7 litre, 289 cubic inch Ford V8 under the bonnet. The Lotus Cortinas make noticeably more power than they did back in the period when Jim Clark.
Oh, really?
Well,
there's a surprise. Yes, they do.
I should think they probably make about 25% more.
So Richard Dutton leads for another lap, and Tom Bell hangs on in second place in his Cooper S. Mark Burton is now picked to third place. It can't be that many more laps, I wouldn't have thought, before. But over the line, he was 2.8 seconds behind. The fastest lap has just been set by Pete Holford in the Ford Mustang number 31.
That's the yellow coloured car, the Canadian Peter Holford, from just up the road in Rugby Way. 44 with a crinkle down the side of its door is making progress. That's David Dickinson.
Yeah, well, and Mike Gardner's in number 37. In fact, all these Cortinas are getting in each other's way a bit, aren't they? Number 68 is there as well.
They're certainly holding each other up.
So it's 168, it's the Michael Cullen car. But Richard Dutton keeping clear of all that. Pushing and shoving, not literally, but very close racing and chopping and changing of places going on there amongst the Cortinas. Mark Burton being pursued by the green number 44 of David Dickinson. It really is a very well mixed up grid. It's not like the V8s are clearing off out front, but are gradually working their way forward. A Mini is in the pits. 105, number 105 is the Ben Colburn car, which started from the back of the grid. It looks though whatever its problems were in qualifying have yet to be resolved.
Yes, there's the Triumph 2000 trying to usurp the Jaguar XK. There's the too many Plymouth Barracudas racing. We saw one go through there.
Oh, right.
It's Team Starfish look-alike after the ones that raced in the States.
There's one of the many minis. Every group has a mini in it, I think. It's a mandatory mini. Number 71, that's the Lawrence War car, which started quite well up on the grid on the sixth row.
Poor old Mini's had a good old bingle at the front.
Yes, he has. Perhaps that you saw a dent in a Cortina. Perhaps that's from that.
There's various dents in various Cortinas, I'm afraid. 127. That'll be Martin Reynolds, the Norfolk construction man. And the Mini is dropping some bits. That's the bumper bent underneath. 98.
That's Mike Davis. And 96, that's Tim Scott Andrews, who was out with that car here 2 weeks ago in the HSCC race. Historic touring cars.
We're getting quite excited about this Triumph 2000, aren't we? It's going well.
Yeah, that's Tim Scott Andrews, number 96.
Tony Scott Andrews, his father used to race Mustangs, didn't he? And a Rover, I think. At one point.
And a Rover, yeah.
V8. Formula 1 steward, wasn't he, for a long time?
For a long time. No, he's not in the top for 24 that we have on our screen. 71, the Mini of Lawrence War, which started the lap in 24th place, but I think is about to pass the XK150.
Had a rear wheel well off the deck while cornering.
Up front, Richard Dutton's just done the fastest lap, 2 minutes 34.519, and leads Tom Bell by 3 seconds after 3 laps, with Mark Burton in the Mustang right on the tail of the Mini.
Yeah, Mike Gardner's been kind of eased down the order, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
And here comes, that's Cullen back past the Holford Mustang. And the white with the red flashes, that's Neil Brown in 2, isn't it?
Yeah.
Neil Brown, the engine wizard.
Yes, Jackie Stewart raced a Lotus Cortina in 1964 with a red flash down the side, run by Red Rose Motors.
But not a Neil Brown motor under the bonnet.
Not a Neil Brown motor under the bonnet.
He'd have liked it. Oh, the police is in trouble.
No, they're just laying in wait with a radar gun.
That's Chris Rea.
999. WH1212, Whitehall 1212.
Indeed.
Wouldn't it? Yes. So there's Richard Dutton. He's got the dent on the side. Last time he was here, the Classic, he picked up a dent on the side of his Escort. Well, certainly he's doing a great job at the moment, Richard Dutton. Another fastest lap, 2:34.042. So Richard Dutton. There's the Volvo and one of the A40s, the number 27 car of Richard Postin's, which Matt Jackson will take over.
Cullen Brown, meanwhile, have usurped Holford, but the A40s are looking really strong in hunting in packs.
The Riley 1.5, the Dean Boston that won at Thruxton 3 or 4 years ago, I remember.
Oxford University's Motorsport Foundation,
yes, that's right,
on its home ground. Ding Boston. He's out for the first time in a Speedwell Sprite tomorrow. They spent years building.
At the university.
I believe so.
Yeah.
It's an oof car. And the Volvo Amazon is on the inside as well. 221. That's probably a 121, isn't it, that car? But, or a 123 GT with the really rare ones.
Don't think it's one of those, but yes, they were. So that Riley 1.5 goes extremely well. In period, a chap called Alan Hutchison was the one who had the most success against Peter Harper in the Sunbeam Rapier. We don't actually have a Sunbeam Rapier in this race, do we?
I don't think so, no.
No.
You see them occasionally.
Yeah.
They do come out. The ex-Pedro Rodriguez one comes out sometimes in the hands of Arthur Smith Fitchett.
He also has a Renault Dauphine Gordini, doesn't he?
Does,
Fitchett, yeah.
Oh, and Reynolds Anglia looks like it's smoking badly. Number 27.
That's Richard.
Now he's building a Ford Consul Classic with a Windsor V8 engine in it.
Dear, oh dear.
Yeah, which is quite amazing.
Well, up front, Richard Dutton's lead is now 5.2 seconds as he's just going quicker and quicker. And the best of the Mustangs, Mark Burton, seems to be unable to do anything about it. So the lead is Richard Dutton, number 3, Cortina. Second is number 34, Tom Bell, Mini. Third is 35, Mark Burton, Mustang. Fourth is 44, David Dickinson, Cortina. Fifth is 168, Michael Cullen, Cortina. And sixth is number 2, Neil Brown, Cortina. So it's become a Cortina kind of track at this stage. Tom Bell has dropped down now to 4th place. And Mark Burton is 2nd. And David Dickinson is up to 3rd.
Yeah, not a name I'm familiar with, David Dickinson, I have to say.
No. I think I've seen him once in HSCC with that car. There's the 331 Mark 1 Jaguar, Glenn Pearson and Peter Dorlin.
27, the A40. Corners really flat, doesn't it? Which is just like my father's didn't in 1958. There's another one spinning. That's talking about cornering flat. That's cornering around. Oh, and he's off in unison with the number 68 Mark Gordon Jaguar. So 9 is the A40 that's gone round.
Courtesy of Mark Darnell, is it?
Mark Daniel.
Mark
Daniel, who also races ex-Alex Mildren Cooper.
Yes.
Alec Mildren Cooper. Oh, and is that the spun A40? Just sort of. Yes, it is. It's grinding to a halt, I'm afraid.
Well, the furthest away you can get it from the corner, the better. Then you don't have to worry about safety cars.
Yes, preferably round the corner would be good.
Yeah. Well, he's nearly there.
Not going to get there, is it?
No. So which one did we decide that was? Number 9?
Mark Daniel.
Mark Daniel, yeah.
Oh, Jaguar off.
That's number 1. That's Simon Drabble, I think.
One man and his Jag.
The
wheels
he's lost
come
a wheel.
off.
It's all
Yeah.
happening at the same place. Go and watch a club corner if you want to see
It's
this.
cornering flat. It's now cornering flat in the rear corner because the wheel's missing.
But he can park it well on 3 wheels.
Yep. It's taken the shaft with it by the looks of things. It's stub axle failure.
Which one was that? Sorry, I didn't.
27.
Watching the excitement and failing to notice. That's Richard Posty. So Matt Jackson is going to get his drive.
Telltale bits of broken stub axle or drive shaft or whatever in there. You thought the police would have stopped to investigate, wouldn't you? Oh, Martin Reynolds, that was smoking badly.
That's number 127, which is Martin Reynolds. We've got just under half an hour to go. The pit stop has to be taken between the 15th and the 30th minute.
Galaxy.
The Galaxy is going backwards. Ooh. Pick up the Mini in its boot. Fastest lap, incidentally, was done by Neil Brown. A couple of laps ago, 2:33.808. So Richard Dutton leads after 6 laps. He led over the line after 6 laps by 8.2 seconds. So I think Richard's got this race under control. He'll have to stop, of course, like everybody else, but he doesn't have to change drivers.
Oh, that's the 12 Jag going round. That's the Williams and Hyatt car, isn't it?
Started by... What did you work out?
Not sure that you found out.
No, you're right. It's not given. The pit stop has to be between the 15th and the 30th minute.
Safety car is looking.
It's parked like a police car, isn't it? It's sort of lurking in wait, ready to chase somebody up the road. Of course, if we have the safety car at the same time as the pit window opens, that'll be fun. So Mark Burton then in 2nd place in the Mustang, 8.2 seconds.
Safety car now has been called.
So I reckon the pit window is going to be open very soon.
Well, we've got 26 minutes to go. It's open, isn't it?
Yeah. It opened 4 minutes ago, actually. So everybody should be coming into the pits. It may be a big, wide Formula 1 type pit lane, but it'll be pretty full if they do that. Well, that's Mark Burton in. Hand over to Jason Minshaw. In comes the Ford Galaxy. That was started by Bill Shepherd. Quite a few drivers on the pit wall watching, but not yet ready to take over. So there may be some time lost.
It's kind of caught out half the field.
Yes.
Taken a bit by surprise, hasn't it?
Yeah. Of course, inevitably the safety car hasn't picked up the leader with so many cars to choose from. I thought we were just about to see the leader. 1, 2, 3. I think he's about 4th in. Yes, I think Richard Dutton's 4th in the line. if in doubt, go for number 1, which is the car leading the way at the moment. Yeah, Richard Dutton they didn't quite pick up the leader, but nearly. He's about 4th in the line there, with David Dickinson right behind him, of course. This has thrown everything up in the air, Marcus, I think, with all these pit stops having to be taken, but being taken on, as you said, catching people by the on the hop to some extent.
Yeah, it's interesting to know who's going to be advantaged by all this. That's the 12, that's the Williams and Hyatt car, isn't it?
Yes, JAG 400, a kind of recreation of a Keith Endeavour number plate.
No minimum stop here, is there? Just, I think with the HRDC that you can just dive in, and hence the speed in the 21 pit, or the attempted speed in the 21 pit.
Yeah, a single driver car has to get out, close the door, stand clear, raise his arm, get back in the car. That's the Simon Drabble Jaguar that is still in the lead, but not actually. The leader is the 4th car in the line. But I would have thought they'll all be coming in this time, so the safety car will have nobody behind him.
This could be very confusing, because those who did decide to pit early have made a lot of ground up, haven't they?
Well, they will, because they'll come out of the pits
just as the rest of them are coming in.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. And they're on the hanger straight. Little Alpha looking sweet in the middle of it.
The Julia TI, yes, it does, doesn't it? That's the number 164, James Gibbons, Alex Dupe. Started by Alex Dupe. Marshall's doing a bit of mopping up.
Bit of fettling.
Well, I wonder, yes, that was the Anglia that lost a... Was it the Anglia?
The Anglia...
Or it was A40.
The A40 lost a wheel.
Yeah.
The Anglia was smoking badly anyway. That was from Copse. Martin Reynolds, 127. Had a lot of fast A40s to start with, didn't we? And quite a few of them have fallen by the wayside.
Where's the Jordan's car?
Here we go. We've got sort of 43 cars coming into the pit lane now. The Oomph Riley is still going. Has it made it stop? Ding Boston.
He's not shown as being in the top 23 at the moment, which probably means he has, because he was in the top 23.
He could potentially be leading this then in a minute.
Well, I tell you, he won at Thruxton a few years ago, that car. Have a soft spot for those, because I learned to drive on a Wolseley 1500 and passed the driving test, which is the single carburetor version of the Riley. Had the same amount of wood.
I did see the one of the very few remaining magnets there a minute ago. It was one of the old Roger Andreasen team cars. That
was my very first car,
or whatever. Yeah,
a ZB magnet.
Did you then convert it to a short oval spec for stock car racing?
No. I part exchanged it for a Mini Cooper.
Where I used to go to a school friend's, the guy with the road was a stock car racer,
right.
Alan Axford. He had a garden full of beaten up magnets.
Well, there it is in all its glory. The Riley 1.5 on the screen, but the MG, there's the MG magnet. Yep. There's the cream car with the maroon roof.
There's Chris Rea getting back in, driving home for Christmas.
Very good. So we could give you an order, but it's really rather pointless at the moment because there'll be so much shuffling going on. We need to get every car out of the pits back.
It'll be a tad academic, won't it?
Yes.
For a while. That's going back in the panel shop, isn't it?
Well, that's Richard Dutton. Yeah, so as I said, his escort got dinged by another BRDC member at the Silverstone Classic.
A bit of T-cut will take that out. Industrial strength version.
Yes, that Fortec use on their single seaters. Yes. Well, the screen is still telling us, and I'm not saying it's wrong to do so. Oh, the Riley 1.5 has got to the front, pursued by the Austin A35 of Diane Osborne. Some BMC's best there. British Motor Corporation. And did I see the Mustang running third in the line, but I'm not sure that's third in the race.
Yeah, Mustang third, that's the Burton car. Taped up the lights on the Mini, and ripped a bit of bumper off it.
That front number plate's going to fall off.
There goes the Magnet, just ahead of the Ford Galaxy. We did see the Plymouth Barracuda. We were at Goodwood when Bob Riggle went up in the wheel stander Barracuda, the Hurst.
Yes, I did.
Hemi
I
under
remember
glass.
That's right. Yes, I remember that. Absolutely.
Rear engine Barracuda that was, as far as I remember.
Goodness knows how this is going to pan out now. We've still got plenty. 19 minutes to go. Everybody is. Oh, there's one that hasn't made a pit stop. The Mustang number 42 is not shown as having stopped. That's Colin Souter.
Colin Souter, the Formula 3000 collector.
Right.
Has a number of very nice 3000s.
I would have thought that by now there was the MG we're talking about, followed by the Galaxy and E40. Yeah, lights out, so the race about to resume. And Ding Boston has been in this situation before at Thruxton, so can he capitalise on... Whoops. Wallow.
There's a lot of anti-roll bar going on under the front, hasn't it?
Right, so away he goes. Look at that lead. Brilliant stuff, but the Mustang's still going to catch up. It's a later generation of
but it shows that the Mustang is actually leading on our screen now from Shepherd in the Galaxy and the Jordan A40 number 77 third.
That'll be Andrew Jordan in the A40, Freddie Shepherd in the Galaxy, and Jason Minshaw in the Mustang.
So where is Ding Boston in all this then?
Well, he's in the Riley, that's the trouble. And no, I guess he's lost out quite considerably under the safety car, because he was caught up behind it when he should have been free to stay in the queue.
Yeah. Lots of laughs there.
Yeah. Right. Oh, and Freddie Shepherd really getting carried away in the Galaxy now, chasing the Mustang. But Jason Minshaw doesn't look gift horses in the mouth. I think he's been not exactly presented with the race, but he's in the right position. He's a quick driver, and Richard Dutton, I don't think, is now going to win this, and they have to blame it on the safety car. Richard he's only 3.6 seconds behind, but the Mustang has the power and it's got a good driver behind the wheel.
Yeah, you won't take kindly to be sitting behind an Austin GT40, will he, as it's called?
No. So there's the leader. Jason Minshaw having taken it over from its owner Mark Burton. And unlikely, I would have thought, to relinquish this lead, which he's building up now. But Richard Dutton's come through to third. You have to ignore the Riley 1.5. Incidentally, it's 1.5 as in words, not as in digits. You'll see on the, if it has its badge on the car properly.
Wolseley 1500 just said Wolseley 1500, didn't it?
Yes, but it illuminated that fact with this little badge on the front.
There's Dutton then, just ahead of Andy Jordan.
Neil Brown.
Oh, sorry, Neil Brown is that? Yes,
number
it is.
two,
Yes. Dutton's 3.
Who still has the fastest lap of the race.
It actually has the best engines.
Well, that's likely, yes.
He builds them.
Well, time's ticking away. There's still plenty of life in this race. 15 minutes and 20 seconds to go. There's the number 12 Jaguar, Ross Hyatt. I'm assuming. Oh, you never find out who started that car, but I would imagine that the owner would start.
It looked like Ross Hyatt driving it
in
there,
the car now. Yeah. There's the Plymouth Barracuda, number 95. John Payne will have taken it over.
John Payne has been driving a Morgan SLR, a Triumph SLR rep very nicely.
And into second place goes Richard. He's a man on a mission, Richard, isn't he?
Hasn't got much of his left front tyre left.
And goes to the inside line at Luffield of the Galaxy. Freddie Shepherd at the wheel.
Oh, the police are holding a watching brief again.
There's the leader. Here is the Cortina in second place. The Galaxy in third place. Bringing back memories of Jack Sears. That is, of course, the Jack Sears Trophy. Jack was first of all renowned. Well, he won the championship in Austin, Westminster A105. Then he moved on to the Tommy Sopwith Jaguar team. Then Lotus Cortinas. Works driver, teammate to Jim Clark, and then he went on to the big Galaxy.
Jack Sears and his brother contested the Brighton Speed Trials just after the war, didn't they? In MGTCs, was it? I think it was.
It's either a pre-war TAB or TC. I think it was a TC. Yeah. Richard Dutton's held off the Galaxy all the way down Hanger Straight, which bodes well for his prospects. But can he catch the Mustang? I don't think the Mustang driven by Jason Minshaw is going to be a difficult proposition on a fast circuit like Silverstone. As they started this lap, oh yes, the Galaxy was in second place. It isn't anymore. Of course, Richard Dutton is now second. He goes over the timing line. The gap between them is 6.3 seconds, and Jason Minshaw is just on that lap, the fastest lap of the race. So I think he has everything under control. Fred Shepherd third in the Galaxy. Fourth is the now Joe Ferguson driven Cooper S number 34, which started from pole position. In fifth place is number 2 Neil Brown in his Cortina. In sixth place is number 44 David Dickinson's Lotus Cortina. In seventh place number 12. That's crept up on us, hasn't it? I suspect if Ross Hyatt's now at the wheel, saying nothing against Grant Williams, but Ross Hyatt is a quick driver.
Does that make him second of the BRDC members? Behind Richard Dutton.
Richard Dutton's a member. Neil Brown's a member.
Third.
So he's third, yes. But he's the first full member, or life member. The other two are associates. Oh, the MG Magnet has... Bumble, as it was known.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, that's not looking good. That's the John Yaw Nick Wigley car.
With white helmet, it'll be John Ewer then.
Yes. Oh well, John Yaw started.
He still had a white helmet aboard from what I could see.
Perhaps they've both got white helmets. They'll share the same helmet.
Nick Wigley's is blue. There's the oomph car, giving it plenty of oomph, Ding Boston.
And there are 11 minutes to go. I do think cars from this era, apart from anything else, look better because you can identify their shape. Modern British touring cars, they're covered in so much sign writing and decoration.
When was the last time you saw a Plymouth Barracuda on the Wirral?
Nobody's ever said they ever sighted a Plymouth Barracuda on the Wirral, but I can't remember ever.
That's Joe Ferguson, who's hanging on grimly to the back of the
Neil Brown car.
Yeah, in fact, he's got ahead of it. He was ahead of it.
Yes,
he's lost out this last lap.
Well, I think Neil Brown's on a mission to get third place. closing up on the Galaxy where he can.
That's
But
Dickinson in the dark green Cortina at the back of that group.
Last time around, Richard Dutton pulled back 0.3 of a second on Jason Minshaw. I was just wondering what had happened to the Josh Cook car, number 37. It's in 10th place, battling it out with the Plymouth Barracuda. John Payne. So Josh not making the impact we might have expected. There's 171 Dan Lewis, started on the second row.
It was a really topsy-turvy grid though, so wet
It
this
was,
morning.
yes. Although that's correct, but the pace at which the Mini is being driven by Joe Ferguson and started by Tom Bell, that car's still giving a very good account of itself in 5th place. Getting pretty busy at some corners, isn't it?
Yeah, nice to see the Tucker family Shelby Mustang in the middle of all that. The metallic blue coupe. There's the yellow notchback of Pete Holford, veteran Canadian racer, long based in the UK.
122 is Gerard Buggy.
At least he's not beached.
At the moment, no, you're quite right, yes.
I was watching the Mustang there belch flame towards the Mini. The Mini sort of ducked out of the way in what its sills scorched.
Well, it's a smaller target for a flamethrower than a Cortina or Mustang might be. Right, leader's gone through for the 13th time. And Richard Dutton is dropping back. He's 9.9 seconds behind now, so I think it's the race winner is, I think, decided, helped by the safety car. And they're together, the two, Richard Dutton and Neil Brown, very good friends. And I think Fortec, in fact, have built up Neil Brown's cars over the years, his Lotus Cortinas. And they're separated by less than a second, and they've got the Galaxy right behind them. And David Dickinson is in the mix as well, as is Joe Ferguson in the number 34 Mini. So we've got a good group of cars there working its way through some slower traffic.
That was a bit tight, wasn't it?
Yeah. 7-11 is Peter Smith.
Oh, the 50 Cortina has suddenly very smoky in the engine bay.
Is that the ex-Steve Soper car?
Yes, I think it is. It's certainly the same colours. And that is the lanky figure of John Yearn.
Meanwhile, back at Maggots, the leader on his 14th lap. With everything, I think, well under control here, Richard Dutton. Not a threat. Falling away and under threat himself. Second and third place is far from resolved at the moment. Leader on to Hanger Straight. Just under 6 minutes.
And the two Lotus Cortinas are just coming on to the back at the top of the Hanger Straight. I saw them in the background as we watched Jason Minshaw in the leading Mustang.
Younger brother of John Minshaw.
Double yellows waved down here because that's where the 50 Cortina is, isn't it? Dealer Team JCB going out.
Well, the gravel's done a good job, but it's difficult to get the car out of that gravel. Now, Andrew Jordan, let's just mention him. He's in 8th place in the Austin GT40, so-called. He's just done his personal best lap. He's right up behind Ross Hyatt in the number 12 Jaguar, which, of course, leads the Coombs class. Oh, Josh Cook has gained 2 places. We're close to having what could be a battle between 2 BTCC stars, Josh Cook and Andrew Jordan. I'm not sure it's going to happen. We are going to see a BTCC star in the next race as well, Gordon Shedden. I don't know how much further Josh Cook can get. No, he's got a bit of difference to make up.
Andy Jordan's going to jump into a GT40 as well in the next race.
Oh, is he?
I think he was. He was down. I saw him one of the lists. Maybe not. Mike's certainly driven a few in his time, or driven in the Spa 6 hours.
No, he's not on.
No. Oh, the Cortina's out of the way. It's hoiked clear. Working
so
lap 15.
David Dickinson, yes, he's running ahead of the Galaxy now. He's got ahead of it as well. Richard Dutton still keeping Neil Brown behind him in their battle for 2nd and 3rd places. There's Dickinson in the green car. Almost identical lap times done by Jason Minshaw and Richard Dutton last time around. So the gap has stayed, therefore, more or less the same.
Fun, isn't it? All the over the years, we've seen so many proper Lotus-coloured Lotus Cortinas that here they're all different colours, but not the white and green.
There's hardly a white and green one in the race. They're right. There's the Galaxy with the green and gold, sort of Australian racing colours, isn't it?
Yep. Corners well, the Galaxy, doesn't it, for something of its size? That's something that Jack Sears said in the period. Actually really surprised everyone. They thought it was going to lumber around the corners,
wallow around the place,
but it didn't. And there's a change. That's 2 past 3. Neil Brown comes past Richard Dutton at Abbey.
Richard will, of course, protest that he let him past. But he wants the place back. And the Mini, number 103, is trying to get in on the act. That's Patrick Watts. Well, it's not Patrick anymore. I guess it's Amy's daughter who's taken it over.
Three-wheeling very nicely, Watts.
Yes. Here they come then, down towards Brooklands, the pair of Cortinas. Neil Brown runs a bit wide there through Brooklands, but going into, he gets the inside line for Luffield. And holds on to the place he's just taken earlier on the lap, 2nd place. Now the leader on his last lap. New fastest lap just done by Fred Shepherd in the Galaxy, 2:31.884, which is 2 seconds quicker, nearly, than the fastest lap of the leader. Yeah, I think we'll find this is going to be the last lap. There's just under a minute on the clock. Although there isn't a huge amount of it. It's the fast bit of the lap that's left.
Yeah, they'll probably just get one, won't they? It's going to be
40
tight,
seconds. It's touch and go.
He'll get there.
Get one more.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't want to have a Richard Bradley fate befall him. Powers the car nicely out of Stowe Corner into Vale. 23 seconds. He is going to get another one. by a handful of seconds. I'm sure they'll let it run another lap. Yes, they will. Now, where are the pursuit? Here's the Cortina. Oh, the spin by Richard Dutton. Richard Dutton. Oh, we'll give him some stick about that. So he's passed by quite a few cars, including David Dixon and including Joe Ferguson in the Mini. So Neil Brown may spin off on this last lap because he can't stop laughing about what Richard's done. He may have seen all that happen in his mirrors. And it looked like a totally unforced error. Anyway, the lead that Jason Minshaw had over Neil Brown as they started this last lap was 9 seconds, so the Mustang is surely home and dry. How about our touring car gang? I don't think Josh Cook is going to gain another place. I think 7th place is as good as it's going to get for him in the number 37 Lotus Cortina. And for Andrew Jordan, he might get ahead of Ross Hyatt. Ross in the Jaguar.
There's a leader then, down through Maggots into Beckett's for the final time. Turns to the right, turns to the left. And the last element. Good clean exit onto Chapel Curve and the Hanger Straight. Looking good. We briefly saw Neil Brown in the background in 2nd place. He's a long way back. Yep, Jason Minshaw then from the Demon Tweaks dynasty, coming down into club for the final time, catches the tail, plants his right foot and brings Mark Burton's Ford Mustang home to victory in this HRDC Jack Sears Trophy race. Really good race, Ian.
Indeed, a very good drive by Jason Minshaw in the closing stages, taking advantage of the safety car situation that's delivered to him. Sideways goes Joe Joe Ferguson in the Mini as he comes up to the checkered flag. There's no change in the order.
Dickinson's third.
Dickinson's got through the third because of the spin by Richard Dutton, which dropped him down. So Dickinson's third. The Shepherd Galaxy is fourth. The Tom Bell, Joe Ferguson, Austin Cooper S is fifth. Richard Dutton after his spin is sixth. Seventh is the Josh Cook, previously Mike Gardner, Lotus Cortina number 37. 8th, number 12, the Grant Williams, then Ross Hyatt, Jaguar Mark II. In 9th place, Mike and Andrew Jordan, number 77, Austin GT40. And in 10th place, the Lotus Cortina of Michael Cullen and Paddy Shovlin. 11th, number 711, Peter Smith's Lotus Cortina. And 12th, number 111, which is Larry Tucker driving on his own, not with Laurie as well, just Larry Tucker in the Shelby Mustang GT 350R.
And the 121 Austin A35 has expired on the last lap.
Diane Osborne. The XK150 crosses the line. That finishes, that's Mark Gordon in 16th place. The Plymouth Barracuda finished 14th. Pete Holford, just one place behind Peter Holford with his Mustang 13th. Well, a fascinating race partly because of the huge variety of car and for the very older generation. It is nice to see cars that one remembers from a long time ago being exercised on the track. So the happy Jason Minshaw takes the Mustang round. We have one more race today, which is the MRL Amon Cup for Ford GT40s.
Well, late spin for numero uno.
Yeah, that was Simon Drabble, wasn't it? Yeah. Taking the flag. And we hope there'll be a chance to have a word with the winning drivers. Down the pit lane comes Jason Minshaw. I think it suits the Mustang, that livery of red with a gold roof, rather more than a Lotus Cortina in red with a gold stripe.
The Falcons look good though in red.
Falcons look good in red, yeah. So it's partly because of association with Frank Gardner winning the British Saloon Car Championship in one. I almost bought my Observer's Book of Automobiles for this race, because it would have, half the cars in the race would have come out of that, the 1957 edition or something. So we'll hopefully be hearing from, well, if we can get the top 3 overall. The reason we had 2 trios in the previous race, because of course there were 2 separate races going on. Oh, there's the your corgi toy lurking in the background in the pit lane, the Lotus 11.
Yeah, Mark Cole's car, not cleared away from the previous. Probably couldn't find Mark to drive it clear. He wasn't on the podium, was he?
No, you're right, no. Well, well done to the HRDC for bringing together these cars. We've got another HRDC race to come tomorrow, the Dunlop All Stars, Marcus.
Yeah, a cracking grid with the Classic Alpha Challenge making up probably towards half the grid.
Well, I was going to say at least a third, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, just looking ahead to tomorrow, you've got the qualifying session for. Oh, we'll go over to. I think Lewis could be ready to have a word with. As would the word portly be appropriate to describe Jason? But getting some water down in. Mark Burton. And there'll be quite an extrovert character, Jason Minshaw.
Put in some Strictly Come Dancing moves, isn't he?
Well, it was beginning to look like that, Marcus, yes.
Martin Melling in the hat there on the right, that, who Jason normally drives with.
With the E-sides.
Yeah.
Okay, here we are down in the down at the podium presentations, and we do have our race winners. And let me quickly look at that. It's Mark Burton and Jason Minshaw. Mark, good first session?
Yeah, it was great. The car was handling fantastically. Got off the line well. Had to go on the grass to get past a couple of cars. But yeah, great fun.
You've done a bit of grass cutting for Silverstone.
Yeah, well, it looked a bit long.
Bill in again.
Yeah.
You can put your bill in. Yeah, and I take it the safety car kind of played into your hands a bit.
Yeah, we decided to do an early pit stop, and it just happened to be perfectly timed so that we got out again. But I think we were in P2 anyway, so just worked out. We got a 9-second lead, I think.
And Jason, you finished off the event.
Yeah, I just had to drive around really, did all the hard work. I got in quick and I never saw anyone else.
Well, that's the way, and that's the best way. And how did the car handle?
Yeah, much better than in the wet.
Yeah, I'd say the old Mustang's a bit of a handful in the wet.
Yeah, I mean, it was particularly evil yesterday and today. We're trying all sorts of different things to try and stop it being evil, but failed. But for the dry, it's perfect.
And I take it it's good. You're finishing the season now?
Yeah, I've got one race tomorrow, the 3 hour, we both have, so that'll finish it off nicely.
Okay, what are you driving tomorrow, Mark?
Low drag E-type.
Ooh, that should be nice. So anyway, best of luck. I don't know where everybody is, but if you want to stand on the podium, I've got a. You know, we haven't got anyone to give you the trophies, but we'll find someone to give you the trophies. Stand on the podium.
Lewis, you could try and do it yourself. But I think probably there's very few cars to be collected from around the circuit, so we should be underway with the GT40s pretty smartly. It won't take us long to give you the details, because there's a small entry, sadly, for this new for 2021 MRL Amon Cup for Ford GT40s. Can either be original period cars or cars built recently to the original period specification.
Jason Minshaw. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, a brief glimpse of Mark Burton and Jason Minshaw on top of the podium.
It only feels like a few weeks since our last update of the short wheelbase, where we revealed that eventually and finally we decided to go back to the absolutely correct and original red exterior colour. And the guys have been working tirelessly to assemble the car, and it's made so much progress very quickly as a result of how much work's gone into the parts and the components being restored, whilst the metalwork was being done and the paintwork was being done. So we see it here today, just about ready to go to the trim shop, and we're going to follow up with a visit to Rocky, where we talk through the choice of interior and the way in which we have to go to extreme lengths to make sure that the detail is absolutely correct, so that the car throughout is as it would have been when it left the factory. But just before we do that, a quick little look around the car. So the rear screen is back in. This is the original rear screen, which actually had some acid etching identifiers, which are very typical of the 70s, where people used to etch in the chassis number or the reg number, so it had the reg number etched in. We've managed to have that professionally polished out so that you don't see that, retaining the original Securite markings here, which is upside down, funnily enough, but in the corner of the screen. So we've got the original rear screen back in the car. The fuel tank's in, the outside fuel filler, all the lights are fitted up. We've had the bumpers back from the chromers for the second time, so we've just sent them back for some final detail work. There was a few ripples that we weren't quite happy with, but they've really come out magnificently, especially this rear bumper, which is one piece, which is very, very difficult across that huge length to not have any sort of waves or ripples, but we're very, very pleased with the way that's turned out. In terms of the interior, the headlining's been put in. Rocky came up to us to do that here at DK, and the dash has been fitted. We've fitted the gauges that have all been overhauled, and one of the really nice features of this car, again hinting towards its extreme originality, was that on all of the wiring loom and all of the wires, which were in incredibly good condition and good enough to reuse, we found the original Pirelli markings, which is something that we see so rarely these days, because these cars have quite often had new looms during their life. So we've gone to every possible length to retain that loom, whilst making sure that it's of adequate quality and standard to serve this car for the next 30 years or more. But as we look inside also, we see that we've got the gearbox fitted, the rear axle, the brakes, prop shafts in place, and then of course the engine in the engine bay. We're yet to fit the tops of the carburetors and the the open air tray. We're waiting for the exhaust in terms of when it comes back from the trim shop. We will tailor make it to this car so it fits perfectly. It's not something we buy off the shelf. It's supplied to us in component form so that we can fabricate and create the exhaust to fit the car perfectly. But as you can see, everything else is in the engine bay, ready to have its final assembly when back from the trim shop, inserting the inner arches, inserting all the final details, the manifold, heat shields, etc. So really exciting time. Can't wait to show you it when it's finished with its trim. And again, I'm just so much closer to that final road test and shakedown, which is always the best and most rewarding point of the restoration. And we are a matter of weeks away from it. So join us again for our visit with Rocky and for the subsequent road test and finalisation of the restoration.
Well, we've got the Ford GT40s then coming out for their 80-minute race. And the rules for this as regards pit stops is that they have to make one stop between the 30th and the 50th minute. And as with most of the MRL races, it's a 60 seconds minimum stationary period. Now, it'll be a rolling start for the race, and after qualifying this morning, the grid's going to line up like this. On pole position, we're back with pole on the right-hand side of the track. We've got the number 37 car, which will be shared by Miles Griffiths with multiple British touring car champion Gordon Shedden. Miles will start in the car. The qualifying time was a 2 minutes 40.340, and with them on the front row of the grid will be the number 23 car of James Cottingham and Oliver Bryant, and James Cottingham will be the start driver for that. So 37 and 23 the front row. The second row will have number 15 Michael Birch with Andy Newell, and Andy Newell will start in that car. Best qualifying lap of 2 minutes 43.848. And also on row 2, number 72 is the Richard Cook David Cuff car, which Richard Cook will start with a qualifying best of 249.270. They're of academic interest only really because these tyres were set on a very wet track this morning. So 15 and 72 is row 2. The car's now making their way down the pit lane. They've been put into grid formation in the assembly area, so now they can simply follow the pace car around on one lap, and then that'll peel off at the end of the at the end of the parade lap, and the race will get underway. Row 3, number 7. That's going to be driven first by Xavier Sanster Acedo, sharing with Mike Thorne. And its best time done by Mike Thorne in qualifying was 2:49.349, number 7. And alongside number 177, the Brazilian driver, Bernardo Hartogs, with the best lap of 3 minutes 1.883, but without a co-driver, so he'll be going alone. 7 and 177, row 3. And the last car on the grid, number 3, the Mahmouds, Tarek and Galal Mahmoud, and it'll be Galal who goes first in car number 3 with a qualifying best of 3 minutes 5.150. So looking at those qualifying times, there's quite a spread, and there's some prospect, I think, that the race is going to be a bit spread out as well. But let's hope there is a bit of competition somewhere. Marcus, what do you think?
Exactly. Well, this is down at Brooklands. It should be quite interesting. There's one or two, I think, scores to settle up front, shall we say, with I'm quicker than you in GT40. No, I'm not. I think I'm the quicker. But I've got Harvey Stanley alongside me from DK Engineering. Harvey, perhaps you'd like to give a few thoughts on this. You've driven these cars, and of course you're working with DK, sponsors of the event and the meeting.
Yes, thank you, Marcus. Yeah, interesting to note that Ollie Bryant and James Cottingham won the Spa 6 Hours in Ollie Bryant's GT40 just a few weeks ago. And in 2019, the previous Spa 6 Hours, well, that was won by Gordon Shedden and Miles Griffith in the other car on the front row. So these two, I think, will be hammer and tongs for 80 minutes, and then there'll be some serious battles behind, I think, as well.
So a bit like current Le Mans, where it's a sprint race from beginning to end.
Yeah, it's nice that this is 80 minutes, not 60 minutes or 50 minutes like some of the other races. But I don't think we'll see any slower a pace, even though a slightly longer race.
The change to the eased version of Club Corner beneficial to a GT40 because the gearbox is always the weakest link.
Absolutely. Whenever you go to Spa, everybody talks about GT40 gearboxes letting them down, and it's true. I would say the two weak points of a GT40 are brakes and gearbox, and of course put them together and you're overworking the gearbox. So that faster historic section there, I think, will be very greatly appreciated by the drivers today.
Brilliant, that's Harvey. Bring Harvey back in a moment. Ian, over to you for the start.
Right, the light's out on the safety car, so obviously all's satisfactory to take the start. Great sight it makes, these superb looking cars, the GT40. Created in the early part of the 1960s, 1964 when they first took to the racetrack. And here they come then through Vale and now into Club. If Harvey's prediction is right, then we're going to see a good battle for the lead in the early stages, as we've had in some of the other races earlier today. Can they do better than the E-types did? So they come out of Club Corner onto what looks a pretty dry, but not yet totally dry, Hamilton Straight. And away we go. And who's going to get into Abbey first? It's going to be from the inside, just having the advantage there. Miles Griffiths, but coming back at him is James Cottingham. This is meant to be an 80-minute race, not a two-lap sprint. Coming down into the a spin by Andy Newell. So number 15 having a spin. We may get a replay of that. There he gets going again. Number 7 is Sansa Acedo going through the loop, and Adrian onto Wellington Straight come the leaders. They're side by side again as they come down into Brooklands. But it's Miles Griffiths from James Cottingham. It's tremendous side by side stuff, this, or one closely behind the other. James Cottingham only just having to settle for second at this very early stage. Out of Woodcote onto the Heritage Pit Straight. Well, Andy Newell playing catch-up, we're going to be worth keeping an eye on as well. So the two leaders then into Maggots. Is Miles Griffiths beginning to assert himself and open up a bit of a gap? Or will we see them getting level again with each other? Well, coming out of... coming on to Hanger Straight. They're certainly getting away from the opposition, but it's these two locked in combat coming down into Stowe Corner for the second time. But the first racing time. Into Vale, Marcus.
Yeah, terrific, isn't it? Like, such poise through the approach to Club Corner. Here they are,
that's nice.
over where the saloon cars dropped that oil and was spun off. You can see where it's been addressed by the marshals, and it is Miles Griffiths from James Cottingham out front. These two well clear of Richard Cook in third place. Richard Cook, a recent winner at Estoril with Harvey Stanley, who's sitting to my left in the Cobra. That was a fantastic battle with their DK Engineering teammates, James Cottingham and Max Girardo on that occasion. But the GT40s always look beautiful. They're absolutely timeless, aren't they? You wouldn't imagine these cars, you know, the design was done in the early 60s.
Well, the Ford GT, of course, was copied from those only about, what was it, 15 years ago, 10 years ago? Was an updated version of these.
And there's quite a deputation from one of the GT40 replica groups here today. I saw 7 or 8 cars there.
Well, a deputation normally has to come make a protest. They were here representing.
Well, they should have joined the grid. It'd be really good. Just for the photographs.
Yeah. See, it's got the Colin Crab blister on the roof to accommodate a tall driver.
Exactly. Terry Drury had similar when I remember in
he wasn't that tall.
His car had a bulge on the roof. I remember at Silverstone 67.
When Terry Sanger drove it, he probably needed to be widened. Harvey,
that bulge on the Cottingham car is for its co-owner Andrew Smith, who, a little taller than James Cottingham, needs that to get his head closed, to get the door closed with his head in. Same thing there on the Richard Cook car, the Gurney bubble.
Yes, Dan Gurney, of course, needed it as well.
So James Cottingham on the first lap there, I saw at Brooklands, it must still be a little bit wet there as he went offline, and that's what allowed Miles Griffith to get back in front, where he remains, as we see.
That's Richard Cook then on the screen. You can see at the moment in the number 72 car. The lead that Miles Griffiths had at the end of the first lap, just under a second, 0.809 of a second.
Well, I remember driving, coming out here and watching Eric Liddell in a GT40 back in the 60s.
Whose son Robin still races in the USA.
Absolutely.
In fact, he was he fourth or third the recent weekend in the Pirelli series?
.177 there. That's Bernardo Hartogs, who we saw earlier on in his Lotus, which enjoys Woodcote and Sterling Moss races in. Newell's up a place into 6th at the expense of Sanz de Soto.
Right, 2 laps completed. Miles Griffiths' lead gone up a little bit, not much, 1.146 seconds at the end of the second lap. And I would say that James Cottingham is getting ever closer.
Yeah, you can see he was really pushing there into Copse Corner, and those lights on.
Yes.
Just in case Miles Griffiths has forgotten from the cockpit of Philip Walker's car.
Swinging the car through.
So he's there.
Beckett's. I thought he was edging closer, but in fact the gaps seem now, as they go down Hanger Straight into Stowe, have gone up a little bit.
I have to check on the stats to see what they're pulling in a straight line down the Hanger Straight, but the thought happy side of 150 with full tanks. Cottingham ran a little bit wide on the exit of Club. There's that's 15, and in fact that's Michael Birch driving that, isn't it? Not Newell, as we were told was going to drive it originally, and that's a replica of the Ford France car that Guy Ligier drove at Le Mans, and Michael has the real one, but races this one, which is a clone of it.
Well, if you think back to the start of the race, that car spun.
Yep.
And we were blaming Andy Newell because we were told he was the start driver, but apologies to Andy. But we can only go on what we're told, I'm afraid.
So, yeah, Michael had that disappointment earlier on of seeing his Lotus 15 grind to a halt on the last lap while leading the Sterling Moss Trophy and Woodcote Trophy race.
You've had no news about why?
There's a suspicion it might have been an engine issue. Whether that was the engine started because it was out of fuel or not, it's not a matter. Right. Believe the Gary Pearson Lister was a transmission issue, diff or drive shaft. So still nothing between these two. out front, and they're lapping a chunk quicker than anybody else in the field.
Yes, the third place car definitely is Richard Cook, isn't it? Not David Cuff. Are we agreed on that? Yes. But he has now dropped to 22 seconds adrift of the two leaders. Have you ever got your hands on a GT40, Marcus, to drive in anger on the racetrack?
Not in anger. I've driven a couple, and I drove Martin Colville's ex-golf car.
Yeah,
it was third at Spa, wasn't it, with David Hobbs
and Paul Hawkins.
Yeah. Is it 1084?
I'll have to look that up in the book.
1084. It was one of those two numbers. It rings a bell in my mind. But it was a long time ago, 30 years ago, I would think. Here at Silverstone.
This is my coffee.
Rare as hen's teeth, except in the commentary box.
What, these books? They are
Ronnie Spain GT40 book. But there's just something so special about the lines of the GT40, and I remember seeing those photographs of them, Roy Salvadori testing one at Goodwood back in the day. Didn't do a lot of running there, but did some.
Did he win or come second in the last Goodwood, almost his last ever race was in a GT40 at Goodwood, I think, the Whitson Trophy?
Quite probably.
In 1964.
Yeah, you can find out in your Ronnie Spain book. Or I will. And David Hobbs the race there in Loaded T70 Spider, didn't he?
He doesn't get a mention because he's not. He should be shown as a. Because John Wyer had a high regard for Roy Salvadori, didn't he? And used him as a test driver long after he retired from competition.
They're working their way through that wonderful flick-flack at Beckett's, the leaders. There's 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds or so between them at this point. There is the Richard Cook and David Cuff car. Third place. This weekend we've got Dario Franchitti racing tomorrow in the Royal Automobile Club Pall Mall Cup race, and also his Formula Vauxhall Junior runner-up, which was David Cuff. He will take this car over later in the race.
That's the Ford France car.
Yep. You've done much in GT40s, Harvey?
Well, yes, the car on screen now, that Richard Cook David Cuff car, I drove with that fairing at Spa for the 6 hours about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I found myself on the podium at Donington in the Amon Cup in the spring of this year. Richard wasn't able to drive the car on that occasion, so I shared with David, but as the rightful owner, it's nice to see Richard back in his car, which is running Pursuit Colours, the name of the team that are preparing that car, Pursuit. And nice to see the top 4 GT40s all prepared by different teams. So ADP prepare that Cottingham and Bryant car. High Tech preparing the Miles Griffith Shedden car, which belongs to Philip Walker. And Jelsko, Andy Newell's own business there, running that car as well.
So you started at the top by getting on the podium then. Was that your first run, the GT40, competitive run?
I raced this, again the car's still on screen, at the Silverstone Classics around here about 2 years ago, but leading into why the Amon Cup exists. As an owner or a racer of a GT40, there aren't that many things you can do with your car, so the Spa 6 hours is always the big one that everybody wants to do, and of course there is a race at Goodwood for genuine GT40s, but saving that, there was very little for people to do with GT40s, so our idea with Legends was to come up with this race, the Amon Cup, just for GT40s, so that all these guys that have cars that are doing 1 or 2 races a year can get out a little bit more in the cars. And I think it's clear from the opinion in the commentary box with me that there's nothing quite like seeing GT40s in anger on race circuits. So I do hope that in time and certainly next season that this series will grow. Perhaps we'll have 3 races a year, and I think we will have stronger grids once the travel restrictions that are sort of lifted are fully lifted, and people can start planning a year's racing again.
The timing is always crucial, isn't it? And last year with the COVID situation and everything else, when we came to this meeting, this MRL meeting put together at the end of the season on a one-day basis, there was a real appetite to go racing again. And I don't think anyone necessarily foresaw the dramas that would follow with the travel, etc. this year. But Ian, there's some action on track as Michael Birch goes past, takes a place.
Yeah, goes ahead of 177 Bernardo Hartogs.
Yeah, Barry Birch with the Rubens Barrichello crash helmet after that first corner drama.
Yes, making up a lot of time.
Yeah, he's up into to 4th place now.
Was there much debate about calling it the Amon Cup, or was that an obvious name to give it?
I think Amon Cup is absolutely the right name for it. There was a little bit of discussion, but Chris Amon was such a great guy, so well known with GT40s, and his son's still around, and his son was very keen to come to both races, and very keen that he come and present the trophy himself.
So he's here now.
I actually have to check with Duncan, but he was at Donington and he presented the trophy at Donington, and he was very keen to come today and do the same. So, well, we'll find out prize giving.
Chris Amon was a great enthusiast of historic racing in his later days, and I remember seeing him at Pukekohe in New Zealand. I didn't see him at, he was sadly gone by the time we were at Taupo.
Well, of course, he started in historic racing almost with a 250F Maserati, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
When they'd become slightly obsolete.
Quite remarkable. And I mean, to see what his career spanned.
Yes.
It was a wonderful era, wasn't it, in terms of the type of machinery that an up-and-coming driver could play with. Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, how's our lead battle going? It's 2.5 seconds the gap now.
It's kind of where it's been for the last few laps.
Yeah.
In fact, if anything, James Cottingham has snuck a little bit closer, but there's a car between them now, and it stays out of the way at Club Corner. The livery on the Cottingham car, Harvey, is a period livery, isn't it? Because the car kind of has its roots in one that was raced in the States.
That's right. The car's 1029. So 1029 did Sebring in 1965 or 66. Forgive me, I don't know which. And then it went to Le Mans, of course, to do the 24 hours. And in practice, it had a significant accident with another GT40.
And we've got a chance to hear from the pits. Lewis.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Yeah, I'm just chatting down here to Gordon Shedden, who's co-driving Miles Griffiths' car. You're right in the lead at the moment, Gordon.
Yeah, that's Miles' job for sure. So, we've sent him out to try and, set the pace to start with, and he's doing a cracking job so far. So long may it continue.
Yeah, did you set pole lap?
Ultimately, pole was my lap this morning, but I think the track conditions definitely improved a little bit. But we seem to have pretty decent pace in all conditions. Obviously, a little bit of a voyage into the unknown now because the track's dried out and everything this morning was very, very wet and very slippery.
Yeah, everyone's saying it was very slippery. Is that is that normal for the GP track?
I think so, and I think just the amount of water that fell overnight and just the cold temperature that we've got means that we're really struggling to turn the tyre on to make it work. So everybody's in the same boat, slipping and sliding everywhere, and certainly hanging on in that GT40 this morning.
Well, yeah, and we've just been watching the live streaming at DK Engineering, and Miles is drifting the car a bit himself. I'd say Miles is drifting the car through the corners.
Yeah, he's just got a lovely style, Miles. Obviously he drives a lot of historic cars as well as preparing this GT40 as well. So, I've shared with Miles in the Spa 6 Hours, at Goodwood, at a variety of events. So we know each other very well. We can drive it in a similar way, and it definitely makes life a lot easier for these two driver races.
You've had a bit of success at the Spa 6 Hours, I believe.
Yeah, we won Spa 6 Hours in 2019. I think we were third in 2018, so we're on the right trajectory with it. And it's just great. It's fantastic to get in these old cars, to drive them, to experience what so many guys had to race with back in the 60s. It was, it really kind of puts everything back in perspective. And yeah, they're fantastic things to drive, and the owners obviously want them shown and raced as well in this environment. It's great.
Yeah, it's absolutely fabulous. Anyway, we got you here. How did the touring car season go for yourself?
Typical touring car season, a little bit up, down, and everything else that goes with it. But the positives were that we finished on a high. We had a couple of wins at Donington, a couple of podiums at Brands to finish off. So that last 20% of the championship was fantastic. We just got beaten up a little bit in the middle. So at least we finished on the front foot, and hopefully we can start there next year.
Yeah, well, that'd be the great thing. It's really competitive this year, isn't it? Well, it has been the last couple of years. Well, that's why you haven't been there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just as put it in perspective, at Brands Hatch Grand Prix Circuit, I think if you were half a second off pole, you were outside the top 12 in qualifying on the Grand Prix Circuit at Brands Hatch. I mean, it just puts it in perspective as to how close it is and how competitive the championship is just now.
Well, thanks very much for your time. And what time are you? Can give us a sneak preview. What time are you coming in for your pit stop?
Well, when Miles gets bored, I guess.
Okay. Oh, thanks very much. Thank you very much. So there's Gordon Shedden.
Good to hear from Gordon then, and of course what he didn't mention is he's also, and has been for a number of years now, director of the British Racing Drivers Club, so he's involved in the management of Silverstone amongst other responsibilities, as well as being the PR person, the marketing manager for Knockhill in Scotland. Well, now I think, Marcus, this is coming down a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting closer. It's 2.1 there. It was 2.9 at one point, 2.5. It's looking good. So they're a long way clear, kind of 3/4 minutes or so clear of Richard Cook currently, and the Michael Birch car as well.
One of the great things about watching them is the way they move on the track. Watching a modern car, they're dull. They're much quicker, yeah. But these are exciting cars to watch.
They are, and they're so beautiful to behold, aren't they? I think it's there's something very, very special. And if you saw one of these in 50 years' time, you'd still think what a stunning thing it is in comparison to a lot of the modern supercars, which are a bit bitty and there's things added on to them. These are very pure, very kind of organic kind of shape, aren't they? And you can see where everything happens. You can see the ducting into the front. You can see the ducting on top of the nose, in the side of the engine bay on the top, and it all looks like it's there for a purpose. It's beautifully styled, and it's just an all-time classic.
Yeah, I've just. Have you seen this new book about Ken Miles that's come out?
I haven't.
By Dave Friedman. Harvey, have you seen it? It's a massive photograph. It's more of a photograph album actually than the story of Ken Miles, and the photographs in there, the image are just superb.
Well, I'm sure we've all been to see the film. I mean, the
Le Mans 66,
film, which was a cracking film in its way.
Yes.
I think if you weren't an absolute out-and-out ardent race fan, you got plenty from it. I think we could all pick holes in it, but that's the nature of the beast. We come to racing all the time. But people who are not dyed-in-the-wool racing enthusiasts enjoyed it as a couple of hours escapism.
And it did a lot about, because Ken Miles had really been a forgotten British driver. He'd gone out to America years ago and played a major role in the development of the GT40.
Very much so.
As well as the Cobra before. Something of an unsung hero. One of the reasons I always liked, he always used to wear his BRDC badge in America when he went out to race in America, whether it was MGs or Porsches or whatever it was. He had his BRDC badge on.
Confer special privileges in restaurants in the
I wouldn't know about that, but no, it was a good film. No feature film is going to stick strictly to the facts, the 100% accuracy.
Never let the truth get in the way of a good story, as they say.
Well, that's, yeah.
You can just twist it and a few nuances, etc.
Nuances, that's right.
Keep the basis there, because you will get found out. So that was Michael Birch, and just going through leaders put a lap on the Ford France car.
Actually, because of the sound they make as well, you can look at these cars, even though there's not a huge amount of, I mean, I know these two are racing for the lead, but other than that, there's not too much going on behind. But they're just such great cars to watch and listen to.
They're incredible.
At high speed.
Yeah. And those two, the double barrel shotgun exhaust pipes are fabulous, aren't they? Just, yeah. If ever you were to have a collection of model race cars or something like that, then GT40s would do it. They're available in so many liveries, so many really iconic period liveries. Just superb. And the Ford France livery, which we saw on Cobras before, and really tell a great story in racing. And,
in the days before, they're very off at this tangent now, in the days before speed limits infested the country and the continent, Willie Green with John Davenport as co-driver, or reading the maps, did some ludicrous speed from Calais, I think it was, to Monaco. And if you get Willie talking about that, if you can still remember it, it was quite some drive.
The Ford France car was a Guy Ligier car, wasn't it? And Guy Ligier was an ex-rugby international, wasn't
That's right,
he?
yes,
Who
yes.
I saw here in the '67 British Grand Prix, and when Jim Clark won, and he was a privateer Formula One racer.
Yeah,
made his money in construction, didn't he?
That's right.
Yeah.
And getting on with politicians.
Yes,
didn't do him any harm. Was it not his car that appeared in that French film, Un Homme et une Femme?
Never seen it.
Well, oh, you've never seen it? Oh, right. Well, with starring Jean-Louis Trintignant, the nephew of Maurice Trintignant, and Anouk Aimée, who was rather delicious. And so they did quite a lot of the filming at Montlhéry. Mm-hmm. The basic plot was about Jean-Louis Trintignant driving from one end of Europe to the other in a Ford Mustang, the Shelby GT2 Mustang, to meet his heartthrob. And a GT40 certainly featured in that. It probably was the Ford France car.
That would make sense.
Because they also had their Formula 2 Brabham on display.
Yes, little 1 litre Brabham.
Yes,
they had.
that's right,
Yeah. So we continue, and the lead battle is still very strong. They're only a second between them. Cottingham was fractionally closer to Griffiths a while back. I wonder whether they will stop on the same lap, or whether there'll be some tactics coming.
Well, ask the man on your left.
Harvey, you may have some insight. What would you be doing if you were in the team manager's perch?
Yeah, normally on a race like this, I would try and leave the pit stop as late as possible so that you can capitalise on a safety car. Of course, the safety car comes out, and there's a net gain if you stop under the safety car. But because this is a big circuit and not the busiest of grids, I think the chance of a safety car is quite slim. So I think that option probably isn't there. I think there is a bit of driver fatigue. 80 minutes isn't all that long, and of course we know these cars will go longer, but they are physical to drive and they do get very hot. So, especially in the case of the front two cars where you've got two very even driver pairings, I would have thought to see these cars stopping around about the middle mark.
Yeah, that's interesting, and Bernardo Hartogs is in to do the whole thing on his own, but as a Brazilian he can probably cope with the heat in the cockpit.
That's quite. Although, was it Brazil where Nelson Piquet collapsed on the podium after a very hot Grand Prix, I think? Yeah. Well, these two have got themselves into a little battle as well, haven't they?
They've just repassed there, and that was Hartogs went past Birch at Copse Corner, I think.
This is for fourth place. So, in third place, Richard Cook's got nobody to play with, really,
and the leaders are sort of hove into view behind. They'll be putting a lap on this pair in just a second. We're down to 52 minutes to go. And look at that. Well, that's a great sight, isn't it?
It is. Particularly a car with its lights on. Looking very Le Mans.
All the cars racing. There's the GT40 corral behind.
Right. Deputation, you called it earlier.
Oh, it's
So once again, I see the leaders here in a class of their own. There's been a second between them now for the last 2 or 3 laps. Griffith has the faster lap of the race so far, but by less than a tenth. So when you get to a point where you've got just a second or two between two cars, coming through back markers can make a huge difference. And it looks like here that Miles Griffiths has got through that fighting pack a little better than Cottingham, and that could have cost James sort of 1 or 2 seconds in his battle to keep up with Griffiths there.
Yeah, we just saw Hartog's was between them as they came to Brooklands, and the leader Griffiths was able to dive in and get the apex, and that's actually allowed him to get a little bit more exit speed while James was sorting out his way past the fourth place man. That car was also driven by James Hansen, wasn't it, at Spa? But James really struggled with the heat towards the end. Just couldn't drive it any longer, apparently. That's what I was told this morning by Michael Birch.
Yeah, when you come up against back markers like the leaders did just there, so often it goes, in this instance it's the first guy through the back markers has got on better, but so often it's the other way around, where the leading car approaches the back markers and the back markers suddenly wake up, they see the leading car and they let him through, and then let the second place car through that much easier. But it's not worked out that way this time. But it seems like James has got a bit more pace here because he's managed to close the gap back up almost immediately.
Yeah, the other thing with the overtaking like that is that the leader has to find his way past guys who perhaps aren't that used to racing these cars, and is probably a little bit more cautious, not knowing maybe who's in those cars at the time, and it gives sometimes can give the chaser that little opportunity to read the situation that much better and kind of not second guess, but just make the best out of it.
Well, of course, as the leader, the onus is on you. So I've had races. I had a particular race at Goodwood about a year ago where I was in second, and we were coming up against a pack, and of course it's the leader. The leader has to make the onus of when you make that move. If you're following, it is that much easier. Following is a lot easier than being followed. When you've got somebody behind you, and James knows what he's doing, he's got the lights on for added effect. When you've got somebody behind you, and every time you check your mirrors, there they are. The next corner, there they are. The pressure does start to build. Miles Griffiths is pretty experienced himself, so I'm sure a flick on of the lights won't unsettle him too much. But it all starts to build up. When you have a long race like this and a consistent pressure from the guy chasing you, it only takes one mistake or one mistake through traffic, and that can really change the course of a race.
Yeah, it's pretty small margins between these guys. I mean, they're very, very evenly matched out front, aren't they? As we've seen by the times. I mean, it's only a second between them. They've been racing now for around half an hour or so, and it's still everything to play for with 48 minutes of the 80. Another car to be lapped now.
Well, that's going to be Richard Cook, isn't it?
I think that's the is that the Sans Diacedo car?
It's being lapped for the second time then.
Oh, and that was just a touch over the curb that time coming out of Chapel, but yes, there we go. We're safely passed on the run down to Stowe Corner, and suddenly that gap is back to next to nothing.
The other thing, of course, a battle like this does is it starts to add pressure on the pit crew. As we can see, it's proving quite a lot of hard work for Cottingham to try and get back a second or even half a second. Of course, that means that the pit crew can't afford to let that car stand stationary for any more than 60 seconds. Whilst 2 seconds doesn't sound like a lot, it could be. Now we've got some flashing here, so perhaps that's a signal that Miles Griffith wants to come in. I'm not sure if the window's open.
It isn't open. Yeah.
Griffiths' car appeared to understeer a chunk through there, through Abbey, and he's suddenly lost all that ground, and Cottingham's on the attack in the 23.
Pit window is open.
Well, I think highly likely we're going to see Griffiths come in there in the middle of the circuit and flashing lights. I think those guys probably accept that Shedden is the faster driver. He was a couple of seconds quicker in qualifying, so I suspect they are responding to the Cottingham-Bryant threat here, and I suspect we'll see him come in. If that is the case, I think we'll see Cottingham stay out. I don't think James will consider Ollie Bryant to be any faster than him, although certainly not any slower. So I think we might see one of the leaders in the pits.
Yeah, this is really building up to a fascinating,
rather nicely, yeah.
Yeah, a fascinating second phase, isn't it? Because we're pretty close to that stop for these lead cars.
Yeah, the car we saw in the pits, 15, it was a changeover from Michael Birch to Andy Newell.
Yeah, that's right, and that car's going to come alive in the second part. The car is a Gelsco car made by Andy Newell's company.
Only 2 weeks ago, Andy was winning the Gars Trophy here, the HSCC, with his Chevron.
Here we go.
Again, I suspect that team think that driver 2, Andy Newell, will be a faster driver than Michael Birch. And since they were battling with Bernardo Hartogs, I suspect they feel like having the faster driver in the car for the longer stint overall is the quicker strategy, which of course logically does make sense.
It'll be interesting to see whether Andy Newell can will suddenly establish himself within 3 or 4 laps, lapping close to the pace, if not maybe even quicker. It doesn't really matter. He can really push for it now because they're quite a long way behind. But interesting to see how it works out. A lovely slide, both of them in unison, but a bit more twitch from James Cottingham, the chaser, and as they come up into Abbey.
Yeah, Andy Newell's a lap behind, so even without the pit stop.
Yeah,
which he's now had.
It all gets very, very close at Village.
So we didn't see the Griffith Shedden cart come in there. So I think to explain what the flashing might be, a GT40 runs twin fuel tanks, one in each sill, and generally speaking, they're on separate pumps. So at some point in the race, you have to switch from your left pump to a right pump, or your right to a left. And it's pretty commonplace to flash the pit lane there to let them know you've done that change. That then allows them to calculate roughly what sort of rate of fuel you're using. And of course, this isn't a refueling race, but it will give the team some comfort that they've fueled it correctly. With 44 minutes to go, he's obviously switched from one tank to the other.
Does it affect the balance of the car as you switch from one to the other? You suddenly got one more or less dry tank, and the other one, would you, for sake of argument, choose one tank for the start and always according to the orientation of the track?
No, I don't think there's any difference there's any noticeable difference in balance when you have one tank empty and one tank full. But if we look at the time here, 44 minutes, we're about half distance. Clearly, what that shows us is that the team running the silver and yellow car there have obviously started the car with equal fuel in each tank, so they must feel there's a difference. Of course, the weight is low down on each side, so I guess they feel having the tanks equally filled for the start is the way to do it. Now, whatever has happened, Cossingham's got the bit between his teeth, and the pressure's even greater than it was before.
Oh, I hope we can cut back to that at the moment, because I totally agree, Harvey. He's getting closer and closer, and he could make a move to take the lead back very soon.
There we are.
Well, that's solved the problem.
Yeah, so Miles Griffith then in the 37 has been the leader, and he is the first of that pair into the pits. And that's on 16 laps.
So all race long, the leaders have been doing very consistent 17s with the occasional 2 minute 16. Clearly, Shedden flashed theirs, jumping in the car. Let's see what lap time he can do. There's no reason why that car shouldn't be straight on the pace from his first flying lap.
Yeah, he's a pro, jumps in and out of all these things, isn't it? It's interesting actually that handling thing. That car did seem to understeer a bit more coming through Abbey.
Yeah, just noting there with a 60-second stop, there's no time at all to even think about changing tyres. 80 minutes on a Dunlop on a GT40 is getting on a little bit. So I think probably towards the end of the race we will start to see, particularly if we look at some of these driving styles, I think we will start to see some tyres starting to go. And I think the other thing that we might see after 80 minutes is potentially a little bit of brake fade. As we said earlier, GT40 are a little bit notorious for that. Modern brake pads, especially endless pads, for example, are much better. But let's see at the end of the race if we see any deterioration in car. Richard Cook is in to hand over to David Cuff.
What about the fuel consumption of these 4.7 litre V8s? What sort of MPG would they be running typically?
Well, it's interesting. A GT40 and a Cobra have the same engine, but when you drive a Cobra and you drive a GT40, you almost don't believe it. A GT40 feels that much faster. I think part of that is weight. GT40 is probably a little lighter. Part of that is a GT40 has a 5-speed box, whereas the Cobra has a 4-speed box, so your ratios are slightly shorter. But I think most of it is aerodynamics. So I think a Cobra uses more fuel than a GT40 because it's trying to push that sort of upright front screen and very unaerodynamic shape through the air, and the GT40 is that wonderful, beautiful, typical racing car wedge shape.
You don't see too many leaf springs on a GT40, do you?
No, I think when you drive a Cobra or an E-Type and then you transition to a GT40, you suddenly realise if you've been used to driving Cobras and E-Types and you jump in the GT40, you realise that the GT40 was designed to be a racing car. It was designed to hit apexes and go around racetracks, and of course E-Types and Cobras have been made to do that later on, and that does make a GT40 that much more responsive than those other GT cars.
Yeah, it was a racing car that was designed as a racing car that became a road car for certain purposes, whereas the McLaren F1 was the other way around.
But went to Le Mans and surprised everybody.
Yeah, I think you're right, everybody was surprised, but it was a dominant performance.
We're down at the halfway stage now. They've covered 17 laps. Leaders, Cottingham and Ollie Bryant waiting to go there.
Yeah, we're just waiting to see how it'll shake out after they both made their pit stops.
How's the lap times of Andy Newell? Oh yes, already a long way down. That car's getting quicker and quicker.
Yeah, a 2:20.8 as Andy Newell's. That's probably his first lap out in the car, actually.
Yeah, I would think so.
That compares with the fastest lap, which is by Miles Griffiths at 2:16.531, and the best lap for James Cottingham, 2:16.619. So they could hardly be more equal.
Yeah, Andy's another of those very versatile guys. He won an off-road championship at the time when he was racing in Formula Ford and that sort of stuff. He switched to a bowler and did the British off-road championship and won his section in that.
Yeah, I see there that James's last lap is a 2:18, so he certainly wasn't being held up by Miles Griffith. He certainly hasn't got himself in clean air and gone any faster. If anything, he's gone slower. Now we don't know what happened on that. He's in. So he'll hand over to Ollie Bryant. As I say, the pairing that won the Spa 6 Hours a few weeks ago, albeit in Ollie Bryant's car. Now they're in James Cottingham and Andrew Smith's car.
So being very cognizant of the speed limit in the pit lane. There's Ollie Bryant. They've had a real run in recent times, haven't they? Won the Spa 6 Hours together. James had some great runs at Estoril and at Goodwood. Ollie too at Goodwood.
Well, of course, I'm sure Ollie Bryant, whatever happens today, I'm sure Ollie Bryant will look back at 2021 as the year that he finally won the TT, having been trying with the family Cobra. Well, I've lost count of how many times, but I think between 15 and 20.
Yeah, I mean, his father raced it in the early days with Bill Shepherd. Bill Shepherd's also gunning to win one. He's been very, very close and was again. So yeah, it's been an interesting odyssey for them both. And of course, he and James go back to sort of racing together in the MGBs at the sort of Spa 6 Hours back in like 2003, 2004, something like that. So they know each other of old.
Yeah, they're great buddies and very good friends. But I think they first met at a race meeting, both in MGBs. So yeah, they both learnt their trade in MGBs. I think James was a little envious as he watched Ollie move on to racing that family Cobra just a few years later, and he was still racing MGBs, but I think James has made up for it and had his fair share of racing sexy kit.
Yes, the Delara Judd is something pretty special, isn't it? I mean, no opposition in Portugal, but it makes the best noise on the planet probably for racing cars. Wonderful. Have you driven it?
I've done 3 laps in the car at Donington, which was a bit like GT40s. They look quite intimidating, those prototypes, but then you remember, like a GT40, it was built to do the very thing you're asking it to do. So it really isn't as scary as you think it is. Now, with both leaders back on track, it does look like James Cossingham's taken the lead in that driver change.
Yeah, there's not much between them on track, probably a couple of 100 metres, I would think, something like that. And there in the 37 is Sheds, Gordon Shedden, the Scot. And ahead of him, you can see Ollie Bryant. There they go, Bryant with those stripes over the top of the car, sort of kind of French stripes, if you like, and then the silver and yellow machine goes through. Shedden pushing on through. After a couple of laps, we'll see whether there is any alteration to the status quo here. But at the moment, we've got nothing much between them at all. 100 metres, 150 metres, something like that.
Yeah, I watched the driver change there between James and Ollie Bryant there, and having shared with James quite a lot, he's very good at giving feedback to the second driver. So whenever I've shared a car with him, there's always, if there's anything wrong with the car, if there's a long brake pedal, if there's a vibration, he's very, very good at passing that feedback to the second driver. And I saw in this instance there was almost no feedback. So that says to me there are no problems with the car.
Yeah, that's all about that understanding that the drivers build up between themselves, isn't it? And there's that mutual trust. But when you do a longer distance race, I did the 24 hours here one year, so much more comes into it. And as a driver, you feel so much more responsibility for those working on the cars, turning the cars around in the pit stops, etc. If you screw up, it's not just you who pays the price.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people also find that racing a car with somebody, you sort of build an affinity with somebody because you've been through the same experience. Now, Shedden's tightened up the gap there, and if
1.6.
Let's not forget that Ollie Bryant has probably never driven that car on this circuit in the dry. So the extra lap or two that Shedden will have had in that car post driver change probably explains why their respective last laps Shedden went a little bit quicker. But Ollie's driven plenty of GT40s, he's driven plenty of laps around Silverstone, and I'm sure he will be on the pace in no time at all.
Well, he's got the lead, but by, probably now less than a second. There's 1.6 seconds difference between the two cars as they cross the line at the end of the previous lap.
Not now, Ian. Not now. He's sniffing the exhaust of the leader, isn't he?
I'll just say that's what it was at the start of the lap, but it's come down to virtually nothing. Bit of a wiggle there from Gordon Shedden,
and that's out of Woodcote, which is sort of the sort of place where Ronnie Peterson would give a bit of a wiggle.
Oh no, Ronnie's different, completely different. Sideways through the old Woodcote.
Yeah, mighty it was too. That's a view and a half, isn't it?
It is.
Gloriously liveried GT40s with their lights ablaze.
I think it's darker on the screen than it is outside,
yeah,
isn't it?
It is.
It's making it look more Le Mans-like. Is Gordon going to go for it into Stowe this time?
He's having a look,
yes,
isn't
no,
he?
yes he is.
Yeah, he's close enough.
Yeah.
He's made it.
And Ollie's not going to argue.
No, but then again, you then follow for a few laps and try and pick him back off.
Yeah, there was no real defending there from Ollie Bryant, so I suspect he's seen the clock, he's seen there's more than 30 minutes left of this race to go, and I suspect he doesn't feel the need to be driving a wide car for half an hour and feels he's probably better off sticking with him, driving the car, looking after the car, making sure that in 25 minutes time when we've got 7 minutes left, he's still got a fast car underneath him.
Yeah, exactly. As we know, these things are not necessarily going to be as good at the end of a race as at the beginning. So if you can conserve what you have. You've got old grip at the end, a little bit more, you know your reliability is strong, then there's every possibility you can have another go. There's the car now driven by David Cuff, Richard Cook's car, dressed in another eye-catching period livery. So many to choose from. If you went to you went to Jalsko or Super Performance in South Africa, as I did when I was there last year, saw them making the cars, the sensational Le Mans winning replicas you can have, just amazing. And the standard of finish and execution on the car is absolutely marvellous. You can get an FIA spec car down there, and seeing those and the Cobras all being made was something very special.
Can we talk about the possible cost of getting one of those?
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it, Ian.
I know, I can't afford it. That's why I can't afford it. That's why I'm asking the price.
Harvey's the salesman. He'll sell you one.
I can't afford. I've got an E-Type, but I can't afford a GT40.
You can swap it for a Jalsko or Super Performance GT40, no problem at all. You'll be in the elite in the world.
And then the old bones would have to bend double to get into the car. That's
Just think of the fun you'd have doing it. So that's Andy Newell with the JCB badged crash helmet, running fourth.
Yeah, his lap time last time around 2:20.6, very consistent. 2:20.5 is best.
So you're second or so outside the leader, isn't it?
That's what I was going to come to. Yeah, that's right. So Gordon Shedden's last lap at 2:19.1, and Ollie Bryant's 2:19.3. Mike Thorne has just, last lap, done his best lap in the race in the number 7 car, which he took over, 2:27.118.
Yeah, Mike Thorne's done virtually no mileage in this. I mean, he's a Healy man through and through, isn't he? And he's driven that silver Healy 100 beautifully for many, many years. And this is a real kind of opportunity for him.
Yeah, Andy Newell here, who's jumped in the car he's sharing with Michael Birch. It's going very well, doing pretty much the same lap times as the leaders. Albeit I think they'll rue that spin on the first lap with 1:16 behind that last place of the podium, which is currently occupied by David Cuff, who was sharing with Richard Cook. I think that'll be far too big a margin for him to reel in, especially as David Cuff is lapping not far behind the leaders either.
Yeah, the last lap by David Cuff was a 2:22.3.
The car being pushed into the pit lane here at Woodcote, so one of them is in trouble. It's the Thorne car, I think. Sanz Diosoto and Thorne being pushed into the Heritage pit lane. I saw a Jerry of Marshall's pushing along. I might run out and see what's happened.
Yeah, well, Gordon's just getting away now, isn't he?
Yeah, I think I was expecting that the two would stay a little bit closer than they have done, but Gordon does seem to be checking out here, and Ollie Bright's not even in the same shot anymore. His last lap was, I think, a 2:19 if I'm right, which says to me that the circuit's got a little bit slower, or the cars are just starting to deteriorate a little bit. So perhaps we'll see that come back if there's any more deterioration in car condition.
But from Gordon's point of view, he just wants to enjoy driving a great car around a good circuit, doesn't he?
Yeah,
doesn't want to ease off and cruise, does he?
Looking at Bryant's last lap time of 24, here we are, they are in the pits. I did suspect a problem, which I think we must have here as he's back in the pits for an unscheduled stop. Back's coming open here. ADP Racing, the guys that run that car, they'll be all over that and see what the problem is. Now that might get Michael Birch out of trouble with his spin, because of course that will promote the Cook and Cuff cars to second, and the Birch and Newell car, that'll be promoted into third. Not what we wanted to see. James Cottingham looking on there in his dark blue jacket.
I can report, having just spoken to Mike Thorne, it's an electrical problem that has stopped the his car when he shares with Sans Diosero. So what's the problem here, Harvey, do you think?
Tough to tell. There's no obvious smoke or anything like that. We've got some bottles of oil going in, so possibly they've had an oil pressure warning light come on. That's possible, and they're topping up the oil to rectify that. That's possible, but it certainly robbed us of that race we thought we were going to get for the last half an hour. I'm not sure Shedden's got any idea of slowing down, though, as you can see.
No,
that lovely driving style, every apex curb hit. Still quite busy behind the wheel, which, from a neutral's point and a point for good TV, is quite nice to see somebody quite active behind the wheel like that.
I remember seeing this first GT race, which wasn't a GT40, it was a Ferrari 458 in the British GT Championship. And he took over Hector Lester's car, which was nearly a lap down. And he spent the rest of the race driving it so smoothly. And for a toy car driver, you tend to think they're a bit rough and ready at times. But he was so quick and smooth. And he kept all the front runners behind him. They couldn't overtake him. It wasn't if he got out of the way, they could have done, but he was just enjoying himself.
Pedro Rodriguez.
Yeah.
I love it when current modern professional racing drivers come and drive historic cars. We had Jenson Button driving a Cobra for us at Goodwood, and I was speaking to Karun Shandok on Tuesday about his experience with driving historics. And I don't think I'm yet to hear a modern, current day professional speak anything other than good things about driving historic cars, which, from a selfish point of view, I think is good for our sport.
Well, they also set a very good standard, don't they? Years ago, I remember Andrew Kokodi, when he was a young up-and-coming single-seater driver, driving a Chevron in a GT race, historic GT race, and he just ran away with it. I mean, everybody else was just sort of at their normal pace, but a young professional was in a different level, really.
Yeah, I think the standard, generally speaking, in historic motorsport is on the up and has come up massively. And I think when Jenson turned up at Goodwood, and I asked him if he'd done any testing or if he'd thought about going on the simulator before coming to Goodwood, I think he looked at me like I was mad. But when he finished his first qualifying session midfield, I think he took it all a bit more seriously. But I mean, Jenson was a star that weekend, and he got on the pace very quickly in the Cobra. But I think people seem to think that historic racing is not as competitive as other forms of motorsport, and I think that's not the case. I think every modern driver or every pro that comes to it with that attitude is shocked by quite how competitive it is.
I think that's right, because a lot of the drivers who are running up front are, let's face it, spending a fair amount of money doing it. They get a lot of seat time, a fair amount of testing, and they've got real professional backup in the pits as well. So they've got top engineers.
Right, Lewis, who's with you?
Yeah. So this lot would normally go to that meeting, but they decided to last year.
I thought we were going to have hear from an interview that Lewis was about to have, but perhaps not. So, back to what you were saying, Marcus, sorry.
Yeah, the guys who are doing it really seriously have very serious professional engineers running the cars as well. And the whole expectation, the whole level just moves up and up and up. And they come back year after year and just go faster and faster and faster, which is what it's all about.
Yeah, go on, Harvey.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you look at other forms of pro-am motorsport, things like British GT, I really don't see top-level historic motorsport as any less competitive than a modern-day GT grid.
Yes, have another go, Lewis. Are you there?
Yes, thank you, Ian. Yes, I am there. Yes, I'm down in the pits there with James Cottingham. Sadly, James, Ollie had to bring the car in. What was the problem?
Well, during my stint, I saw the oil pressure light flick on a couple of times as I was going through the historic kink at the end of the lap there, and just thought it was okay. Mentioned it when I got out of the car, but for Ollie it was coming on longer, so he just was being careful and looking after the car, and obviously you don't want that light to come on. That means low pressure and don't want to blow the engine up.
Well, yeah, that's the sad thing, isn't it? So, anyway, you were really battling away there for the victory.
Yeah, I mean, the opening lap was pretty close, and really enjoyed that with Miles. You know, no contact or anything like that, but we had a really good sort of 4 or 5 corners where we're super close to each other, and then I just decided to settle into a bit of a rhythm behind him, although I was really pushing, and you know, we were both doing, I saw on the V-Box, doing 17s the whole time, so pretty consistent pace, and probably sort of 10 or 11 laps in, the brakes started to fade a bit, and I could see that he was struggling to slow the car down as well, so we were both sort of having the same problems perhaps at about the same time. And then I saw him slowing a bit further, and I figured he was cooling his brakes, ready to do his pit stop. And of course he did after 2 laps, so I just did 1 more lap and then came in, and you know, obviously Ollie was a bit hotter out the pits than Gordon was, or perhaps Gordon wasn't quite on it when he left the pits because Ollie was ahead, but unfortunately Gordon got the better of him, and that was us in second. And I don't know where we are now, having done that oil stop, but yeah, what a great race series. So pleased to see the cars out, and hopefully we can get more out if we get the opportunity to have more of the Amon Cup.
Yes, that would be absolutely fabulous. I was watching with Gordon on the screen here at DK Engineering, who've got the live streaming on. You're actually sliding the cars through lots of the corners.
Yeah, it's funny when you're going around. Obviously, you want to be as smooth as possible, but sometimes you're battling understeer and oversteer, and it's better to get the car rotated and use the power to just sort of get a good exit, but not too much wheel spin. I mean, you know, we were talking 440 horsepower in a 1,000-kilogram car with no traction control and historic tyres, so it's a bit of a battle, but it's, you know, very, very enjoyable to drive, very satisfying, but hard work. I was pretty hot and tired when I got out after 40 minutes or so.
So what do you think they would have been like to race for 24 hours in period?
Well, I've done quite a lot of endurance races in GT40s as well, and I think you would never have done that sort of pace in period. They would have been a bit gentler, a bit easier, and actually when you back the car off and you do sort of 3 seconds a lap slower, it's actually quite a rewarding, you know, quite an easy car to drive, and you can nurse it around. And Ollie and I won the Spa 6 Hours a few weeks ago, and we had no 4th gear from 20 minutes into the race for the rest of the race, so it meant we were sort of driving the car quite carefully, and it's not as tiring. But when you really try and do that, you know, flat out pace for lap after lap, it gets hot and sweaty in there, and it's, you know, there's nowhere for the air to go, there's no windows, it's a hot thing, but they're just mega things, and the best thing to do is take one to Le Mans. As soon as you leave the pits and you go up the Mulsanne straight, there is nothing better than that car. I mean, it was what it was designed to do.
Okay, James, thanks very much, and we'll keep our fingers crossed that everything goes well to the end.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Harvey, any thoughts on what James had to say?
Yeah, I suspected it could have been an oil pressure light, as there wasn't anything obvious, and there were bottles of oil in hand. It's one of those tricky things. James owns that car, so it's a little easier for him to look at an oil pressure warning light and decide that he doesn't need to come in. Ollie, in this instance, is the guest, if you like, in his car, so you have to be that little bit more careful and a little bit more cautious on warning lights, and obviously of all the warning lights, that's the one you don't want to see.
Right, well, what chances do they have? They are a lap down, of course, now. The race is going completely the way of the number 37 car, with Gordon Shedden at the wheel. Miles Griffiths having started the race in the car, just coming up to the 1 hour mark.
Well, remarkably, because of James's very punchy start and the way those two gapped themselves from 3rd place, and Michael Birch's spin, they seem to have rejoined in 3rd place, yes. So they may still get a podium.
Yeah, I mean, Andy Newell is lapping slower than Ollie Bryant is. Their last laps, respectively, Ollie did a 2:18.7, and Andy Newell a 2:20.7.
Well, yeah, they might not be nose to tail, but Shedden and Bryant are doing the same lap time. So, what a shame, because I think we would have had a great battle between those two very even driver pairings.
Okay, so the order then, just to recap what we've been saying, the lead is held by the number 37 car in the hands of Gordon Shedden, which was started by Miles Griffiths, and he's completed 26 laps and is a lap ahead of the number 72 car, which is now in 2nd place after the problems for the number 23 car. So number 72 now in the hands of David Cuff, lapping about 3 seconds a lap. In fact, last time around they were almost exactly 3 seconds difference in their times. In 3rd place is Ollie Bryant in the car who had to make that pit stop, as explained by James Cottingham just now. Number 23 in 3rd place is 4.7 seconds behind David Cuff and lapping quicker. So we could have
we could well see, actually, the Cottingham Bryant car fighting its way back up to almost its rightful place, a second. I think the pit board should be able to communicate that to Bryant, knowing the guys at Pursuit who are running Cuff in second. They'll have their board out communicating that whilst you thought you were having a lonely race there, you may well have a scrap on your hands. 16 minutes to go, that's possible.
Actually, this race has passed only 16 minutes left. We had 7 starters. It's actually turning out to be an engrossing race, isn't it? Absorbing race.
Well, it's clear to me that the three of us could sit in a commentary box all day and watch GT40s drifting
well, that's
around
also
corners.
true. Well, I'm also thinking, I don't know if there's any mileage in this thought, to have a match race between these and 275 LM Ferraris.
Well, yes. At the Amon Cup for GT40s, we sort of worked out between genuine cars, Superformance Gelscas, that there might be something like 40 or 50 cars out there, of which 20 or 30 are actively racing.
Yeah.
I'd love to tell you there were 20 or 30 actively racing Ferrari LMs out there, but I think there are 1 or 2.
1 or 2 at the most.
I've just had a thought. You could have some Gelsco or Super Performance Ferraris that actually are GT40s under the skin, but Ferrari bodywork.
That's touring cars. That's what goes on in the BTCC.
So yes, this is one last intriguing twist in this race potentially, isn't it? With Ollie Bryant out there in the 23, trying to chase down David Cuff in the 72 car.
Well, we've had 1 or 2 races quite like that, haven't we, today? Think about the Richard Bradley coming under pressure of Chris Ward.
Yeah, just looking at the times here, David Cuff's he went out doing 23s. He's now doing, his last lap was a 21. Bryant's was a 2:17. That's 4 seconds quicker.
Yeah.
By my maths, that's about what Bryant needs to be. He needs to be taking 3 or 4 seconds per lap out of him to catch him up on the last lap. And I think, well, looking at the timing screens, that's what's happening.
Yes.
I think Harvey's turning into a pundit here, into sort of the Bill Frindle of the of the motor racing commentary box. He hasn't quite got his slide rule out, but it's all worrying.
It's Andy Zwartzman these days. Have you come across Andy Zwartzman on his cricket commentaries? He's amazing with his statistics. What does that mean?
Means I'm here.
Everything's good. I'm here. Well, they should know that.
But it may well be a response to the pit board to say that Ollie's closing in. Ollie is faster than you.
I don't think David Cuff's going any quicker, is he? I mean, he's settled into a particular groove, and there doesn't seem the potential to go quicker. So I think Ollie is in with a chance.
Tell us a little bit about the Pursuit team. That's fairly new on the block, isn't it?
Yeah, so Pursuit, as I say, who are running that GT40 today, and they're running a Cobra tomorrow. Yeah, that's a new team. They're based up in Bicester, run by young Ollie Cable, who's cut his teeth with Lanzante and also in modern GTs. And he's decided that there was a gap in the market for a team that can run all sorts of cars, because of course there are a lot of people out there with a variety of historic racing cars and therefore a variety of preparers. He's pretty confident that he can be running a quite wide variety of cars, and to be fair to him, he's had wins this year with the Dallara LMP1 car, the Riley and Scott LMP1 car, won at Le Mans on the Bugatti circuit, and he's had multiple wins with Cobras, both myself and Richard Cook driving Richard's Cobra, James in his Cobra, and as well as running GT40s. I think next year there's some Alans coming and some more sports racing prototypes. So yeah, to be fair to him, he said he could run anything, and it looks like he certainly can.
So with about 12.5 minutes to go, how is this battle looking for second place? Well,
24.9, I think, is it?
Yeah, last time through it was about 5.5 seconds or something, wasn't it? Between that Bryant was quicker than Cuff.
Still is.
Yep. And that is coming down, and we're going to get about 5 more laps out of this.
before I came up to the commentary box, I bumped into Jonathan Wheatley in the pit lane, and I sort of thought he might like a day off on the basis he's just come from a Grand Prix, and he's got 3 weekends on the trot in his day job running Red Bull Racing. But he told me he's come to watch his good mate David Cuff in the GT40. So if there's one man who'll be watching this intently, it'll be Cuffy's mate Jonathan Wheatley. And if Bryant can get past, I'm sure Jonathan will have a good wind up with him tonight.
They're all from the same neck of the woods, aren't they?
Well, yes, the Bryant family are based in Marlow. Jonathan Wheatley's in Beaconsfield, and David Cuff's Beaconsfield and sort of Hughenden Valley. So, yeah, they're all locals. I know that Wheatley and Cuff go for sort of a curry night once a month. So they are all good mates, and that does mean that if Cuff loses this second place to Bryant, he will be getting a ribbing at the next curry night.
He goes on at the moment. Sorry, go on.
Ian and I both remember Mike Wheatley racing, of course, Jonathan's dad, with a whole bunch of cars, a Lola T70,
the BRM,
and
the March.
P154.
He had the March at one stage.
Ted Williams had the March, didn't he? The BRM P167, didn't he? He had, or 154 167.
I remember a big spin. I think it was at the Grand Prix historic race years and years ago.
Yeah.
Spinning in the middle of the Woodcote chicane in the BRM.
Yeah, and that wasn't much room to spin a BRM.
Well, exactly.
The Can-Am with 7.6 litres or whatever they had in period, but they haven't scaled back to a 5
Where is that
litre
car
historics.
now?
I think it went to Germany, didn't it?
Right.
With Joost Kalisch.
Well, to complete the link, actually, Jonathan Wheatley's first job was working for James Cossingham's father, David Cossingham, as an apprentice mechanic in the workshop at DK. So, we can complete that circle fully. David Cuff's responded and done a 2-minute 20, which is probably about what he needs to do.
Yeah, it's really a 2:21 if it can round up. It's 2:20.898. Ollie did 2:17, almost exactly, give or take 4 thousandths.
Yeah, Ollie's the fastest man on the circuit now. He's not quite troubling that fastest lap of 2:16.5 that Griffiths did in the first stint, but bearing in mind we know that there's been a bit of brake fade. I think Ollie's flying. Shedden doesn't need to, and he's got basically a whole lap lead, so he's probably, like the professional he is, doing what he needs to do.
Yeah.
But it looks like Bryant's not leaving anything on the table.
Yeah, it was 20. The gap has gone away for the moment, but the gap was 21 or just under 21 seconds. So it is continuing to come down.
Yeah, I do think they'll be in sight on the last lap. Whether it'll be close enough for a battle, I don't know. But the way Bryant's going, and that's an 18 that lap.
Mike Thorne has just done his personal best lap.
Except it's broken.
Except it's broken. So he hasn't just done it. That happened a few laps ago.
Just before he was towed back, and he said it was going really nicely until the electrical problem hit.
Sorry,
But we were saying all this this morning in the Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy race, Harvey, that it looked as though Richard Bradley was being reeled in. And we reckoned that on that last lap into Stowe on the last time round, that was going to be the big opportunity for Chris Ward. Of course, it never got quite that far.
Well, by contrast, in the Jag race, Chris Ward just couldn't reel in Gary Pearson, and you often see that where two guys are tantalisingly in sight, but the gap doesn't get any smaller or any bigger. Sometimes you need a back marker to come and give us a race.
Well, the last time around, Ollie Bryant did a 2:18.4. Dave Cuff 2:20.4. 2 seconds difference. That's not going to be good enough, is it?
No, it's 18 seconds currently with 8 minutes to go. They're lapping in what, 2.25 minutes, something like that. So
2 1/3.
Yeah, we're going to get 4 laps out of this, and so I think David Cuff is pretty safe. It's very steady, safe pair of hands.
Well, 30 laps have been completed by the leader, Gordon Shedden, lapping in the low 2:19s now. What's going on behind the first 3? Well, in 4th place it's Andy Newell in the number 15 car, and behind him in 5th place is the Hartogs car, which Bernardo's driven solo. And then in 6th place we've got the Mark Moods.
Yeah, Cuff's just done his fastest lap of the race, 2:20.2. So
he's got the message.
He's got the message. Even if Bryant can now lap in the low 17s, I think it's probably a little bit too much to ask with 7 minutes left. Gap down to 16 seconds.
What's interesting, the lighting conditions now have made this look even more photogenic.
I know, yeah, it does. Doesn't mean the cars all with their lights on, it looks great. But normally you have a lighter screen and a darker outside, but it's the other way around.
Yeah, absolutely fabulous. So 6 3/4 minutes to go. Leaders are Miles Griffiths, Gordon Shedden at the wheel at the moment of the 37 car, and the only slight possibility of a change, I think, is that one remote possibility now for second place.
Well, 60, as Harvey just said, it's 16.4 seconds now. It has come down.
It has, but the number of so is the time clock. It's rattling away.
Of course, the owner of this car that Gordon Shedden's driving, Philip Walker, also a BRDC board member, and I can imagine that one of the items on the agenda is always between these two, Philip Walker and Gordon Shedden.
If it gets much darker by the end of the race, we might be treated to my personal favourite sight, which is a glowing brake disc.
Oh yes.
Which GT40s are famous for.
Supposed to be inside them, making them glow, not watching on from the outside, Harvey. As we saw from Estoril. Looked very spectacular with the Cobra.
Right, there's David Cuff through to complete his 31st lap. Nearly 2 minutes he is now behind Gordon Shedden. And in the process doing another improved lap for David Cuff, 2:20.143.
Can he break into the
19s? The gap's down to 14 seconds.
Harvey, you've driven these cars, etc., you were saying, and are the gearboxes any better than they used to be, sort of back in the day? I mean, the sort of remade ZFs are, I hope, a little less clunky than the old ones.
Well, the gear selector is by your, unusually for a GT car, it's by your right-hand side. So all GT40s are right-hand drive. So the gear selector is there on the sill, rather than being in the middle of the car as usual. It's there on your right-hand side. And a system of sort of push rods and couplings create the linkage from there to the gearbox, which is almost behind the rear wheels. So by its very nature, it is fiddly, and any little bit of that gets knocked or gets out of alignment, and that can cost you a gear. It could cost you more than one gear. So it's definitely fair to say that gearbox is still the weak link of a GT40, and there's just not a lot one can do about it.
I would think, having said that, all the sort of the modern CNC machining of bits and pieces for the internals probably make them stronger. But you say if the gear change goes round the houses to get into the box, then it's a bit like a sort of driving a Lotus Europa or something like that, which have notoriously tricky gear changes. It's the one thing you get in and be very, very careful with. So 3 minutes to go in.
Yes, 3 minutes, and waiting to see what the gap's going to be between second and third. 14 seconds it was at the start of the lap they're on at the moment. They'll certainly get one more lap in. Will it be two more? Where's the leader on this lap at the moment? Whereabouts on the lap? We don't get sectors, unfortunately, so I can't work it out from that. We need to have
Stowe.
Well, we've got 2 minutes 45. If you can get across the line in under 2 minutes 20.
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine for that.
So there's two more laps then. And that, of course, is relevant. It's 12.3, second to third now. It's not coming down. It'll be into single figures, the gap second to third, but it won't be less than that. Yeah, so this lap plus one more.
Yeah. And Gordon Shedden still sliding the lead car around beautifully. Little shot there through Abbey up towards Village. .12 seconds now. So it could be 8 or 9, and it's hardly predicted Ollie Bryant will be able to see David Cuff up ahead by the time they get to the, well, certainly the approach to the checkered flag.
And now he's on his last lap. Is he not?
No,
if he
slows down by 5 or 6 seconds, he can probably avoid.
No, he's not on his last lap. No.
But still 3/4 minute to go as he comes onto the hangar straight, so there will be one more.
Yeah, one more after this. Getting ahead of myself.
Interesting to see what they have to say afterwards. Still craning.
It'll be about 20 seconds still to run.
Still craning my neck to see those glowing brake discs that we're getting excited about.
.11 seconds.
Yep, seven on the line by the pit board, and here they go then. Final lap then of this Amon Cup for GT40 Enduro, mini Enduro here at Silverstone, Motor Racing Legends, Silverstone. Big change in conditions from this morning.
Indeed.
They were really grotty, weren't they?
And the gap's down to 8.4 seconds. Another 5 minutes, he would have done it.
Another 5 minutes, or of course another or 5 seconds fewer, topping up the oil in the pit stop. But
or having to make that second pit stop.
Well,
yeah. But then he obviously, ifs and buts, Gordon would have gone quicker.
Yeah, I think Gordon Shedden's had quite an easy afternoon, having got past Bryant.
Yeah.
He's would have looked in his mirrors to have seen it completely disappeared. Which always, as a driver, makes you think. I always think, gosh, maybe I've done something wrong. Where's everybody gone?
Yes.
I love seeing GT40s with the lights on.
Well, it's classic Le Mans. It looks perfect for what it's in its right environment.
Doesn't look like anybody will challenge Miles Griffith for his fastest lap.
Not now. So there's the leader then on the screen into and through Stowe Corner into Vale. Oh, go on, Harvey, you can take him across the line.
Yeah, there we are, Gordon Shedden coming through the last section here, drifting it for the last corner of the race. He'll see the checkered flag now, and he'll know that that's that. That's 2 out of 2 for that pairing. They won at Donington in the spring, and they've won the second race here at Silverstone in the autumn.
And a slight touch of the hooligans at the end there, wasn't it, as Gordon put on the opposite lock.
And as he did so, of course, up at Abbey, he could see
yes,
the car that they've been dicing with for much of the early part of the race. And that was closing indeed on the second place 72 Cook and Cuff car, with David Cuff now driving it.
He may have eased up a little, but on his last lap, Gordon did a 2:18.4, which is a pretty respectable lap time.
Well, yeah, and bearing in mind that our second and third place pairings were in front of Gordon, really they've got another lap to do. So
Yes.
when they crossed there was 5 seconds between them. It's still not close enough, but 5 seconds means that Cuff will have Bryant in his mirrors.
Yes. Yes, last lap's 2:20.3 for David Cuff, 2:17.006 for Ollie Bryant.
I hope that David Cuff's being informed by his pit as to what's happening, because this could be a couple of seconds at the end, couldn't it?
It will be, yeah. Well, I think he must have been informed by his pit, because he's obviously got to move on over the last 15 minutes or so.
And they're both in the flick flack at Abbey now, at Beckett's now. Now it's on to the Hangar Straight. You can see the second and third placed cars coming down for the final time. There's probably 150 metres, 200 metres between them at the moment. It's closing, closing, closing. And by the time they get to the end, it's going to be just a small matter of metres, but it will be, barring disaster, second place for the Richard Cook and David Cuff combination in 72.
There he is.
There you go. David Cuff brings it over the line, and look at that. Probably 50 metres behind, something like that, was Ollie Bryant.
And he does his best. David Cuff did his best lap on the last lap. The best lap for that car.
Dipped into the 2:19s, yeah.
Yeah.
As always in motorsport, one more lap, and I think we could have had a slightly different result. But
3 seconds, 3.027 seconds is all the gap was.
now I think, by my calculations, David Cuff came third at Donington with myself. So I suspect that means that Shedden and Griffiths will have won this little 2-race championship, and I think that means that David Cuff will have come second.
Well, thanks for that, because we didn't actually realise there was a championship. Nobody told us. But it's a sort of unofficial championship, is it?
Well, I think a series or a championship.
Okay.
I think when you have more than one race, I think there needs to be a champion.
And there's some points being allocated for this.
Well, we know for a fact that if Gordon Shedden and Miles Griffith have won both races, then it stands to reason that they've won the overall honours, if there is such a thing.
Right, so being waved in by a small group of people standing in for thousands at Le Mans.
What does tomorrow hold for you, Harvey?
Yeah, so tomorrow is the Pall Mall Cup. That's another race series that we at DK have helped establish and try to support as best we can. And the Pall Mall Cup is again 2 races. We have one at Donington, and the second is here at Silverstone. Tomorrow it's a 3-hour race. And what's important to note about the Pall Mall Cup is we've got 3 or 4 main categories, and the cars, the entrants are encouraged to form teams. So in the case of myself tomorrow, I'm driving a pre-63 car. James is driving a Cobra with Richard Cook, and Max Girardo and James are driving a Lister. So between those 3 cars we have a team. Now if everybody goes and forms teams, not only do you have an overall winner and a winner of each class, the winner of the Pall Mall Cup is the winning team. So that's a little angle there that we don't often see in motorsport, but we will see tomorrow in the Pall Mall Cup, the sort of team challenge there.
Well, I hope somebody tells us about the teams and who's in them. Yes, well, good to know that.
It would be a prerequisite, wouldn't it?
It was, sorry?
Would be a prerequisite.
Yeah, well, we hope so. Right, well, we'll have some post-race interviews, courtesy of Lewis Beals, very shortly. Philip Walker down there as well, as the owner of the winning car. Tomorrow we, whilst also waiting for the post-race interviews, we begin with qualifying, 3 sessions of qualifying tomorrow. the Historic Racing Drivers Club Dunlop All-Stars, then the Historic Touring Car Challenge, the MRL Historic Touring Car Challenge, and then the MRL, the race that Harvey's just been talking about, the MRL RAC Pall Mall Cup. And then 3 races, the third of which will be that 3-hour race from 10 to 2 until 10 to 5.
And now it's 20 to 5, and tomorrow will be an hour darker.
Oh, of course, yes. Clocks go back tomorrow, don't they? Yeah, or tonight.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I was thinking about what sort of lights we've got on our E-Type and whether we'll be well equipped. Time and time again, when we go historic racing, and I think you saw that, Marcus, in Estoril, it doesn't take a big shift in timetable from a race that was supposed to end in sort of a slightly dusky environment to ending not far in pitch black. And certainly when we were racing in Estoril, I think it was pitch black when I got in the car with another hour to go. And it's very easy to forget to bring your spotlights.
Well, E-Types don't have lights, do they? Headlights. They don't work on E-Types properly.
So we can safely say that Harvey's back on the carrot juice tonight.
Something like that. It'll have to be, won't it?
It's either that or a trip to Halfords on the way home to get some extra spotlights.
Yes. Well, considering the weather conditions at the start of the day, it's been a very enjoyable day, and we hope that tomorrow the weather will be kinder, and the racing will be as good, if not better.
Yeah, I was surprised this morning. Whilst it clearly there'd been a lot of water overnight, and it was certainly raining at 9 or 10 a.m. this morning. It stopped raining, I don't know, 10:30 or 11, but it seems to take quite a long time for the circuit to dry. I think if we have that tomorrow, that'll be quite interesting, because certainly in a 3-hour race, you need to think about how you set your car up. Now, clearly, in a 20-minute qualifying session, if it's wet, you set your car up for the wet.
Yes.
In a 3-hour race, if you set your car up for the wet, you could find that after 45 minutes or an hour, it's dry, and now you're racing your car for 2 more hours with a wet setup. When we did this race last year, we had a very mixed day of, I think it started dry, it became wet, and it got dry again. The drivers here, Richard Cook with his back to us, David Cuff in the white suit, James Cossingham there in the blue jacket, and Ollie Bryant, the final figure there in the white and blue Akuriakos race suit, I think comparing notes.
And Duncan Wiltshire, must mention him on the right.
Must mention Duncan Wiltshire, absolutely.
Who is the man behind Motor Racing Legends, in case you haven't gathered that. Are we going to cover the podium as well? Are we going to have interviews? So the daylight dwindles, but shouldn't take that long to organise, given the limited number of people to organise compared with some races we have. There's Ollie Bryant.
I've got him qualifying for it tomorrow, so I just need to do my 3 laps and then that's there's no rush on it. Well, but it's going to be a wet quality.
We're going to call them up now.
I think we'll be ready to go to the podium any moment, or the interviews, if not the podium.
To present them is David Cottingham and DK Engineering. David, an absolutely wonderful race.
Fantastic. It was wonderful to see that group of GT40s going around, going so quickly, so much competition between the guys. What a great group of guys too. They're all good, nearly all good friends. I think they're all good friends, and it was a fantastic race. And with the grid not being as big as we'd liked it to be, it could have been a boring affair, but it certainly wasn't a boring affair from start to finish.
Yeah, just a pity the oil light came on the lad's car.
Well, there you go. We can't really afford the oil.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. 3, 2, 1. That's what we're looking for. Can we have forward Ollie Bryant and James Cottingham, please? Ollie. Ollie and James. Come along, Ollie. James, come and collect your trophies behind you. And there you go, David Cottingham presenting them to James and to Ollie. Absolutely. We're just going to present the trophies first, then we're going to come back and have a chat. So just do the photos, and we'll come back for a chat in a bit. Right, there we go. So, second place, if you'd like to step up, is Richard Cook and David Cuff. If you'd just like to come from Richard and David. Excellent second place there from the 72 car. Yep, and David Cottingham there, supporter and sponsor, DK Engineering. And our race winner, I'd like to step forward, Miles Griffiths with an absolutely stunning first stint, and Gordon Shedden, who brought the car home to victory. That's victory for the 37 car for the second time this year in the Amon Cup. And there we go, David, presenting the trophies, and everyone taking their photos. We had a chat with Gordon earlier, so we'll dive in a second and have a quick chat with Miles. Miles, we had a quick chat with Gordon while you were going round, and I have to say, your stint was absolutely awesome, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was quite busy. Had James chasing me all the way, so enjoyed it. It was nice to be pushed, and then Gordon did a great job at the end.
Yeah, I'd say I was very impressed with your stint because you've got some good drivers around you, in those other two, in these, with your co-driver and Ollie and James.
Yeah, definitely, and Gordon put the car on pole for us, so you sort of got a job to do and not let him down.
And so, what were conditions like?
They all dry, absolutely fine. There was no issues there. Offline was a bit damp, but fortunately there wasn't too many back markers to pass, and it was all good.
Yeah, many congratulations, because the second time you won the Avon Cup, you won early in the year.
Yeah, definitely. So we won early in the year at Donington. We're keen to come back and repeat it. So yeah, no doubt we'll be having another crack next year. Right?
We look forward to it. Let's see if we can get Gordon or Gordon. Just have a quick word. Congratulations on a victory.
Yeah, all good. These cars are fantastic to drive. We're in the Grand Prix Circuit at Silverstone. It's great that these cars are still here and that the owners want them to be driven and raced. And I mean, they are absolutely iconic, aren't they? From kids with posters on bedroom walls to racing drivers around the world. Everyone wants to drive them, so very privileged.
Yeah, and you had to make a pass for the lead.
Yeah, obviously after the pit stops we dropped out in second place, but the pace was really good then. I thought we're going to be on for an absolutely cracking battle with Ollie, but then I think after I got past, I think they had another pit stop which dropped them back a little bit. But it's a lot of fun out there, that's for sure. Got to hang on into the sunset. It's all happening.
Oh, thank you very much. Let's see if we can get Ollie. Oh, no.
Throw back.
Okay, sorry. Not that we have to go back to the studio, so sorry, we can't have a quick chat with Ollie, but anyway, it's back to you in the studio. Ian, Marcus.
Thanks, Lewis. So for today, that's just about it, I believe I'm right in saying. So, Marcus?
Well, it's been an absolutely cracking day's racing, hasn't it, Ian? We've had 4 really good races. We've been treated with super weather this afternoon, contrary to expectations, and what can we say? But big thank you to our marshals, big thank you to the Motor Racing Legends team, and of course our major sponsors, DK Engineering and Co, for putting it all on for us.
Absolutely, and it certainly helps to have a wet morning qualifying. It sorts out the grids in a different way, doesn't it, and makes for some interesting racing come the afternoon.
Yeah, so we've got it all up. We'll do exactly the same again tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yes, and just endorse what you say about the thanks to the marshals. It's not the warmest time of year to go racing, and you've got to stand out there dealing with incidents and dealing with them with the usual magnificent efficiency of the Silverstone marshals. So from Marcus Pye, myself, Ian Titchmarsh, it's goodbye for now. Hope to see you all in the morning after you've had an extra hour in bed. Remember, the clocks go back tonight.